Humanity has ravaged nature. The universe's punishment mechanism is now active. The global apocalypse has begun. From this moment on, Earth will suffer a new apocalyptic disaster every month. All human technology is rendered useless. Each person will receive a random shelter. Your home, evolved. Every shelter has a unique talent. Use it well and survive. If humanity is wiped out entirely, Earth will enter a new era. If humanity survives 10,000 disasters, you will become the eternal sole masters of Earth. A mysterious voice thundered in the ears of every person on the planet. And just like that, the world changed forever. In that instant, no matter what you were doing, you were forcibly teleported home. People eating out found themselves sitting on their own beds, still clutching their plates. Shoppers dropped onto their couches, arms full of bags. Even the homeless materialized inside unfamiliar rooms. I was no exception. One second I was standing in my office, getting chewed out by my boss. The next, everything around me twisted, collapsed, and reassembled, and I was sitting on my own couch. I blinked, unable to process what had just happened. Then a chill shot up my spine and straight to the top of my head. Those words weren't some hallucination from working too much overtime. Something out there wanted to punish Earth. The apocalypse had arrived. I took a deep breath and forced my trembling hands to steady. 23 years old, and my ability to adapt wasn't half bad. I quickly got a handle on my situation. Every human on the planet had been given a shelter to fight the apocalypse. In 10 minutes, the first disaster would strike. Theme: extreme heat. Global temperatures would hit a minimum of 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Check your shelter, gather resources, and survive. And if you died, no one would mourn you, because everyone would be too busy saving themselves. I set down the mysterious slip of paper on my desk. It was covered in information, enough to let every person instantly understand their new reality. 10 minutes. 10 minutes until the end of the world. This isn't a hallucination. Could it be some kind of elaborate prank? I frowned and lowered my voice, testing the waters. Open shelter data panel. Swish. A semi-transparent data window materialized out of thin air. My eyes went wide. A prank? Whoever pulled this off went way too far. I stared at the information before me, reading it line by line. Shelter, unnamed. Level 0. Owner, Sui. Population 1. Space, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. Safety, 1 point. Comfort, 1 point. Items, 7 chairs/tables, 1 bed, 1 couch, 1 refrigerator, 1 computer. Food, 5 dinner rolls, 2 cases of instant noodles, 3 bags of chocolate, 2 bags of dried noodles, 4 bottles of soda, 8 bottles of beer, drink. Water, 2 buckets. Doomsday survival points, 0. Current phase, first Doomsday extreme heat, launching soon. Main quest, stay alive. Quest reward, random bonus awarded based on survival performance upon completion. Special reserve, 1 shelter talent, pending activation. This is terrifyingly real. I hurried to the window and pulled back the curtain to look outside. The streets were already packed. People were pouring out of buildings everywhere, shouting, screaming, shoving. Some were half-dressed, some had panic written all over their faces, and some made a mad dash for the corner store. What's going on? I was just hauling bricks at the construction site. How the hell did I end up back home? This is incredible. I can teleport now. Can somebody send me on a trip overseas? You idiots. Isn't it obvious? Everyone getting teleported at once means one thing. The apocalypse is here. We're done for. No cell signal. Can't make calls. Technology's really been shut down. Hey boss, give me all your longest-lasting food and throw in 100 buckets of ice. Get lost. The world's ending. Your money's just trash now. The crowd surged wildly into the supermarket, and the owner scrambled to pull down the shutters. The chaos snowballed, and soon the police showed up too. I didn't go downstairs. I just watched quietly. 5 minutes left. Too late to go grab supplies now. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Plugged it in. Nothing. The power was out. I turned the faucet. Still water. For now. If the apocalypse doesn't come, great. But if all of this is real, I took a deep breath. Who has the power to teleport everyone on Earth back home at the same time? No prank could pull that off. The first wave of disaster is heat, at least 140 degrees. Without any way to cool down, you won't last more than a few days. Even if you don't get heat stroke, you'll die of dehydration. With technology down, the city's water supply will collapse sooner or later. Every one of us is trapped in our own home. Home is the shelter. Stay calm. Use everything you know about survival to figure out your next move. Water first. I grabbed every basin and bottle in the house and rushed into the bathroom. Bathtub, shower head. I cranked them all to the max. Good thing I rented a place with a bathtub. It could save my life at a moment like this. While the water ran, I kept splashing cold water on my face to keep my skin as damp as possible. Then I checked the fridge. Right, no power. The fridge would lose its cold soon, so I didn't dare open it too often, doing my best to seal in whatever chill was left inside. I dug out all my insulated bottles, filled them with water, and packed them with ice. Insulated bottles don't just keep things hot, they keep things cold too. From now on, open the fridge as little as possible. This is my last lifeline. 1 minute left. If the temperature broke 60 degrees in 1 minute and all technology died, there's no way I'd survive with what I had now. Only one option left. I lifted my head, stared at that data box, and spoke in a low voice. Activate the shelter talent. An unactivated talent has been detected. Activating now. A flash of white light exploded before my eyes. As the light faded, new information surfaced. Congratulations. You've obtained the shelter talent. Homebody's Haven. Homebody's Haven, SSS rank. For every 24 hours you remain in your shelter, you'll randomly receive one survival reward you most urgently need. When your shelter is upgraded, the talent's effects improve accordingly. Huh. SSS rank. I froze on the spot, then broke into ecstasy. Just staying home gets me rewards? And they're exactly what I need most. Whatever I'm lacking, it gives me. I nearly laughed out loud. Then what the hell was I stressing about? This talent. It basically meant I could just kick back and win the apocalypse. I'm a cautious person. When I became certain the end times were really coming, I'd panicked, frantically dredging up every scrap of survival knowledge in my brain. But the moment this talent appeared, I suddenly understood slacking off was enough. SSS rank. No matter how you slice it, that's not weak. Too bad I have to wait until this time tomorrow to see the effect for myself. For now, I've done everything I can. All that's left is to wait. The words had barely left my mouth when a wave of scorching heat slammed into my entire body. The air went instantly dry. The heat climbed like crazy. I felt like every breath I sucked into my lungs was on fire. I whipped around. The sky outside the window was blood red. The whole world had transformed. Rolling waves of heat were pouring in through the open window. The temperature inside shot up, like being stuffed into an oven. Damn it, I forgot to close the window. The first wave of the apocalypse. It started. I rushed to the window and reached out to yank the curtains, but my fingertips smashed into the searing hot steel bars of the security window. SSSS. Too hot. The temperature was rising this fast. That brief delay, and blood-curdling screams erupted from downstairs. So hot. I'm gonna burn to death. What the hell is this weather? The end of the world is really here. Get home now. Somebody save me. My head's spinning. I think I've got heat stroke. I thud. The people who hadn't made it back inside were drenched in sweat, frantically searching for shelter like madmen. The sun overhead suddenly swelled larger, mercilessly unleashing endless heat. The blood-colored sky was blinding, searing like a branding iron. Out on the street, people were already collapsing, unable to bear it, crumpling limply to the ground. But no one could save them. Everyone was sprinting for home. In that instant, all of humanity understood. This was no hallucination. This was a real, cataclysmic transformation of heaven and earth. The world, the apocalypse had truly arrived. Life or death, it all came down to this moment. I couldn't save anyone else. I could only look after myself. I tore down the curtain and wrapped it around my hand, gritting my teeth as I shut the window and drew the drapes tight. The temperature inside dropped a little. Still stuffy and hot, but a lot better than the furnace outside. The apocalypse had only started a few minutes ago. I hadn't done anything strenuous, yet I was already drenched in sweat, my lips cracked and dry. My head was spinning, my whole body inexplicably drained, and a groundless irritation surged up inside me. These were the signs of rapid dehydration. I couldn't afford to be careless. I stripped off my clothes, chugged an entire bottle of water, climbed into the bathtub, and submerged myself completely. But the water in the tub had already gone lukewarm. The extreme heat was slowly bringing this tub of ice water to a boil. If I stay in here any longer, am I going to cook myself? The thought popped up, and I pushed it right back down. 60 degrees wasn't hot enough for that. But the disaster alert had said at least 60 degrees. It never said it wouldn't get higher. The oppressive heat ground against my nerves, and I couldn't stop the wild thoughts racing through my mind. I wanted to find a way out, to boost my chances of survival. But right now, it was just too hard. Ordinary people trapped in their homes, facing this sudden, brutal heat and an unknown tomorrow. Most of them could only wait for fate in silence. Looks like all I can do is bet on my talent kicking in. I soaked in the tub for a long time before finally standing up, dripping wet. I hadn't even made it out of the bathroom before the water droplets on my body had steamed away. That's a little better. Let me eat something first. In this weather, anything left out is going to spoil. I picked out the food that wouldn't keep, forcing down the scalding bites into my stomach. I'd say I'm about as much of a shut-in as they come. At least I've got food and drinks at home. Those people who never stockpile anything, they'll probably be the first ones to drop. Suddenly, I laughed. Well, would you look at that? Turns out the apocalypse actually favors homebodies. Finding humor in misery is a shut-in's instinct. I slowed down my chewing to lose my strength a little more gradually. From outside the window and the floors above and below, shouts came now and then. I couldn't make out the words, but they were all pure despair. It was too hot. The human body simply couldn't adapt to a change this drastic. To keep myself from cracking, I drank water while pulling out a pen and paper to sort through my situation. If my talent works, then tomorrow at noon, I'll get my first reward. What do I need most urgently? I sized up my supplies and mused. The heat dehydrates you, so in theory, water's what I'm short on. But both my food and water can hold out for a few more days. What I'm really lacking is food. It spoils way faster in this heat. So tomorrow's reward will probably be food, or maybe water? I looked up at the ceiling, feeling a little lost. But how exactly is it going to give it to me? From the sky? Fell from the sky? I don't know. The only thing I can do is wait. More than the talent itself, there's something else I care about even more. Is there still any human order left on Earth? If nothing else, as long as there's the slightest chance, someone should be organizing a resistance. This time, can we pull it off? I don't know. All I can do is tough it out in the sweltering heat, counting down the minutes. 8 hours later, night fell. Occasional sounds drifted up from the streets, people slipping out to scavenge for food while the temperature dipped a little in the dark. But no word of any official rescue ever came. Technology wiped out, disaster striking without warning. The state machinery of the entire world was paralyzed overnight. Even if someone's still out there running rescue operations, it's a drop in the bucket for now. And next month, a whole new disaster. All of humanity has become someone else's plaything. I closed my eyes and lay back down on the bed. A full night of thinking had made everything crystal clear. Rather than putting my life in someone else's hands, I'd rely on myself. How do I survive? Stay home. The next day, around noon, I was lying groggily in bed when I suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall. Time's up. The talent reward should be coming, right? Before the words even left my mouth, a semi-transparent message box popped up in front of me. Congratulations. You have triggered the shelter talent and received a random reward. Ice water maker, grade D. A brilliant white light burst out across the floor. As the light faded, an object resembling a large freezer sat right in front of me. I froze for a second, then leaned in for a closer look. A line of small text hovered above the unit. Ice water maker, grade D shelter item. Permanent refrigeration with built-in cold storage. Automatically produces 10 servings of drinkable ice water every 24 hours. Each serving lowers the body's perceived temperature by 5 degrees for 2 hours. No more than 10 servings can exist at any one time, regardless of location. As the freezer appeared, a new entry showed up in my shelter inventory. My comfort level jumped from 1 point to 11. There really is a reward. I took a deep breath, strode over, and threw open the door. A wave of frigid white mist rushed out to greet me. That icy sensation wrapped around my whole body, and I felt so good I nearly squinted my eyes shut and cried out. So good. It was like diving into an air-conditioned room at the height of a summer afternoon. So refreshing it left me breathless. I bent down, practically wanting to shove half my body inside. Neatly lined up inside were 10 containers of liquid, each about the size of a beverage bottle. I grabbed one, twisted off the cap, and cautiously took a small sip. Ding! You have consumed grade D ice water and gained the status. Body perceived temperature -5 degrees, lasting 2 hours. The icy chill slid down my throat and spread through my entire body. My feverish skin instantly. The room grew calm. My pores tightened up and the sweating stopped. Much better. Good stuff. I let out a satisfied sigh. This was exactly what I needed right now. With this thing, the two biggest survival threats in extreme heat stroke and dehydration, were both solved. I was about to keep examining the freezer when a sudden, frantic knocking came from the door. Bang, 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 bang. The pounding was urgent. My heart clenched. Instinct told me there was a group of people out there. Purpose unknown. I narrowed my eyes, gave no response, held my breath, and stayed dead still. Even though this was my first time living through the apocalypse, I understood one thing: when disaster strikes, the human heart is the hardest thing to read. The world had collapsed, chaos everywhere. Who knew if the people outside were neighbors looking to survive or thugs sharpening their knives? Forget opening the door. Even answering was a stupid move. Anyone in there? Open up. Were your neighbors from upstairs? Open the door. A rough, gravelly male voice, clearly a big guy. I clenched my fists, quietly edged toward the cabinet, and pulled out 2 kitchen knives, one in each hand. Damn it, another empty place. Weird. Didn't that broadcast say everyone went home? There should be someone in here. Lee, quit waiting. Whoever's inside probably passed out from the heat already. Not worth the trouble. What rotten luck. Another poor bastard's gonna die. A round of sighs. Then someone kicked the door hard a few times to vent, and the footsteps slowly faded away. From start to finish, I hadn't made a single sound. They left and didn't double back. I stayed frozen in place for a full half-hour before I dared to slowly relax. 2 more hours passed. I took a sip of ice water to recover some strength, then crept over to the peephole. Empty outside. They're moving in a pack, going door to door searching for survivors. I calculated. From the way they talked, they've already checked plenty of rooms and seen some dead bodies. Too little intel to figure out anything more. But one thing was certain. My safe haven talent was seriously useful. As long as I held this position, I wouldn't need to set foot outside at all. Just holing up at home every day would get me through the first brutal month of heat. Good thing I locked the door tight yesterday. If someone had broken in and seen this freezer of mine. I glanced back at the freezer, quietly counting my blessings. The world's order had crumbled. No law, no rescue. Everyone was on their own. Trusting anyone was as good as handing over your life. If you wanted to live, you had to be more careful than anyone else. I dragged the table, chairs, refrigerator, every heavy object in the house that could be moved, and piled it all against the door. One word: barricade. Let the storm rage outside all at once. I'm not stepping out that door. Turtle shell tactics. There. Even if someone smashes through in the middle of the night, they're not getting in. I wiped the sweat off my face, staring with satisfaction at the door I'd packed solid. The windows didn't worry me. Curtains drawn tight, security bars melted half to slag by the heat. In this temperature, no idiots climbing 6 stories up with their bare hands. That's just not something a human being could do. Everything set, I started hauling food and water into the freezer. This freezer was uncanny. No power hooked up, yet it kept cranking out cold like a champ. I'm no engineer, I couldn't figure out how it worked, so I just squeezed every bit of use out of it. Good thing I didn't have much stockpiled. 1 unit held it all, just barely. By the time I finished, I was drenched in sweat. I dug some crushed ice out of the freezer, dumped it in the tub, stripped down, and sank in. One hand in ice, one hand in cool water. The heat baked into my body slowly melted away. That's the stuff. I lay there, eyes half closed, savoring it, but my mind kept churning. An SSS rank shelter talent really is something. I just wonder what it'll reward me with tomorrow or the day after. If my shelter's got a talent, then other people's shelters probably each have one too, right? The thought shifted, and suddenly I remembered my parents, 1,000 miles away. Not a word from them now. All I could do was worry from afar. Right as the sadness hit, a notification blared in my ears. Congratulations. Everyone hearing this message is a lucky survivor who's made it to day 2. Today's Earth Doomsday Disaster Daily Broadcast. Shelters remaining worldwide. Over 8.2 billion. Humans who lost their shelters yesterday. Over 1.3 billion. Today's disaster change. Temperature rises 10 degrees. No cool down at night. Everyone, fight to survive. My face fell instantly. The temperature's going up? 60 degrees was already this brutal. At 70, how many people would die? Lost their shelters. Put plainly, that was the death toll. 10 billion people on Earth, and 1.3 billion gone on the very first day. It would only climb from here. Once the supplies in these rooms run dry, once the disasters keep ramping up harder and harder, that's the real life or death gauntlet. What the hell is this thing anyway? Why is it so hell-bent on driving humanity to extinction? My heart was still sinking when another notification chimed. As a survival reward, the global shelter communication platform, organized by city, is now opened. Trading boards for each city are also open. Any shelter may freely trade any supplies. Warning: all trades must be genuine. Anyone caught scamming will have 10 times their shelter's supplies confiscated. A group reward? Divided up by city, letting people freely communicate and trade? It was starting to feel more and more like a game. Except the chips in this game were the lives of all humanity. I looked up my eyes. A new panel materialized in front of me, looking exactly like the most familiar MMO chat box. At the top, it read, Jinling City Shelter Communication Channel. Below, messages scrolled by at breakneck speed, quickly filling the screen. Unnamed shelter, hello? Anybody there? Unnamed shelter. Yeah, dying of heat here. Anyone know what the hell's going on? Is this actually the apocalypse? Unnamed shelter. You still haven't wrapped your head around it? I've got 2 liters of water, trading for any food, already listed on the trading platform. Anyone want in? Big Dragon number 1. Nobody's got names? I can't tell who's who. What are your talents? I'll go first. A-rank shelter, feeling pretty good about my odds. Wang Chinchin. Aren't we supposed to use real names? I'm not saying my talent, in case you guys are bad people. Unnamed shelter. It's the end of the world, and you're still hiding stuff. Humanity needs to stick together. Somebody please help my kid. Hasn't eaten all day. Water's almost gone. Unnamed shelter. MOM. Dad, where are you? It's Daniel. It's Daniel. It's Daniel. Unnamed shelter. Daniel, quit spamming the chat. We're all about to die of thirst, and you're here looking for your mommy. I watched in silence, saying nothing. The screen was flooded with missing person posts, cries for help, trade offers. Only a handful of shelters were cautiously feeling each other out, chatting about talents, about the disaster. Probably the ones with decent talents and no immediate survival pressure. Day 2. Panic was panic, but most people could still hang on. The real life or death crisis hadn't hit yet. After watching for a while, I realized everyone was guarded. Nobody was letting slip anything useful. There were also people claiming to be official, desperately calling out, trying to organize the survivors. But these days, who could guarantee they weren't con artists? I switched to the trading interface. Orders from Jinling and the surrounding areas packed the screen, all kinds of them. Mostly barter, but plenty of straight-up pleas for help mixed in. Trade listing. Got 1 liter of urine. Sweet flavor. Trading for food. No shit please. Trade listing. 1 bottle of mineral water. Only trading for long storage food. 1 a day and a half's worth. No pocket knives. Trade listing. Collector's Edition Ming Dynasty General's Armor. Full set. Comes with saber and bow. Apocalypse Home Essential. Only trading for 7 days of water plus food. Trade listing. Neighbor hoards grain. I hoard guns. Neighbor is my pantry. Crossbow set. Comes with 20 iron bolts. Trading for 5 days of food and drink. The orders kept piling up fast. Looked like Jinling had plenty of survivors. Only, how many would be left in a few days? I scrolled through carefully. Not much of value. Same stuff going back and forth. Food, drink, weapons, tools. Some people were dumping gold bars and jewelry at high prices, with 0 takers. The one that actually stood out was that listing selling sweet. A bottle of urine, and it actually sold. Order successfully traded. Even piss had people fighting over it, while gold and silver rotted in people's hands. In a world gone to hell, anything you could eat or drink was the real hard currency. I looked down at the half bottle of ice water left in my hand and murmured, maybe I'll list one too, see what I can trade it for. I still had plenty of ice water. Listing half a bottle was no big deal. I put the half bottle up. Under the wanted section, I only wrote, food, weapons. At the same time, I made the info on this half bottle of water completely public. Anyone could see it was a shelter talent item. Its value was obvious at a glance, and I wasn't worried about exposure. After all, I was just unnamed shelter, basically anonymous. The second I listed it, not even 2 seconds later, you have a new order transaction message. Please reply ASAP. Someone placed an order that fast? Pleasantly surprised, I opened it. Buyer, unnamed shelter. Hey, 2 cups of instant noodles for your ice water. Deal, right? 2 cups of instant noodles? Rationed carefully, that could last 3 days. I propped my chin on my hand, in no rush to reply. Each order lasted up to 24 hours anyway, and it wasn't like I was short on food. Besides, now that I had a trading platform, I could swap ice water for food every single day. In this hellish weather, nothing was worth more than water. You have a new order transaction message. Please reply ASAP. You have a new order transaction message. Please reply ASAP. You have a new order transaction message. Please reply ASAP. A whole string of notifications went off. I froze, then quickly opened them. Buyer, dude, you there? 1 meal for it. Want a trade? Buyer, a big bottle of sweet liquid. 1 for half a bottle. You totally won't lose out. Buyer, cigarettes. 3 packs of the good stuff for half a bottle. Guaranteed bestseller in the apocalypse. Buyer, hey handsome. My eyes went wide. What the hell was all this? Aside from the cigarettes, which were at least normal, the rest were all bizarre junk. Someone was even trying to seduce me through the screen? Cyber flirting? At a time like this, and they're still trying to pull moves. Can that fill your stomach? I couldn't be bothered to respond, but the notification sounds just wouldn't stop. Everyone was drooling over this half bottle of ice water. It lowered body temperature by a fixed 5 degrees. In a critical moment, it was a literal lifesaver. Plenty of smart people knew a good thing when they saw it, but every one of them was just trying to score a bargain. So I just locked down the trade categories: food, weapons. Everything else got auto-blocked. Sure enough, the spam messages dropped off a cliff. About 2 hours later, buried among a pile of normal orders, one message caught my eye. Buyer, plant bread, grade D consumable. Once eaten, it provides a full day of basic nutrition and restores a day's worth of energy, though you'll still feel hunger. Dude, 2 for your half bottle. You definitely won't lose out on this deal. Interesting. The buyer's bread, just like my ice water, is a special product of the shelters. Trading magic ice water for magic bread. No matter how I run the numbers, I come out fine. Everyone gets what they need. I agreed right away and confirmed the trade. Ding. Your order has been successfully completed. Info for plant bread popped up on the interface. I opened my hand, and 2 loaves the size of my palm dropped into it out of thin air. Wheat-colored, with a mouth-watering aroma. Just looking at them made me hungry. The item description floated above them, matching exactly what the buyer had said. Without another word, I took a bite out of one. Kinda sweet. Not bad. I licked my lips, wanting more. This bread really hit the spot. I wondered how much of it that guy still had. Wait. I stared at the remaining loaf, and a thought flashed through my mind. My talent rewards me with whatever I need most each day. Day 1 it gave me ice water, so the next one is probably food. But what if I've already traded my ice water for enough food? What if I'm not short on food anymore? Will the second reward change? I muttered, if it changes, that means I can control what the rewards are. My heart skipped a beat. This was the right way to use the talent. Every person in the world had their own shelter. To survive wave after wave of disaster, you had to learn how to run it. Whoever made their shelter thrive would live another day. I immediately walked to the freezer, pulled out 5 bottles of ice water, and listed them all. This time, food only. In less than 2 hours, requests came flooding in. Ordinary, magical, you name it, they had it. I specifically picked the ones offering large quantities of long-lasting stuff. Instant noodles, crackers, that kind of thing. My one guiding principle, quantity. Magic food was priced way too high. Sure, it was effective, but I couldn't get much of it. After all 5 bottles of ice water were gone, my bathroom floor was piled high with all kinds of dry goods, a full variety. By my estimate, if I rationed it, I could hold out for a good half a month, no problem. Food's taken care of. Now I just wait until tomorrow to see what reward it gives me. I already had a plan. As long as the sky didn't fall, I'd stay indoors as much as possible. I'd squeeze every last drop out of my shelter talent and stockpile a pile of disaster survival rewards at home first. It's a little boring, sure, but at least my life's in my own hands. I flopped onto the couch and started scrolling through the Jinling channel out of sheer boredom. The whole city was out of water and power. My phone and computer had long since become useless bricks. My only pastime was peeking at what was going on outside through the chat window. I meant to just lurk quietly, but the moment I opened the channel, half the city was calling out to me. Ice water bro, you there? Please restock. We can negotiate the price. Ice water bro, bring out a few more bottles. I just missed out. I'll throw in extra food. At Ice water bro, big. Here's the English translation. Bro, I just risked my life running to the supermarket. Please, sell me another bottle of water. The screen was flooded with Ice water bro. It suddenly clicked. They were calling for me. A few people who weren't up to speed asked curiously, "What's everyone shouting about? Who's Ice water bro? We've got influencers even in the apocalypse." Ice water bro is way bigger than any influencer, someone immediately explained. A few bottles of ice water just popped up on the trading platform. Drink it, and it cools your body down. Think about it. The temperature is about to shoot up to 158 degrees Fahrenheit. Having a bottle of ice water in your hand at a moment like that, that's a lifesaver. Influencer? They're not even worthy of comparison to Ice water bro. Ice water bro is a saint. Ice water bro, please, I'm begging you. Sell just one more bottle. Ice water bro, huh? I need ice water. I'm not gonna make it. It feels like ants crawling all over my body. Please, even half a bottle will do. I sucked in a sharp breath. Insane. Everyone's gone insane. Once the intel got passed around, anyone who knew their stuff understood exactly what ice water was worth. But no matter how raw they screamed their throats, Ice water bro had vanished into thin air, not a single trace. In the channel, only a handful of lucky souls who'd snagged some ice water remained, showing off while flipping their bottles for a profit. Special ice water. Bidding starts at 10 cases of instant noodles. Highest bidder wins. Same ice water as Ice water bros, now available. Trading for large quantities of food. Gentle college girls also accepted. One sip version of ice water now up for grabs. Tested it myself. Even one small sip cools you down. One sip for 5 packs of instant noodles or 5 bottles of regular water. I felt a jolt run through me. Damn, even at the end of the world, nobody's forgotten how to turn a profit. Keep some for yourself, then flip the rest. And this move actually got quite a few people through the early stage. And it was precisely because of this that I understood, better than anyone, just how much these few bottles of ice water in my hands were really worth. Damn it, I sold too cheap. I let out a sigh. But I wasn't planning to sell the rest of my ice water just yet. I'm the only one in all of Jinling with cooling ice water. Those 4.5 bottles on the market haven't even been absorbed yet. If I list more now, it'll only drive the price down. Wait a little longer. When their supply runs dry, when they've got nowhere left to turn, that's the moment I maximize my profit. I was calm. In the apocalypse, my life and my interests always come first. As for whether anyone else lives or dies, none of my business. Night fell. 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky had gone dark, but the temperature hadn't dropped in the slightest. That extra 18 degrees of surging heat clung like a scorching film inside everyone's nostrils. Every single breath felt like swallowing fire. Irritated, I scrolled through trade listings and the regional chat, trying to distract myself, until a sudden clamor of voices erupted from the street outside my window. Someone came out. I strode over to the window, pulled back a sliver of the curtain, and peered outside. In the night, several people emerged one after another from my apartment building, holding candlesticks and crude torches. Hurry up, quit dragging your feet. It's boiling out here. Lee, you really think we'll find food? My throat's about to catch fire. We find it, or we starve. Take your pick. Damn weather doesn't even cool down at night. A few men in work uniforms grumbled loudly. Up above, Plenty of windows had been cracked open, countless pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. Lee? My chest tightened. Wasn't that the guy who came knocking at my door this afternoon? I recognized this group, but I had no idea where they came from or what they were after. Always buried in work, I barely knew any of my neighbors. I remember there were a few shops down this street. Let's go check them out. Everybody brought their gear, right? Don't come back empty-handed like last night. Got it, Lee. Think we can trade for some more ice water afterward? I heard that stuff's a lifesaver. Ice water? Too pricey, not worth it. Regular water'll do. Talking in low voices, they headed off into the deep darkness. I saw it clearly. Rebar, kitchen knives, homemade bows and arrows clutched in their hands. In this scorching apocalypse, the enemy was the heat. Carrying that many weapons, they sure as hell weren't going out to look for food. Alarm bells went off in my head. There had to be people in those shops. They were going to rob them. The heat apocalypse had shattered the conditions for human survival, but it hadn't wiped out humanity directly. More dangerous than the blistering heat was the human heart. The city had ground to a halt, resources had dried up, and the deepest darkness in people's souls was slowly being baked to the surface. At times like these, the ones who threw out the old rules were the ones living best. Before long, mercy, please. Have mercy, my husband. What did you do to my husband? Murder. Somebody help. Piercing screams tore through the night sky. From the darkness at the far end of the street came a man's agonized cries, a woman's wails, a child's sobbing, all crystal clear. In an instant, the nearby apartment buildings fell dead silent. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes stared quietly in that direction. Not a single person made a sound. About an hour or so later, Lee and his crew came back hauling bags big and small, chatting and laughing the whole way. Bro, why wouldn't you let me have a go at that chick? She was pretty nice. You don't know shit. You gotta conserve your energy. Doing that in heat like this. Not scared of dying from dehydration. I just got one good feel in. Nice and soft, huh? Come on, make a few more trips. Don't let anyone else scavenge the leftovers. They let out sleazy laughter. I could see it clearly. They were all splattered with fresh blood, and the weapons in their hands glinted dark red. Just as I'd figured, a dangerous bunch. I narrowed my eyes. Good thing I didn't open the door during the day. If I'd been alone and run into this crew, they'd have made off with my freezer for sure. They've already banded together. Their abilities are unclear, but the speed at which they've adapted to the apocalypse is downright terrifying. If I let them keep growing, sooner or later they'll come knocking on my door. Just because they didn't break in today doesn't mean they won't tomorrow. Once people break free from their inner restraints, there's nothing they won't do. Kicking in doors house by house, looting, hoarding supplies. It's only a matter of time. I have to reinforce my shelter's defenses. I need to be able to protect myself. I drew the curtains and sat in the dark, thinking it through calmly. Soon, I reopened the trading platform and listed all 4 bottles of ice water at once. I changed my trade request to any effective means of defending a shelter. Weapons, gear, anything. As long as it boosts my security, I'll trade for it. I also made a point of adding, if the price doesn't work, leave a message and we can negotiate. As long as the item's good enough, I don't mind throwing in a few extra bottles. After all, 10 new bottles auto-generate in the freezer every day at noon. This business of mine is pure profit, zero cost. Ice water guy's back at it. For bottles at once. Gotta be the real deal. Let me check the order. Defensive measures this time. Guy's got a clear head. He's got food and water covered, and now he's working on defense. This apocalypse is basically a walk in the park for him. Damn, I'm dying of thirst over here. The whole family next door is dead, and ice water guy's already worrying about home security. Humanity should stand united. I call on Ice Water Guy to give out water for free and be a hero to the whole city. A few comments about the new order drifted through the chat channel, but most of it was still cries for help and people crowning themselves saviors. On the second night of the apocalypse, the initial novelty had worn off, leaving nothing but fear of the future. Resources were dwindling, and the temperature was growing more lethal by the hour. People were finally facing the truth. This was a genuine, deadly global catastrophe. And it was precisely because resources were so scarce that my ice water was in such high demand. Those bottles from the afternoon were long gone, and the new listing of 4 drew the attention of most surviving shelters in the city. Replies came flooding in, one after another. I spent a full hour carefully sifting through the flood of messages. In the end, I settled on a compact composite crossbow, 30 professional steel bolts, complete with maintenance tools, replacement parts, and an instruction manual. In peacetime, this was a restricted item, every bit as lethal as a handgun. It was worth a fortune. I closed the deal for 3 bottles and traded the last one for a heat-resistant jacket. Everyone's shrewder than the next. I took a deep breath. In the apocalypse, everyone was calculating every move. With a weapon in hand, I finally felt a little more at ease. I looked. The front door was barricaded tight. I set the crossbow beside my pillow, making sure I could grab it the instant I woke. I put on the insulated jacket, but it barely helped. I was still stifling, suffocating in the heat. Food, water, weapons, I had them all. What I was missing now was medicine. Lying in bed, I ran the numbers in the dark. Tomorrow's ice water, I try to trade it for some meds. Maybe some heat stroke relief, that kind of thing. What would tomorrow's reward be? More of the same food and water, or something new? Turning it over in my mind, I drifted off without realizing it. Bang! No. Stay back. I'm calling the police. Help. Somebody's trying to kill me. The sudden screaming from upstairs jolted me awake. I rolled over, snatched up the crossbow, and stared warily at the door. The door was intact. No one was inside. Only after confirming I was safe did I look up at the ceiling. Old apartment complex, terrible soundproofing. The sounds of the fight upstairs came through crystal clear, crashing and banging. A man's furious cursing, a woman's shrieks, furniture being smashed to pieces. What the hell do you think you're doing? You want to hurt someone? Don't come any closer. I've got a weapon. Act. Another scream. Some good Samaritan had just been taken down. Was it Lee's crew? From what I'd seen these past 2 days, they were the toughest people in the whole building. But whether it was them or not, the picture was already clear. Someone in this building had finally snapped and started taking what they wanted. Going after their neighbors. Breaking down doors, looting. The ugliest side of the apocalypse was slowly playing out. People stripped of any order would turn chaotic and dangerous beyond measure. I stayed on edge, keeping watch in silence. An hour later, the commotion upstairs gradually died down. The attackers hadn't spread further. They hadn't come downstairs toward me. But I knew. The supplies in one apartment would never be enough to satisfy that pack of starving wolves. Sooner or later, they'd come knocking at my door. There was no escaping it. Me and those people, we were bound to collide head-on eventually. I glanced around. Outside the window, the sky had long since brightened, the blood-red heavens churning with twisted waves of heat. The clock on the wall had just reached noon, 12 o'clock exactly. Day 3 of the apocalypse, midday. Congratulations. You have remained in your shelter for a full new 24 hours, triggering a talent reward. Congratulations. You have obtained a Grade D shelter talent recruitment voucher. As the mysterious voice faded, a weightless golden slip of paper fluttered down onto the coffee table in front of me. A talent recruitment voucher? Is this the second reward? I picked up the slip and turned it over and over. All it had were indecipherable, mysterious patterns and 4 words: Grade D recruitment. Nothing else. Every shelter could recruit talent, too, and whoever showed up, they'd appear out of thin air, or another human from Earth. This is starting to feel more and more like a game, I muttered. A game where a lot of people are going to die. I love games, and this voucher gave me a vague sense of how the Doomsday Shelter mechanics worked. That mysterious entity had most likely turned the entire Earth into one massive game arena, with all of humanity forced to play whether they liked it or not. Use it. I gripped the recruitment voucher tight and confirmed. A burst of golden light exploded from my palm, tore free from my hand, and expanded before me, gradually condensing into a human form. The light faded, and a petite young woman with bright, piercing eyes stood before me. A person, conjured out of thin air. I stared dumbfounded, even braced for it. I was floored by the sight. The girl stood under 5'3", early 20s, plain-featured, but those eyes were startlingly bright, and every glance and expression radiated a fierce, commanding energy. Soldier Linyu, reporting to the commander. She snapped to attention with a sharp crack, chest out, chin up, her voice ringing with force and presence. A soldier? Only then did I take in her gear. Camo combat fatigues, covered in carefully designed pockets and attachments, every inch of it built for function. Solid, non-slip combat boots, a multi-function tactical belt at her waist, hung with a pistol, magazine pouches, a flashlight, and a multi-tool, all neatly arranged, ready for a fight at a moment's notice. Are you human? From Earth? Where'd you come from? I asked, startled and thrilled. Her gaze never wavered as she answered crisply. Sir, I'm human, from the Huaxia Special War Preparation Zone. I've received my orders. The apocalypse is here, and humanity's survival hangs in this very moment. I've been assigned in this hour of crisis to protect you, Commander, and to follow your command. Her answer was clear and precise, and it pretty much confirmed my guess. She had to be a new breed of human, created by that mysterious entity using Earth's people as the blueprint. Loyalty to me was branded into her memory from birth, and she also understood the current situation. So this was what shelter talent meant. This apocalypse really was like a management sim. A prompt chimed in my ears. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited a D-rank combat-type talent, Special Forces Soldier Lin Yu. The talent info panel has been unlocked. You may check the full status of all talents in the talent module. A new talent category had appeared in my shelter info. My population went from 1 to 2, and my security level jumped from 1 to 11. I opened the talent module, and Lin Yu's detailed stats popped up. Talent data. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 22. Type, Soldier. Rank, D. Physical strength, 85. Neural response, 83. Endurance, 88. Mental willpower, 95. Self-healing/immunity, 82. Trait loyalty, she is. Loyal warrior of China. No matter what dire straits the shelter falls into, I will never betray it. Talent military fundamentals. Master of all standard combat techniques of a modern soldier. Fully proficient with firearms and blades. Skilled in close-quarters combat, reconnaissance, and wilderness survival. Combat rating, 105. A set of data, looking exactly like a video game panel, was laid out clearly right in front of me. 105 combat rating. Was that high or low? I thought about it for a second and reached a conclusion. Either way stronger than me. I was just an ordinary office worker. In my free time I played games, read novels, and hit the gym once in a while. With a build like mine, there was no way I could beat a professional soldier, even if it was a woman. Commander, what do you need me to do right now? Lin Yu looked at me with bright, piercing eyes, her voice crisp and clear. Her face was firm yet refined, her skin slightly tanned from long stretches of outdoor training, her short hair perfectly in place. With her high nose bridge and tightly pressed lips, it seemed like no hardship could ever shake her resolve. This was a soldier who made you feel safe. Even I, another man, couldn't deny it. Take it easy for now. I waved my hand. You hungry? Want something to eat? There was deeper data on the talent panel too. Hunger, illness, mental state. Clearly, talents needed to eat, could get sick, and might even break down under the crushing pressure of the apocalypse. I'm not hungry. She shook her head, cold as iron. Commander, our supplies are critically low. I can't waste food. When I'm not in combat, I can get by on one meal every 3 days, and just half of what a grown man would eat. Half a meal every 3 days? Sheesh. That kind of endurance was practically inhuman. I gave her a thumbs up, but before I could say anything, a new notification chimed. Citywide regional announcement in progress. A shelter has acquired a talent. The exploration mission module is now unlocked. All shelters may dispatch talents to carry out exploration missions and obtain more survival supplies. Now live, shelter rankings, talent rankings, and exploration mission rankings. At the end of this apocalypse cycle, bonus rewards will be distributed based on ranking. This was a notice broadcast to the entire city. In an instant, the whole city erupted. The dead silent chat channel exploded all at once. Unnamed shelter. What the heck is this? Exploration missions? Leaderboards? Why does this apocalypse reek of some pay-to-win MMO? Unnamed shelter. We're barely clinging to life here, and that thing's just sitting back watching us grind like it's a game? Damn it. I'm about to die of thirst. I'm the big shot. Which of you managed to recruit a talent? Are they strong? Can you help me get in touch with my mom and dad? Wang Qinshen. I checked the rankings. There's only one person on the talent board, and it belongs to Unnamed Shell. Shelter. Too bad we can't private message. Jinling Human Self-Rescue Society. Calling out to this guy. Step up, join the Self-Rescue Society, and help all the survivors in the city. The channel completely blew up. Everyone was talking. Some guessed it was Icewater Bro, some pretended to be the #1 ranker, and others scrambled to figure out the exploration missions. I watched quietly for a while, then closed the chat and pulled up the 3 leaderboards. The level rankings were a total mess. Everyone stuck at level 0. My rank, 35,164. The talent rankings were way cleaner. I sat alone at the top. In the entire city, I was the first to recruit a talent. The exploration rankings, completely empty. I closed the leaderboards and opened the exploration module that had just appeared in the shelter. Current exploration missions refreshes daily. 1. Supply gathering. A-rank, 8 hours. Randomly yields survival supplies. Rewards depend on talent rating, level, and mission rank. Requires 1 talent. 2. Material gathering. D-rank, 12 hours. Randomly yields materials for upgrading the shelter. Requires 1 D-rank or higher talent. 3. Medicine gathering. D-rank, 12 hours. Randomly yields medicine. Requires 1 talent. 3 missions, all different, all requiring me to send out a talent. I stared at the panel, my heartbeat picking up. This meant that as long as I had talents in the shelter, I could rake in supplies nonstop, without ever leaving. My ability was unique. I had to stay holed up in the shelter year-round. I couldn't go out and take risks like everyone else. Safe, sure, but it also cut off one whole avenue for gathering supplies. Now, though, things were different. I'd command from the rear and send talents out to do the work. I'd still collect my ability rewards, plus the exploration rewards. Double the haul, double the supplies. I made up my mind and picked a mission. Then came the question, which one? I was short on all 3, but I only had one person, Linyu. Let's start with the 8-hour one. Short time, quick results. I didn't dare let her stay out too long. There was still a pack of thugs holed up in this building, and who knew when they'd come sniffing around my door. The moment I confirmed mission 1, Linyu snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Commander, mission received. I'll get it done. She turned to leave, and I called out to stop her. Wait. I glanced at the crossbow in my hand, hesitated for a moment, then pushed the kitchen tools toward her. Take your pick. See if any of these feel right in your hands. Put on this heat-resistant jacket. Grab some food and 2 bottles of ice water. It's hot enough out there to melt a person. Don't get heat stroke. I really wanted to hand her the crossbow, but if the thugs broke down the door, I'd barely be able to protect myself. Staying alive came first. Thank you, Commander. Linyu took. Coat on. She casually grabbed 2 fruit knives, then patted the holster at her hip, smiling bright as sunshine breaking through clouds. Don't worry, boss. I'm tough. I'd almost forgotten. This woman came armed. You got enough ammo? Yep. Machine pistol, 20 rounds per mag, 3 mags. 60 rounds. I nodded, satisfied. Go on. Take care of yourself. Supplies come second. Yes, boss. She spun around, spirited, and walked to the door, then suddenly stopped. Boss, this door. She looked back, pointing at the pile of junk barricading the entrance. I slapped my forehead, embarrassed. Oh, right, forgot. That's my door barricade. You know me. I'm no good in a fight. Gotta prioritize staying alive. Smart move, boss. Good call. Linyu chuckled and helped me clear a path through the doorway. Before heading out, she crouched by the door for a while, fiddling with something. Boss, I've set up some basic traps and an early warning system. If anything stirs outside the door, stay alert and wait for me to come back and help. With that, she slipped nimbly into the stairwell, plunging straight into the rolling waves of heat outside. The second she was out, I sealed the door up tight behind her. All that hassle had left me drenched in sweat, head spinning, body swaying. I couldn't be bothered with anything else. I grabbed my crossbow, bolted into the bathroom, dumped half a bottle of ice water over my head, chugged the other half, then stripped down and climbed into the tub. Only then did the heat stroke symptoms finally ease up a little. This hellish weather. You could die of heat just sitting at home. What was it like out there? I hoped Linyu would be okay. She was my only asset. Yesterday's ice water was gone, and the freezer had refreshed with 10 new bottles. 2 went to Linyu, 1 I'd used, leaving 7. Should I trade these 7 for something better? Soaking in the tub, I pulled up the city trading platform. There were way more rare goods than yesterday, mostly food and water, but priced through the roof. Seemed I wasn't the only one with a handy talent. It's only when you're backed into a corner that you get it. A bottle of clean water can be worth more than gold. I didn't find anything really worthwhile. But figuring ice water would depreciate as more good stock flooded in, I still spent 3 bottles on some shelf-stable food. For bottles left, I'd hold on to them for now and see how things looked tonight. The afternoon was mind-numbingly dull. I dug out my comic books and read them over and over to kill time. A little after 5, the sound of smashing and cursing came from upstairs again. This time I wasn't as panicked. I just listened for a moment, then checked every corner of my place again, making sure everything was airtight. Those thugs upstairs, no telling how many people they'd already terrorized. When would it be my turn? Either way, they were a threat. To stay alive, I needed to get rid of them, and fast. Have Linyu bring. Storm up there and clear the place out? Bad idea. As good a fighter as she is, she's still just one person. If something goes wrong, I lose everything. The real problem is, I don't know what kind of ability the other side has. In the chat channels, I've seen people roll combat-type abilities. If someone up there is hiding a combat ability, even a soldier like Lin, you might not be able to hold them off. Just hold out a little longer. I took a deep breath and kept lying low. As long as they didn't come for me, I'd stay quiet, bide my time, and build up my strength in the shadows. A little after 6 in the evening, a mess of footsteps clattered upstairs, mixed with cursing chatter. Damn, this hellish weather keeps getting hotter. Boss, that bottle of ice water, mind giving me another sip? Head out and check the hall. You know the rules. Whoever scavenges the most gets a drink. You got it. Watch me work. Oh, by the way, boss, around noon I think I heard some chick downstairs yelling something like, "Commander, we got an officer type around here." An officer? It's the end of the world. An officer's not worth shit. When we get back later, dig that chick out and take a look. The conversation drifted past my door and down the stairs. Pressed against the window, peering through a gap in the curtains, I watched a group of men haul empty sacks out of the stairwell. Leading them was the same brotherly from yesterday, but the crew had grown, 13 men in all. I'd been marked. This old building had terrible soundproofing. The noise from summoning Lin Yu had reached Brother Lee's crew loud and clear. My mind raced through the math. 8 floors, for units per floor. The area had all the amenities, and word was every unit had someone living in it. Mostly office workers and construction crews. Judging by those guys' builds, definitely construction. Figuring 1 person per unit. That's at least 32 people in the whole building. Subtract the assault victims and the ones who died when the apocalypse hit, and there are probably around 20 left. I lived on the 6th floor. Brother Lee's crew was above me, which meant either the 7th or 8th. Since there'd already been assaults upstairs, they'd search my floor by tomorrow or the day after at the latest. With a little bad luck, tonight. I was running out of time. The danger felt like a knife point pressed against the back of my neck. Brother Lee's crew kept growing. Lin Yu alone couldn't possibly hold off a dozen-plus burly construction workers. Even flashing a gun to scare them off, if the other side was hiding some nasty ability, I'd still lose. I needed a plan. Turn this apartment into a fortress. I looked toward the front door, and 4 words surfaced in my mind. 1 woman holds the gate. Time trickled away. A little after 8, the sky went completely dark. Brother Lee's crew still hadn't come back. The street was dead silent, broken only by the occasional voice, probably survivors nearby out scavenging for supplies. The night's heat didn't let up, but the darkness always offered a fleeting, illusory sense of safety. Feeling. People seemed to have gotten used to moving around in the dark. But I stayed holed up at home, keeping quiet, scanning the trading platform for anything I could use to reinforce my defenses. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door. In the dark, I jerked upright and snatched up my crossbow, holding my breath in the blackness. But I quickly picked out the rhythm outside the door, long and short, uneven, and very soft. It was the signal Lin Yu and I had agreed on before she left. I felt my way to the door, said nothing, and just nudged aside the table blocking it, making a small sound. "Chief, it's me." A hushed voice came from outside almost immediately. I hadn't been sure who was knocking, which was why I'd tested it this way. Once I confirmed it was Lin Yu, I quickly cleared everything aside, opened the door to let her in, then barricaded it back up, one heavy item at a time. Hauling all this stuff back and forth, I didn't mind at all. Compared to your life, no hassle is really a hassle. So, how'd it go? What did you get? I asked in a low voice through the dark. Lin Yu slipped into the bathroom, used the wall to block the light, and flicked on her tactical flashlight, while her other hand set down 3 backpacks on the floor. Chief, it's all here. She gently opened the bags, revealing them packed full of supplies. I looked over, and a notification chimed in my ear at the same moment. Congratulations. Exploration mission complete. The explorer brought back the following supplies: 20 packs of crackers, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candy, 3 rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of Huaxiang liquid, 20 cans of fruits and vegetables, 20 bags of dried fruit. Mission rating, excellent. The shelter has earned 10 survival points. The survival point shop is now open. Points can be used to purchase apocalypse items or upgrade talent attributes. Survival points? I raised an eyebrow. The stat had been there in the data all along, but I hadn't realized it was this important. Supposedly, the more points you have, the faster the shelter grows stronger. And right now, the only steady way to rack up points seemed to be through exploration missions. Nice work. I patted her on the shoulder. Kill the light, grab some stuff for the freezer, then eat. Sure thing, Chief, but I'm not really hungry yet. Eat anyway. You need to recover your strength. I noticed a barely visible stamina bar above Lin Yu's head. It had dropped from full green at noon to about half yellow. 8 hours of exploring had worn her out. She needed rest. That also killed my thought of sending her back out that same night. She was my one and only talent. I had to treasure her, not work her to death. With an extra pair of hands around, tidying up was a lot easier. By 10 at night, the two of us had a quick bite and cracked open a couple of cans for the nutrients. Lin Yu took the initiative to suggest we reinforce the house's defenses overnight, setting up interior traps and early warning tripwires. I was more than happy to go along. A trained soldier handling this stuff was 100 times better than an amateur like me. While she worked, I played her assistant and took the chance to pick her brain. What else do you need? Just name it, and I'll figure out a way to get it. Chief, I could use some nylon rope, a few more blades. Common stuff like chili powder works too. She knew exactly what the shelter had on hand, so she wasn't asking for the moon. Got it. I'll take care of it. I pulled up the trading platform and searched directly. Ever since the platform went live, people all over the city who were short on supplies had been listing just about everything. Even used sanitary pads weren't off the table. Common items were everywhere in stock, so of course what Lin Yu wanted was easy to find. I traded away some perishable food plus a bottle of ice water and got everything in hand. Just as I was about to close the page, one listing caught my eye. Police issue equipment available. Trading for food and water. Interested parties reply. Police equipment? Whoever posted this was almost certainly inside a police station. I immediately sent a trade request with a note. This is ice water, bro. I've got 3 more bottles. You got a handgun and ammo. Grenades work too. The reply came fast. It showed trade declined, but came with a message. Hey, ice water bro. We're in urgent need of a lot of food and water, and your ice water is definitely something we want. But 3 bottles will only get you 1 Type 54 pistol. I can throw in 10 rounds free. Enough to protect yourself for now while you wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. Sounded like an official. They hadn't given up on this city yet. When disaster strikes, there are always people who choose to stay, who choose to shoulder the responsibility. That's probably the hardest bone in the human heart. I understood that trade declined was just for show. That was the whole trick to private chats between shelters. It made it easier to hash out a deal with the buyer. A pistol plus 10 rounds wasn't much help. I did the math. He wasn't willing to hand over more weapons, probably worried about post-disaster recovery and the social fallout. I could skip the pistol. Scoring more ammo was the better deal. I turned my head and quietly asked Lin Yu, who was still hard at work. Lin Yu, what caliber are your rounds? CZ-75 machine pistol. The magazine's been modified to hold 20. The ammo is 9 by 19 millimeters. She didn't even look up. I don't know a thing about firearms, so I wrote down every word and replied to the seller. 3 bottles of ice water for 100 rounds of 9 by 19. You've got a machine pistol? He went on alert immediately, his tone laced with surprise. Ice water bro, who exactly are you? If you can carry a gun in this country, are you a colleague of mine? I'm not sure where you're coming from. The most I'll give you is 20 rounds. Throw in 10 bags of crackers and make it 100. I dodged the question. I responded with just the price. This kept them even more in the dark about me. You're my comrade? Fine, 50 rounds. That's as low as I'll go. Throw in a box of painkillers, a box of cold medicine, and a bottle of anti-heat stroke tonic, and I'll make it 100 rounds. That offer nearly broke him. Food shortages you can endure, but medicine is the truly precious stuff. With it this hot outside, if there's no pharmacy nearby, or if they're all shuttered, there's no way to get this stuff. And right now, painkillers and heat stroke tonic are practically lifesavers. Congratulations. Transaction successful. He agreed without hesitation, and 100 rounds were delivered. At the same time, the platform took my goods, cutting my reserves by a tenth. But it was worth it. I stared at the 2 little ammo boxes in front of me, filled with brand new brass rounds, and couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from curling up. Linyu, did you fire your gun today? How many rounds are left? Commander, I've been conserving them. Didn't use any today, still have 60 left. Here, this is 100 rounds. Don't ration them too much. When it counts, just shoot. I handed her the ammo boxes and smiled. Shame I couldn't get any magazines. I'll buy more next time. Thank you, Commander. At the sight of the ammo, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she eagerly took them. She understood better than anyone. Right now, both our lives were pinned almost entirely on this gun and these bullets. With more ammo, the weight pressing on my chest eased a little, and a smile crept onto my face despite myself. Lin Yu, let me help you set up the traps. Just as we were both letting out a breath of relief. Boom. A deafening blast tore through the dead silence of the night. Outside the window, flames shot into the sky like a missile detonating, lighting up the entire night in an instant. Boom. The explosion was right next door, so close it nearly knocked the soul out of my body. Lin Yu snapped to alert instantly. What happened? I sprang up and rushed to the window. The fiery red light washed over my face. On the street next door, a massive fire was blazing sky-high. That explosion just now had set the whole city ablaze. In this heat, the flames spread as if possessed, swallowing several buildings in the blink of an eye. The fire climbed higher and higher, like giant serpents coiling toward the rooftops. One apartment building was wrapped in flames, windows flying open one after another as people jolted awake and let out blood-curdling screams. I even saw it. People who couldn't stand the encroaching flames throwing themselves from the high floors, only to be swallowed by the sea of fire. Those too afraid to jump could only become balls of fire in their rooms, writhing and shrieking in agony. A human tragedy, unfolding right before my eyes. There's a huge fire. My whole body went rigid, the firelight exposing the terror in my eyes. Just one street away. At this temperature, the fire was sure to spread fast. The place I was living in was no longer safe. That's it. Everyone's gone. The entire city was paralyzed. No one could contain the blaze. Within hours, the flames would reach us. Within days, half of Jinling would be reduced to ash. The city channel exploded instantly. The chat, already thick with despair, was now flooded with cries for help. This is it. The fire's right next to me. It's about to reach me. Help. Somebody save me. It's a gas line explosion. Who's even going to put it out now? Where's Ice Water Guy? We need a hero. Dream on. You think he's going to douse this thing with a few bottles of water? The whole channel sank into hopelessness. I stayed silent. I knew this was an almost hopeless situation, one that couldn't be reversed. Commander, we need to leave now. Lin Yu stepped up beside me, her expression heavy. This fire will destroy the entire city. It'll reach us within 2 hours. We're running out of time. So running is our only option? I clenched my fists. It's the apocalypse. Where could I even run to? If the shelter got destroyed, would my abilities still work? And without it, how would I survive after that? Even if I stocked up on supplies and took Lin Yu with me, how long could we last? Survive the first apocalypse, and there'd still be a second, a third. Too many things to worry about. But Lin Yu was right. If we didn't get moving, we really wouldn't make it out. Huh. Lin Yu stared at the sea of flames and suddenly murmured. It looks like it stopped. What? I flinched and looked up, studying it closely. The fire, It really had stopped. 20 minutes later, I was completely certain. The flames were no longer spreading outward. They stayed wrapped around those two residential buildings and the structures immediately surrounding them. The radius was about 800 meters. Beyond that edge, the buildings were completely untouched. Waves of heat rolled off it, and the temperature at the center soared into the hundreds, maybe over 1,000 degrees. Yet not a single patch of the surrounding greenery had caught fire. Strange. Why is that? I muttered, frowning. In the city channel, others had noticed it too, and the speculation was flying. A few lucky people nearby, seeing they were safe and sound, gave up on fleeing and started live-streaming the fire instead. Some watched for the spectacle, some were still shaken, but their eyes couldn't save the people dying in the flames. Half an hour later, no more screams came from the buildings. The last survivor had died in the fire, too. At the stroke of midnight, the inferno abruptly went out. In less than 10 minutes, the site fell completely silent, with only a few ruins sending up steady plumes of thick smoke. Burns strange, dies out strange. I'd been watching this whole time and still couldn't make sense of it. And that was when a citywide announcement rang out. City region announcement. The first apocalyptic derivative disaster has been born. The derivative disaster module is now officially unlocked. Global-wide. Anywhere, at any time within the zone, a derivative disaster may break out based on the current type of apocalypse. Derivative disasters have no effect on anything outside the disaster zone. There may be warning signs before one appears, and some disasters come with advance alerts. If a shelter survives a derivative disaster, it will earn a massive amount of apocalypse survival points. If it fails to survive, death. As the cold voice faded, the whole city suddenly understood. This is looking more and more like a game. Now even random events are showing up. I muttered under my breath. Derivative disasters were probably built around random catastrophes that could actually happen in real life. The downside, utterly devastating, far beyond what any current shelter could withstand. The upside, they wouldn't spread endlessly. They only covered a limited area. If I ran into a derivative disaster right now, I'd probably have zero chance of survival. Just as I was thinking this, faint whispers drifted down from a window upstairs. Bro, that fire was seriously freaky. Looked like some kind of disaster. You don't think this place could just burst into flames out of nowhere too, do you? What are you scared of? Second brother's building is rock solid. A fire couldn't kill us if it tried. Right. Together, we're unstoppable. Ha ha ha. It was Brother Lee's crew. They'd come back at some point, and from the sound of it, they were living on the top floor. I silently pulled the gap in the curtains tighter, not letting anything show. Linyu was about to speak, but I raised a hand to stop her. Go to sleep. We'll talk tomorrow, I mouthed, using gestures. Her expression tightened. She nodded, turned, and went back to the door to keep working on her traps. She knew there was danger upstairs. I took a thin blanket from the cabinet and spread it on the couch, making a makeshift bed for Linyu. Then I moved the open freezer closer to her to cool her down. This freezer didn't need electricity and could produce cold indefinitely. I just used it as an air conditioner, keeping it open around the clock to release cold air and lower the room's temperature. Only this way could the two of us avoid being too hot to sleep. Once everything was settled, I lay down and closed my eyes. Maybe because Linyu was there keeping watch, I slept unusually well that night. It wasn't until 11 the next morning that Linyu gently shook me awake. Chief, there's movement outside. That group upstairs seems to have gone down to scavenge for supplies. Her expression was grave. This morning, they seemed to have killed someone up there. From the sound of it, it was an old man. A fierce, righteous anger burned in her eyes. I patted my groggy head and waved it off. Don't worry about them. Just keep yourself safe first. Chief, should I still go out to explore today? She asked. We're running low on supplies. While that group is out too, it'd be a good time to explore. We wouldn't have to worry about your safety. Let's wait a bit longer, I said, declining. I was waiting for the third day's talent reward. The two of us, text continues. I ate a little something and sat down by the freezer to cool off. Time slipped by, and soon it was noon. Right on cue, that crisp notification chimed in my ear. Congratulations. You've remained in the shelter for 24 consecutive hours, triggering a talent reward. Duration timer reset. Congratulations. You've successfully recruited a D-rank support type talent. Engineer Leah. As the chime faded, a humanoid figure of golden light materialized before me. In the blink of an eye, a woman stepped out. She was tall, with a distinctive presence. Her sleek black hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, and behind her gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of sharp, intelligent eyes. Her dark work coveralls were clean and functional, and a multi-tool belt hung at her waist. Screwdrivers, a mini welding torch, everything you could need. Her gloves were a special anti-static design, and slung over her back was a bulging backpack packed with electronic components and measuring instruments. Another talent reward. My eyes lit up. As long as I had enough food and water, the talent rewards had now come through twice in a row. That could only mean one thing. In the logic of this talent system, the resource I lacked most was talent itself. The shelter had population data. Population was a scarce resource, and talent was simply a higher tier of population. I turned it over in my mind. Leah greeted me politely. "Hello, boss. I'm glad to be at your service." Boss. Another new title. Still, these talents were all loyal to the shelter, so what they called me didn't really matter. I looked her over while pulling up her data panel. Talent data. Name, Leah. Age, 28. Type, engineer. Rank, D-rank. Physical strength, 75. Neural response, 90. Endurance, 80. Willpower, 78. Self-healing/immunity, 78. Trait, intellect. Exceptional intelligence and problem-solving ability, rigorously logical. An intellect-type research talent. Talent, engineering mastery. Extraordinary aptitude in engineering and scientific research. Proficient in a wide range of technologies, skilled at developing, improving, and creating shelter tech items. Research power, 85 points. A brand new talent type. An engineer with research power, skilled at creating shelter tech items. I zeroed in on those keywords. If Lin Yu was your classic combat talent, then Li Ya's panel was genuinely interesting. In the apocalypse, human technology had already failed across the board. As a research talent, how could she possibly rebuild tech items in a situation like this? Then I noticed, every one of her tech items carried a shelter prefix. So shelter tech and human tech are two separate systems. I mulled it over, then looked at her. Leah, what can you build? Any. I'm good with anything that improves the shelter. My voice was light but firm. Defense systems, living facilities, expansions, though the really advanced stuff is beyond me for now, of course. She was only rank D, so naturally there was a limit to what she could build. Wait, expansions? My heart skipped a beat. She could expand the shelter? Didn't that mean the shelter's space could be made bigger? More space wouldn't just house more people. It could also improve defense and disaster resistance through better layout. Leah, how do you plan to expand it? That depends on what kind of shelter you want, boss. Plus, we need the right materials for each type. The moment she finished speaking, as if triggered by some keyword, a new prompt popped up in front of me. Prerequisites for shelter expansion, corresponding personnel or blueprints, sufficient building materials, and sufficient space for renovation. Current shelter level, 0. To upgrade to level 1, the following must be met. 1. Select a shelter type, incomplete. 2. Possess corresponding personnel or blueprints, owned, engineer. 3. Possess 100 apocalypse survival points, current, 10. 4. Adjacent space equal to the current space, unsurveyed. 5. 100 units of corresponding building materials, not owned, can be obtained through exploration missions. TSSS. I sucked in a breath. None of these 5 conditions are easy, and this is just the threshold for reaching level 1. What will the shelter become after hitting level 1? And what exactly does this type entail? My eyes locked onto shelter type. The prompt box changed accordingly. Available types. 1. Refugee camp. More living space. Residents gain 20% resistance to extreme natural conditions. Building material. Refugees timber. 2. Laboratory. A more detailed tech tree, allowing the creation of more shelter items. Building material. Electronic components. 3. Workshop. Exploration missions take 20% less time. Dispatch supplies increase by 10%. Building material. Big bucks. Choose carefully. Each type has a fixed upgrade path. Once selected, It cannot be changed without special means. I skimmed through it and got the gist. 3 types, 3 styles, disaster resistance, scientific research, and active production. They represented 3 different attitudes toward the apocalypse, each with its own strengths. Which one should I pick? Wait, I haven't even met the upgrade requirements, and here I am already picking a type. These 3 materials, they sound. Doesn't even look like anything from Earth. Let's just gather what we can first. I gave a bitter smile. Given my situation, all I could do was upgrade whatever material I managed to collect first. Linyu, get ready to head out and scout. I opened today's dispatch missions, selected material collection, duration, 12 hours. Got it. Linyu nodded, grabbed 2 bottles of ice water and some rations, cleared away the junk blocking the door, and headed out. It was just past noon. She wouldn't be back until after midnight. With her taken care of, I turned to Leah. I wanted to assign her a mission too, but she was an engineer. She didn't exactly look like the fighting type. Leah, tell me, what exactly can you build? I wanted to put the right people in the right places to let their talents shine. Boss, I don't really know how to explain it, she said, shaking her head. But you can just tell me what you need. As long as I can build it, I'll get started right now. Building things, don't you need specific materials? For low-tier items, I can work with whatever's on hand. Her eyes were full of confidence. I couldn't help getting my hopes up. Can you generate power? Build a generator or something. Electricity was vital to human survival. With power, there was so much we could accomplish. She shook her head. Without materials and blueprints, I can't. Then, could you renovate the shelter? Improve our defenses. I can do some basic repairs and reinforcement, but the improvement would be limited. Whatever you can add is fine. I was already satisfied. As long as it was sturdy enough to handle the risks, that was good enough. Go ahead and start now. I'll help. Oh, keep it quiet. Don't let the neighbors hear. Sure thing, boss. She grabbed her toolkit and got to work. She didn't need my help. She measured and planned on her own throughout the room. I hovered nearby, wanting to lend a hand, but there was nothing for me to do. So I just lay back down on the bed and thought about the road ahead. Upgrading the shelter, assigning my people, the threat from Brother Lee's crew. 1,000 thoughts collided in my head. The room was still stifling, but at least the freezer was right beside me. The faint chill made my head foggy. Somewhere in that haze, I drifted off to sleep again. Boss? Boss, wake up. Leah called out softly. I jolted awake, rolling over and sitting up. Outside the window, it was pitch black. I suddenly panicked. Leah, how long was I out? 9 hours, boss. She was crouched by the bed. You've been under a lot of stress. You slept deeply. But that's a good thing. Effective sleep helps restore your mental state. While I was asleep, was there any movement outside? About an hour ago, a group came by, she reported in a low voice. Looked like a bunch of men. #translation. They tried to push the door open, but failed. It's Lee and his crew. I tensed up instantly, my eyes darting to the front door out of reflex. And in that one glance, I froze. All the junk that had been piled up beside the door was gone. Every piece back in its original spot in the room. And that old wooden door now had steel bars threaded through and layered across its inner side. Wood on the outside, a dense crisscross of rebar within. On top of the steel, a fine layer of metal spikes, seemingly designed specifically to keep the door from being forced open. The whole door radiated a heavy, menacing strength that gave me an overwhelming sense of security. It was leagues better than my junk-piled door. One look and you knew. There was no breaking through from the outside. You did all this? I looked at her in amazement. Yes, boss. Materials are limited, so this is all I could manage for now. Materials? Where do you get materials? That's when it hit me. There was hardly any metal in this apartment. Where had she conjured up these steel bars and spikes? Could this woman actually create something from nothing? Boss, I searched the other 3 units on this floor and found some usable materials. Leah's words made me realize something. As long as I gave an order, these people would figure out how to get the job done on their own. Take Leah. She'd gone out on her own initiative to scout the area around our shelter for suitable materials. You didn't run into any danger, did you? I paused. Stay safe. Don't take too many risks. Thank you for your concern, boss. I made sure it was safe before heading out, and I kept quiet. Her tone shifted. I'd planned to make a lockpick to get into the neighbors' units, but once I got out there, I found their doors had already been broken down by force. All 3 units were empty, just bloodstains on the floor. The food and water were all looted. I could only scavenge some leftover repair materials no one wanted. Thinking about what happened to the neighbors, I reinforced our door, set up traps at the entrance, and made 5 steel spears on top of that. Leah tilted her head, glancing toward the corner. 5 steel spears stood there, each about 2 meters long. The shafts were steel pipes, the heads fashioned from kitchen knives welded on, polished to a gleam, radiating a cold, deadly edge. Nice work. My eyes lit up. Without guns, long weapons like these could put up a real fight against attackers. Leah, you're incredible. Thank you for the praise, boss. Right. That group just now, they didn't break through. Did they realize someone was inside? I felt a pang of frustration at myself for sleeping so heavily that I hadn't heard a thing. Not that I could blame myself. 3 days into the apocalypse, my nerves had been stretched taut the entire time. Threats outside from thugs and disaster, shortages within, and that stretch of being alone had been especially agonizing. After so long under that kind of pressure, once I finally fell into a deep sleep, it was nearly impossible to wake up again. They probably didn't notice, Leah said, shaking her head. I kept the boss's orders in mind, stayed quiet, and the welder has a silencer too. But an ordinary wooden door won't hold up against their pounding. Sooner or later they'll figure it out and realize we're hiding in here. She was right. Getting exposed was just a matter of time. Before that happened, I needed to be fully prepared. Yeah, got it. I took a deep breath and glanced around the room. So many little things had been quietly reworked. The windows now had wooden insulation panels, the curtains were thicker, and there was a makeshift cold air diffuser rigged up outside the freezer. Leah hadn't just thought about safety, she'd factored in comfort too. No wonder it's cooler tonight. Nice work, Leah. I was pleased. It's about time to eat. Let's have dinner first. Lin will be back soon. I already ate, boss. Go ahead and eat. I've still got some modifications to finish. She stood up, her figure melting into the darkness, off to tinker with who knows what again. I grabbed some bread and ice water, eating as I opened the trading platform. Every day I traded away whatever ice water I didn't use to stockpile as many resources as possible. It had become a habit by now. While browsing, I noticed that one of the 5 requirements for upgrading the shelter had already been completed. Survey of available adjacent space required for shelter upgrade completed successfully. Survey complete? So that was why Leah had been searching the neighbors' units? A chill ran through me. That meant if the unit next door was also a shelter, I'd have to wipe out its occupants completely just to expand. Modern apartments were all connected to one another. When 2 adjacent units were both shelters, conflict over expansion became inevitable. So it turned out that even if you didn't want to upgrade, didn't want to stir up trouble, trouble would always come find you anyway. In the apocalypse, everyone wanted to get stronger. And on the road to upgrading a shelter, countless people would probably die at the hands of their own kind. I couldn't change these brutal rules. I just wanted to protect my own people. I opened the trading platform and immediately searched for weapons. Weapons were what I lacked most right now. If possible, I wanted to get another gun and some ammunition. 6 bottles of ice water left. That should be enough to trade for something decent. Almost immediately, a listing popped up, posted by Jinling Rescue Squad. Have a large supply of police-grade weapons and gear available. We'll trade for medicine, food, or water. Interested parties, please submit your info. Note: don't ask where we are. Shelters have a population cap, and we can't take in too many survivors. Nobody can help the weak anymore. You're all on your own now. Interesting. Not only were they selling weapons, they seemed to know the inside workings of the shelters, too. By the looks of it, they'd tried to rescue more survivors and failed. Could it be that this apocalyptic GA? The rules of the game. No humans allowed to band together, forcing us to each fight alone? I submitted my order for ice water and slipped in my question along with it. They replied fast, didn't really haggle, agreed to the deal right away, and even threw in some intel about the city. Ice water, we've confirmed it. Anyone who already has a shelter can't move into someone else's. And people who voluntarily give up their shelter? Even our level, 0 shelters can't take too many. There's a population cap. We can't save more people. All we can do is supply food and weapons where we can, while still keeping ourselves alive. This game has severed the one thing we humans are best at: unity. But we haven't given up. We're still looking for new ways, still trying to help more of our own. I hope you'll lend a hand if you can. Ice water. In times like these, somebody's got to step up. The guy seemed to be with the official crew, giving me this whole earnest pep talk. It made one thing clear. Over the past few days, there was still a group of people out there in the city, risking their necks to rescue others, trying to rally more survivors into banding together. But they'd failed, and they were still searching for a way. Thanks for the intel. I'll do what I can for the week. I said it against my true feelings. I had no such intention, but the guy was generous enough that a few polite words wouldn't hurt. 6 bottles of ice water, traded for 2 Type 54 pistols and 50 rounds of ammo. What a steal. I weighed the gun in my hand, feeling a wave of emotion. The gun was old and the ammo was limited, but at least now everyone in the shelter could have one. If something really went down, we wouldn't be totally helpless. Leah, do you know how to shoot? I asked, lowering my voice into the darkness. Leah poked her head out. Moonlight leaking through the gap in the window fell across her face, giving her a certain cuteness. I can use one, but my aim's just average. Teach me. I've never handled a gun. Sure thing, boss. She came over to my side and taught me hands-on. Most of the room was steeped in darkness. A young man and woman alone together in a room, close enough to catch each other's scent, bodies pressed together. But right then, I didn't have a single stray thought. I learned in earnest, and she taught in earnest. Our bodies were close, but my mind stayed clear as water. 2 hours later, a sudden dull knocking came from outside the door. With the steel reinforcement added, it sounded louder than before. Leah's face changed in an instant. She gripped the gun with both hands, spun around hard, and aimed the muzzle at the door. Relax, it's Linyu. I recognized the rhythm of the knock and gestured for her to open up. This iron door had a special trick to opening it. Anyone who didn't know it couldn't possibly get in, let alone force their way through. Leah cautiously cracked the door open, confirmed it was Linyu, then pulled it wide. Once again, Linyu had come back loaded down with bags. She set everything on the floor and opened it up right in front of me. A dazzling pile of electronic components, plus a few thick wads of colorful cash. Congratulations. This talent exploration yielded 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of large denomination cached. Exploration mission rating, perfect. 20 survival points acquired. Linyu, nice work. I couldn't keep the smile off my face. That run was flawless. It got me every last material I needed to complete an upgrade category, plus a free 20 survival points. I now had 30 saved up. The only catch was that these material missions only rewarded upgrade materials, no other supplies at all. 4 of the 5 prerequisites were already met. All I needed now was to hit 100 survival points, and I could upgrade the shelter to level 1. According to Leah, if I upgraded it into a lab-type shelter, I could restore the power system and just barely reach pre-disaster living conditions. After being tormented by darkness for so many days, I was desperate to see light again. So I was leaning toward the lab. But even after hearing my praise, Linyu's expression stayed grim. She looked at me and lowered her voice in warning. Chief, when I was coming upstairs, I heard that crowd on the upper floors getting ready to do a sweep. Sounds like they're planning to clear out the entire building tonight. My expression shifted. Before she'd even finished, a burst of noise exploded from the stairwell outside. Move, move. Everybody grab your gear. We're dragging out every last survivor tonight. Damn, who knew killing people got you survival points too? Brotherly says we clear this floor tonight, then hit the buildings next door tomorrow and the day after. Won't be long before this whole city's ours. We'll be the emperors of Jinling. Huh. Stick with Brotherly and you'll always have meat on the table. The voices grew louder and quickly gathered right outside my door. This is the one. I had a bad feeling about it before. This piece of shit door wouldn't budge for me. Boys, break it down. Anybody inside, we kill him. Empty, we loot it. My face darkened. These thugs moved even faster than I'd expected. No warning at all. They came for us under cover of night. Linyu had barely finished speaking when the mob was already massing in the stairwell outside. I had almost no time to react. From the neighbor's room next door came the faint sounds of them rummaging around. Huh? The markers I set up yesterday are gone. Somebody's been here? Looks like some stuff's missing too. It's gotta be the ones with the closed door. I told you somebody was in there. Damn it. Go find him. The nerve. hiding from us. I narrowed my eyes at Lin Yu. Without a word, she made a few hand signals, motioning for Liya and me to fall back to the dead corners of the room. I nodded and pressed myself against the wall. Liya took the corner diagonal to mine. Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer. All three of us held our weapons, held our breath, and waited for the enemy to come. A moment later, a violent pounding hit the door. Bam! Bang bang! Whoever's in there, get your ass out here. Keep hiding, and we'll gut every last one of you. Son of a bitch, you think you can screw with me? I came knocking the very first day, and you played dead. Break down the door. Give me the hammer. Bam! Crash! The sound of splintering wood. That old wooden door didn't stand a chance against the mob. The moment it broke, countless flashlight beams pierced through the gaps in the steel bars, so bright I could barely keep my eyes open. In the mirror's reflection, I saw shadows swarming outside the iron door. A rough count, at least 20 of them. We were badly outnumbered. I didn't dare fire recklessly and give away my position. But Lin Yu had nerves of steel. The instant the light flooded in, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat. A short burst spat from the muzzle. Almost simultaneously, a wet thump sounded outside the door. They've got a gun. There's a gun in there. I'm hit. Lee, I'm hit. I'm gonna die. Take cover. Where are our guns? Shoot back, damn it. Screams and chaos erupted outside. With one strike, Lin Yu had shattered their arrogance. Impressive. My heart jolted. I turned to look at Lin Yu behind the freezer. Liya had reinforced this iron door with incredible precision. The gaps between the steel bars were razor thin. If I'd fired, my bullets probably wouldn't have made it through the gaps and might have ricocheted around the room, hitting one of us. But Lin Yu, with her full-auto machine pistol, had threaded the rounds right through those narrow slits. The mob wasn't harmless either. Soon, black muzzles pressed up against the gaps in the iron door. Bang! Bang bang! Gunshots exploded in the darkness. Muzzle flashes darted across the walls, shattering a few things. They had guns too, probably bought online, same as ours. Kill them. Fire. I'm out of ammo, damn it. Are they dead in there? No movement inside. Smash the door. Hit him while they're down. Finish him off. They burned through a magazine, then started pounding the door again. In that brief lull, I saw Lin Yu signal to Liya. Liya nodded, leaned half her body out from the corner, and fired 3 aimed shots toward the flashlights. Bang, bang, bang. One shot went wide, ricocheting off the iron door to God knows where. The other 2 punched right through. Shit. There's still someone alive in there. My brother's hit. My brother's hit. Lee, what do we do? Fire. Keep firing. The mob descended into chaos again, reloading and blasting inward. But Liya had already ducked back into the corner. Bullets flew wildly through the room, yet none of the 3 of us got hit. Lin Yu had already calculated the trajectories of the stray rounds. In this cramped space, we were positioned in exactly the safe spots. The moment their magazine ran dry and the gunfire ceased, Lin Yu sprang up almost instantly, unleashing 2 bursts toward the door. Entrance. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Fwup. Fwup. The sound of bullets punching into flesh. Screams blurred together into one continuous wail. No good. We can't just stand here at the door like sitting ducks. There's a sharpshooter inside. We can't take him. Lee, fall back. This one's a tough nut. Pull back upstairs. The mob didn't have the discipline of trained soldiers. After a few counterattacks that left plenty of them wounded, every last one of them was terrified of being the next poor bastard to go down. Amid the shouting and screaming, the footsteps outside scattered and faded into the distance. Are they gone? I whispered. But Lin Yu stayed crouched, holding her breath, dead still. Then, suddenly, she thrust out her arm and fired to the right. Rat-tat-tat. Muzzle flash erupted, and another scream rang out from the doorway. Shit. They spotted us. Move. Move it. God damn it. Chaos broke out again outside, followed by a burst of frantic footsteps retreating into the distance. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. These thugs were vicious. Even in a situation like this, they'd thought to leave men behind for an ambush, waiting for us to let our guard down before hitting us with another wave. Thank God for Lin Yu. Her combat instincts were razor sharp. She'd seen through the ambush at a glance. Sir, they've run off. Lin Yu bent low and hurried over to my side. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. I shook my head. I hadn't fired a single shot, and I'd kept my head down, so of course I was fine. It wasn't that I was a coward. Visibility was terrible at night, and it was my first time handling a gun. I didn't dare fire recklessly and risk getting in my teammates' way. Turns out I'd made the right call. In this terrain, this whole gang of thugs put together was no match for Lin Yu alone. Sir, I don't think we're getting any sleep tonight. Lin Yu lowered her voice, breaking down the situation for me. They got burned out there. At least 5 took bullets. Odds are they'll come back for another sneak attack in the early morning hours. This steel door will hold for a while. But if they get their hands on a breaching tool, we're in trouble. Her expression was grim. The thick stench of blood outside the door only confirmed her assessment. After losing that many men, there was no way the mob would let this slide. Then let's take the fight to them, Leah suggested in a hushed voice. Lin used this strong. We go on the offensive, throw them into disarray, and turn attack into our best defense. Not a bad idea. Lin Yu glanced at her and gave a bitter smile. But I can't pull it off. Right now, they're definitely holed up in the stairwell, just waiting for us to come out. We don't know how many guns they've got. And like you said, sir, some of them might have combat talents. That kind of thing is even harder to deal with. I'm not afraid to die, but if I go out there and can't wipe them all out, if I miss a few and then I die, you'd be in serious danger, sir. She knit her brows tight. In the shelter, she was the only real combat unit. Leah could shoot, but she was nowhere near Lin Yu's level. As for me, just a few days ago I was still the user's just an ordinary person, willing to fight to the death, sure, but half a soldier at best. Then all we can do is stall. Leah looked at me. Boss, don't let Lin Yu leave the building for the next few days. We'll play the waiting game, hit them hard enough to hurt, and we can turn this around. Problem is, I don't think we have that kind of time. My expression darkened as I pulled up the citywide channel, and one message sent a chill straight through me. Buying high grenades, flamethrowers, fuel oil, and other weapons/gear. Supplies negotiable. Post your order and sell fast. The poster's name, Li Daqiang Shelter. I recognized it instantly. This was that mob outside my door. They wanted gear that could force the door open. Guess they just couldn't let it go. And as far as I knew, on the city's trading platform, people were actually selling that kind of hardware. Grenades, at least, I'd seen the listings with my own eyes. Which meant the next assault was coming soon. Harder tactics, bigger threat. And this time, a single steel door might not hold. That mob was out hunting every day, killing neighbors and looting their supplies. Their stockpile had to be massive. If they were willing to pay top dollar, they could absolutely get their hands on flamethrowers and grenades. Cold sweat broke out in my palms. Once they get their hands on something like that, I won't make it through tonight. I hadn't crossed anyone. All I wanted was to ride out the apocalypse quietly. But the apocalypse doesn't give you room to breathe. Commander Yu. Lin Yu lowered her voice. Is it bad? Yeah. I laid it all out. Everything I'd found, everything I feared. Do either of you have a plan? We only need to hold out until noon tomorrow. If I could just make it to noon, I'd unlock my new talent reward. And the talent would give me exactly what I needed most right now. The key to breaking this whole thing wide open. Lin Yu stared at the floor, saying nothing. Leah looked at me, then at her, opening her mouth like she wanted to speak, but didn't. Boss, I've got an idea. But it's a little dangerous. Say it. My eyes lit up. We'd have to send Lin Yu out there. Leah turned to her. Of the 3 of us, she's the strongest fighter. It's dark now. Perfect for a lone operator to work in the shadows. We cover her exit through the window. She creates a distraction outside. And if the mob tries to storm the door again, we hit them from both sides. But there's a lot working against us. She held up a finger. 1. Someone might be posted out there with a gun trained on the exit. Open that door, and we've torn down our own defense. 2. The second the sun's up and she fires a shot, she's exposed. In a building this small, there's nowhere to hide from a search. And if she dies out there, the 2 of us won't last long either. Airtight analysis. I opened my mouth, and all that came out was a sigh. Send a woman out there alone to die? She's my comrade. But we were outnumbered so badly, I couldn't think of a single better option. Let's do it. Lin Yu spoke up suddenly, her eyes blazing. I'll go out there. I can hold them off. Buy us as much time as possible. You'll die, I said, looking at her. Most likely, you'll die out there. I'm not afraid to die. As long as you make it, sir. She answered without a moment's hesitation. You're the one who matters. I'll hold them until noon. I fell silent. My conscience told me this was wrong. My will to survive told me this was the only way. So how do you get out? Leah asked. Lin Yu looked toward the window and arched an eyebrow. Through the window. Can you do it? I'm a Chinese soldier. Scaling walls is basic training. She winked playfully. You don't have a safety line or any climbing gear, Leah said gravely. You'll have to climb barehanded. Don't fall. Dying that way would be pointless. Don't worry. Just keep the boss safe. Lin Yu wasted no more time. She crouched and darted toward the window, tore away the covering over the frame, and shoved it open. A wave of heat rushed in. She hung a bottle of ice water at her waist, launched herself forward, slipped out the window, and vanished into the night. Lin Yu. I rushed to the window and leaned out. Under the moonlight, a lithe figure stepped onto the outdoor AC unit, gripped the scorching pipes, and inched along the ledge outside the wall. Everything her hands touched was blistering hot. One misstep, and she'd be smashed to pieces. Boss, get back. Leah yanked me into the corner. The second the enemy opens fire, that spots the bullseye. Trust Lin Yu. This is our only shot at survival. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Am I just being soft-hearted? I laughed bitterly. If I were truly soft-hearted, I wouldn't have let her go off to die. I knew I should be cold as stone, but I wasn't born cruel. Still, to survive, I had to learn. I've already done it, I told myself silently. If Lin Yu died, I wouldn't make it past noon either. I kept trying to reassure myself. Maybe she was just data created by that mysterious being, just a replica of a soldier. But was she really not human? The more I thought about it, the harder it was to forget the sense of safety she'd given me these past few days. Human or not, I owed her. Boss, in the apocalypse, you've got to learn to be ruthless. Otherwise, you don't deserve to lead. Leah pressed close to me, her eyes fixed warily on the door. I'm learning, I said, pressing a hand to my forehead. I just need a little more time to adjust. Under the crushing pressure of the apocalypse, even mourning your own conscience became a luxury. The room sank into silence. Slowly, I steadied myself. There was no movement outside the door for a long time. From upstairs came only curses and the agonized screams of the wounded. It seemed they still hadn't bought. They'd gotten as far as the breaching gear. Lin Yu was nowhere to be found, and there were no bodies downstairs. Time trickled away, second by second. Then, dawn broke. Fighting to stay conscious through the fog in my head, I watched the sky outside the window bleed crimson. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A sudden burst of gunfire exploded from upstairs. Lin Yu. She'd made her move. I jolted, snapping my head up. Leah gripped her pistol, eyes locked on the door. Upstairs, gunshots, screams, and curses tangled into one chaotic roar. It's the window. Over there. Shit, it's a woman. One of the tenants downstairs. Lee, my little brother's not breathing. He's dead. I'm done waiting. One grenade, and I'll blow this bitch to pieces. She's got the nerve to come at me. Don't waste it. She came out this way. Downstairs is probably all empty units. Shoo. Leah pressed a fingertip to her lips. If they discovered someone was down here now, in a space this cramped, a single grenade would tear us both to shreds. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a faint rustling came from outside the door. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Through the mirror I'd deliberately tucked into the corner, I saw an eyeball rolling in the gap of the iron door, like a demon pressed against the outside, peering in. Lee? Nobody downstairs. The iron door's locked tight. She didn't go out the front. That bitch climbed up through a window to ambush us. Shit, is she Spider-Man? Search the whole building. Bring her to me first. I'm avenging my brother. A flurry of footsteps. The thugs were mobilizing. Split into two teams. One from the top floor going down, one from the first floor going up. Squeeze her in the middle. Don't skip a single room, a single window. Move. I bit down hard, cold hatred churning in my eyes. I hadn't done a thing, and yet they were dead set on killing me. Lin Yu, stay alive. 10 minutes or so passed. Rat-tat-tat. Another burst of gunfire downstairs. The strategist's dead. One shot, right in the head. Damn, her aim's dead on. I heard Lee come charging down with his men, frantic. What happened to my strategist? He's gone. That bitch was in the right side room on the second floor. Door was open. The thugs didn't dare rush in right away, which gave Lin Yu the window she needed to escape. Nobody in here. Keep searching. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted from the top floor again. The poor bastard didn't even have time to scream. Lee was losing it, tearing back up the stairs with his men, only to come up empty again. Useless. Pin her down. Wait for me, damn it. Not one of his men dared talk back. They feared Lee, but they feared Lin Yu more. This woman appeared and vanished like a ghost, killed the second she fired, then moved before anyone could react. Hesitate for even an instant, and she was gone. And she was sharp. She only picked off the men closest to Lee, never once meeting him head-on. Good. Very good. I clenched my fists, cold sweat beading on my forehead. He muttered, "Don't mess with that Lee guy. He's definitely got a combat talent." "Boss, it's 10:30. Leah was practically whispering in my ear. I glanced at the wall clock, shattered by a stray bullet last night, its hands still ticking with effort. An hour and a half left. My only worry was whether the talent reward would actually be worth a damn. This was just a level 0 shelter reward. Even if it gave me exactly what I needed most, what if it turned out useless? Then I was completely, hopelessly screwed. I had no other options. All I could do was pray. Heaven had blessed me with an SSS rank talent, and then buried me among these lunatics. Fortune and disaster, two sides of the same coin. Somewhere in all of this, there had to be a balance. The gunfire rose and fell, drifting all over the place. Even I couldn't pin down where Lin Yu was. I risked peeking out the window a few times, but never caught sight of her. This small apartment building had become her one-woman battlefield. But she wasn't invincible. She'd been running guerrilla the whole time. Hit and run, never a direct confrontation. At one point, Brotherly suspected she'd holed up inside a room and tried to force the door open. It was Li Ya's reinforced iron door that held firm, pissing him off so much he kicked it several times. The standoff dragged on to 12:20, and just as the reward was about to drop, boom! A deafening blast erupted from the rooftop. The entire floor shook. I stumbled and hit the ground as chunks of dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. That's a grenade. Leah's eyes went wide, nearly losing her voice. They'd caught Lin Yu. Is she dead? Is she dead? I clenched my teeth and scrambled up. Leah shook her head in silence. Nobody knew. After the explosion, a man's wild laughter came from upstairs. Ha ha, you little bitch. I finally blew you to hell. Brotherly, you're a beast. I thought the whole building was coming down. Where's the body? Did it fall off? Find it. Dead or alive. I want to see the corpse. That laughter. It sounded like a victory cry. After a whole morning of fighting, they'd finally killed that woman. I was trembling all over, not from fear, from rage. Lin Yu had fought like hell to buy us time, and she died anyway. These animals. Give me what I need most. I closed my eyes, fists clenched until my knuckles went white. You said it plainly. The reward I need most. I need to kill. And right now, what I need most is to kill these sons of bitches. Congratulations. You have remained within the shelter for a full 24 hours and triggered a talent reward. Stay timer reset. Congratulations. You have obtained a talent reward, D-Rank Combat Squad card, consumable. The instant the message box flashed before my eyes, a golden card dropped into my palm. The card was no bigger than a credit card, gold all over, engraved with several blurred soldier silhouettes. At the very top floated. An item description appeared. D-Class Combat Squad. Upon use, randomly summons a tech-oriented combat squad of 3 to 6 personnel. Each member's strength is fixed at D-Class, with equipment auto-adjusting based on squad size. Effect lasts 2 hours, after which they're recalled. Temporary summon. Minimum 3 D-Class soldiers. My eyes lit up. Just how terrifying D-Class strength was, Lin Yu had already shown me. It rivaled the combat power of special forces. 3 at minimum was more than enough to wipe out this mob. Summon. Without hesitation, I pressed the card. A hazy golden light rose all around me, and as it faded, 6 fully armed soldiers stood at my side. All male, in special ops camo, combat boots, night vision goggles, grenades and navigation units clipped to their belts, black firearms of varying lengths in their hands. Their eyes were sharp as blades, radiating the decisiveness of the well-trained. I could tell their roles at a glance. 3 assault gunners, 1 combat medic, 1 comm specialist, and a sniper cradling a Barrett to cover the core. A 6-man squad, fully equipped. Commander. The lead assaulter saluted me, his mask revealing only his eyes, his voice steady. Awaiting your orders. What's the mission? Kill. I drew a deep breath and pointed at the door. There are people in this building who want us dead. Wipe them out. Sir, mission will be completed. All six roared in unison. Beside me, Leah snapped out of her shock and quickly added, there's also a woman named Linyu. She's a soldier too, one of the commander's people. You have to save her. The soldiers looked to me. I nodded. That's right. Yes, sir. The lead soldier gave a hand signal, and the six split into two teams, deploying in different formations. The comms specialist and sniper vaulted out the window, grappling hooks latching onto their belts. In the blink of an eye, they scaled the rooftop across the way and set up a sniper's nest. The assault gunners and medic waited for Leah to open the iron door, then hurled smoke grenades straight through. Pop! White smoke burst open, and outside came the startled cries of the mob staking out the entrance. Broly, the door's open. What the hell? Where's this smoke coming from? Rat-tat-tat. A burst of gunfire swept through, and the cries cut off instantly. The soldiers exchanged hand signals, moving with tactical precision, melting silently into the smoke. Moments later, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, dense, rhythmic gunfire erupted outside the door. Every shot was followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground, barely a scream in between. The enemies who were spotted didn't even have time to shout a warning. It's the enemy. They're back. Soldiers? These are actual soldiers. Is it a rescue team? Damn it, they're killing us. People, I surrender. Don't kill me. These aren't regulars. They're going after civilians. Return fire. The chaos outside surged and swelled. Flashbangs and smoke grenades detonated one after another, and the gunfire never let up. From a rooftop in the distance, the crack of a sniper rifle joined in. Bang, bang. Not rapid, but devastating. The Barrett's rounds tore through nearly any obstacle. One sweep of the thermal scope, and the enemies hiding behind cover had nowhere to run. One shot, one kill. There's a sniper out there. Take cover. They blew Lee's head off. Damn it. Run. Just run. The six of them moved in perfect sync. That rabble didn't stand a chance. Aside from the thug's screams, I didn't hear a single one of our people falter. I stepped to the window and looked down. Below, a few blood-soaked thugs scrambled for the door, terror written all over their faces. The rooftop sniper picked them off one by one, headshot after headshot. Not one got away. Within moments, 7 or 8 bodies lay sprawled across the ground below. The survivors were driven back inside, straight into the cold muzzles waiting for them. I watched it all with a cold gaze. Seeing death up close for the first time, my stomach did churn. But that discomfort was quickly washed away by the thrill of revenge. A few breaths later, I felt nothing but emptiness inside. Not a single ripple. Had I already adjusted? My face stayed blank, without a trace of pleasure. Linyu still hadn't shown up, so in the end, I'd come out short. 2 hours later, the team pulled back. All things considered, I hadn't gained anything. I'd just blown off some steam. The cleanup was quick. The comms operator's headset soon crackled to life. Commander, threat neutralized. 5 surrendered, captured. Some individuals unidentified. Awaiting orders. I'll come take a look. I drew a deep breath and led Leah out of the room. It was the first time I'd stepped out of the safe house. If these thugs hadn't forced my hand, I wouldn't have taken a single step out. The stairwells were lined with corpses and blood, the sharp reek of it making Leah cover her nose and mouth. But my expression didn't change. I climbed upward, stepping through the pools of blood. Boss, aren't you going to cover up? It smells awful. No need. I glanced at her and forced a small smile. Weren't you the one who told me to learn to be cold? I need to get used to it early. From here on, there'll be plenty of scenes like this. I climbed silently to the top floor and found that the entire level had been knocked through into one connected space. The room was a wreck, the stench of blood mixed with rot, garbage everywhere, several headless bodies strewn across the floor. In the corner of an inner room, a dozen women crouched huddled together, arms over their heads, faces frozen in terror. Commander, the rifleman standing guard saluted. The ones who resisted have been killed. These women are unarmed, likely abducted by the bandits. Do we kill them? No. I glanced over. A group of unarmed women, their faces frozen in nothing but hopeless numbness. A few of the faces looked oddly familiar. The girl I'd see jogging on my way to work, the young mother next door who walked her daughter to school, the cleaning lady from a company nearby. Every last one of them had been violated. Where's everyone else? A few of them surrendered. We've got him locked up across the hall. The rifleman pointed. No. I fixed my eyes on him. I'm asking about Lin Yu, the female soldier. Did you find her? Still searching. Nothing yet. My heart sank. Still no sign of her. That didn't bode well. If she'd taken a grenade head-on, there might not even be a body left intact. I ignored the group of female captives and walked straight across the hall. The gunner was standing guard over 3 men who crouched on the floor, terrified. It's you. One of the men suddenly looked up, his face full of shock. You're Sui. You live downstairs. I knew there was a guy living down there. I sized him up, frowning. You're the one with the daughter? Zheng, right? Yes, that's right. I'm old Zheng. The man bowed and scraped, plastering on a smile as he tried to inch closer, only to be forced back by the muzzle of a gun. Keep your distance. The gunner's gaze was ice cold. Okay. Old Zheng shrank back, staring at me pleadingly. Sui, we're neighbors. There's been a misunderstanding here. Can you get him to let me go? Where are your wife and daughter? Old Zheng froze, then lowered his head. I don't know. You don't know? They're right next door. I just saw them. A sneer tugged at the corner of my mouth. A man who'd sell out his own wife and kid. I don't want a neighbor like you. It's not like that. Sui, I couldn't beat that guy. Old Zheng's face flushed red. You sold your wife and daughter to save your own skin, I said flatly. That's your family business, not my concern. But you tried to kill me. You were one of the people storming the door last night, weren't you? Old Zheng opened his mouth, then finally hung his head in defeat. Sui, I'm begging you. I really don't want to die. The blazing sun outside scorched his back, but it couldn't burn away the fear rooted deep in his bones. Where's Lee? A man beside him quickly cut in. Boss, he's dead. Took one to the head. I saw it with my own eyes. Where's the body? He's not dead. Old Zheng suddenly interrupted. I turned to him. How would you know? He's immortal. Old Zheng gritted his teeth as he spilled the secret. That guy can't be killed. People have tried. He came back to life. Stab him through the heart. Cut off his head. He still comes back and turns around and slaughters them. That guy just cannot be killed. People have turned on him before, but nobody could put him down. Old Zheng's report. The word, Veet, secret, meat. Here seems to be a fragment. Let me translate the passage starting from a coherent point. Made the 2 men beside him look strange. They hadn't expected old Zheng to betray them so completely, with zero fear of any payback down the line. Coming back from the dead? I frowned. If it was true, that was at least an SSS tier talent. Practically invincible in the apocalypse, fearless in the face of any threat. Is that true? It's true. Old Zheng's face was ashen. I don't want to live anymore anyway. I've had enough of eating shit. Best case, you kill him. And if you can't, then just give me a quick death. Didn't sound like a lie. I was silent for a moment, then gave the order. Take him to identify the bodies. Find the one named Lee. If you can't find the corpse, then find him alive. Yes, sir. The assault trooper shoved Old Zheng out. The medic and the rifleman switched places, the rifleman now guarding the prisoners and ensuring my safety. I kept these 2 prisoners. I still had questions. Talk, I said, sweeping my eyes over them. What exactly did you and this Lee guy do? Tell me everything you know, and don't try to lie to me. Old Zheng's already given up on living, so I'll cross-check your words with his. If I catch you lying, you'll go down the same road he does. I left them a sliver of hope in those words. The 2 prisoners exchanged a glance. One of them gritted his teeth. Boss, what do you want to know? After the apocalypse started, what did you do? I stared at them. Especially that guy Lee. What the hell is so strange about him? The other one swallowed nervously. That day, we got sent back, and the sky turned red. The 2 of us lived on the 3rd floor. There was no food at home, and we were starving. That's when Lee showed up. Said he'd take us out to get food and water. So we followed him, went out scavenging at night, slept upstairs during the day, and had our way with the women. Later, he recruited a bunch of people and robbed most of the folks in the building. The man's head sank lower as he spoke. At first, it was just threats, but then he started using the knife. Anyone who didn't fall in line got killed. The old people went first. He'd send the men out hunting in shifts, then let them sleep with the women when they got back. The world had ended anyway, so a lot of people figured they might as well do what he said. How does this immortal body of his work? I cut in. I don't know. Fear surfaced on the man's face. I only saw it with my own eyes. Someone chopped his head clean off. There was a girl on the top floor. Her boyfriend was around when the apocalypse hit. Supposedly he trained in mixed martial arts. Real tough. The guy took Lee's head off with one swing, but a moment later Lee's head grew right back, and he turned around and killed him. That girl. Lee later played with her until she died. After that, nobody dared to fight back anymore. Didn't dare, or didn't want to? I said coldly. The man shuddered all over and fell silent. This old Lee was a ruthless operator. He mixed intimidation with rewards, made examples of the disobedient, and doled out just enough perks to win people over. In an apocalypse, where everyone was already on edge, tactics like these had most of the men willingly following him. Barring any surprises, his faction would probably grow fast. Old Lee's got immortality. So what's your talent? The man blinked. Talent? What's a talent? I looked him up and down. He didn't seem to be lying. Was his talent just extremely well hidden? I couldn't get a read on him. If anything, he got nervous under my stare and rushed to explain. Boss, you don't think we're like old Lee, right? That we can't be killed? We're just regular guys. One stab and we're done. Don't test it on us. We just want to live. A lot of what we did, we were forced into. And if we've got crimes to answer for, that's for the cops to sort out and judge, right? I suddenly asked, you never went back to your own place? You've been with Lee this whole time. Huh? Yeah. He looked confused. Old Lee wouldn't let us split up, afraid someone would turn on him. He wanted everyone right where he could see us. We even had to sleep where he could keep an eye on us. That explains it. Now it was clear. Lee most likely knew talents existed, and afraid of running into a tough opponent, he'd forbidden everyone from returning to their own shelters. A lot of people, in those first days of the apocalypse, had been swept up under his wing before they ever got the chance to awaken their talents. I silently summoned my shelter's data panel, and, sure enough, no response. These two were pure, ordinary humans. So that means, for now, Lee's the only one with a talent. I ran the numbers in my head. The only real problem was that immortal body of his. Right then, the worst news arrived. My assault fighter marched old Jung back in. They'd searched top to bottom, and there was no sign of Lee's body. I frowned. No body meant he'd already come back to life. A living, potential enemy was a serious threat, and my 5 warriors had less than an hour of duration left. Once they got recalled, and with Lin Yu's fate still up in the air, my shelter's combat strength would plummet to 0. A fresh sense of crisis welled up inside me. Watch the prisoners. Comes, fall back. Sniper, keep hunting for Lee. I gave orders rapid fire. Move everything here down to the lower floor. Anything edible, anything useful, leave nothing behind. And get word to Leah. Tell her to reinforce her place again. All the supplies in this whole building are hers to use. But she's only got 1 hour. At my command, everyone but the sniper sprang into action. The 3 prisoners were put to hard labor too, hauling loads back and forth. Every last thing Lee had spent days scavenging was carried downstairs. 7 grown men, hustling up and down, and they weren't slow, but I still wanted them faster. I kept counting down the clock in my head, while that group of women in the back room. I paced back and forth in front of them. I had no other agenda. I was just calculating whether I could use these women to add another layer of security to my shelter. They'd been tormented by old Lee so brutally. They must hate his guts, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I could stir up the hatred buried in their hearts, maybe they'd become an asset to me. As for how to bring it up, I hadn't figured that out yet. Right now, all I wanted was to gather every ounce of usable strength to fight against that guy who could resurrect Lee. I was still mulling over how to strike up a conversation with these numb, broken women, when a new prompt suddenly flashed before my eyes, and I froze on the spot. Detected. You have remained in another person's shelter for over 30 minutes. The current shelter owner is absent and in an unable to resist state. Do you wish to seize the shelter or destroy it? Seize it or destroy it. I blinked. Without realizing it, I'd already spent a full half hour in this room, triggering a hidden mechanic of the apocalypse game. Then it hit me. That gang of thugs had mentioned it. Killing people could increase your survival points. So the apocalypse game didn't just rain down disasters. It actively encouraged humans to slaughter each other. If even murder was encouraged, then a mechanic for destroying and seizing other people's shelters was hardly surprising. According to the captives, this room had originally belonged to Lee. He'd knocked through the walls to expand his territory. I narrowed my eyes. If I destroy this place, if Lee's shelter is gone, will his talent still exist? The answer was obvious. I barely hesitated. Destroy the current shelter. The moment the words left my mouth, a burst of red light exploded in front of me. The women huddled in the corner shrank together in terror, dreading whatever new horror was coming. I had no time for them. My eyes were locked on that red light. It spread and surged wildly, swallowing up more than half the room in the span of a few breaths. As the red light faded, a new prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have destroyed a level 0 shelter and gained 100 survival points. The former shelter owner will permanently lose their talent and all apocalypse game privileges. You have a 30% chance to inherit their items at a rate of 20%. First shelter destruction. Probability increased to 100%. Rate increased to 100%. Confirm inheritance. Failure to respond within 24 hours will be treated as forfeited. The string of prompts filled me with unexpected delight. Just as I thought, destroy the shelter, and his resurrection talent is gone. I couldn't hold back my grin, completely oblivious to how the women's eyes were growing more and more hopeless as they watched me. In their eyes, this seemingly normal young man had suddenly broken into an unstoppable, sinister smile. Confirm inheritance. Hashtag translation. I raised an eyebrow. I'd never pass up a chance to grow stronger. Inheritance complete. The destroyed shelter contained 2,876 survival points, 1 E-class bun maker, and 3 bottles of F-class coolant. All perfectly inherited and automatically deposited into your shelter reserves. Available for withdrawal upon returning home. My eyes went wide. That Guiley was actually this loaded? Over 2,000 points. I muttered to myself, suddenly realizing I'd miscalculated. Both killing people and destroying shelters awarded points. There was no way a thug likely didn't know that. This building had 32 units, meaning at least 32 shelters. Excluding mine and his own, Lee could have theoretically racked up 3,000 points these past few days just by destroying the other shelters. Add in whatever he'd earned killing people outside. His point total couldn't have been under 3,000. And that bun maker and coolant? I'd seen them in the points store. Cheap enough. But their presence told me something. Lee had figured out how points worked long ago, and he'd already started spending them. So why was he sitting on all those points instead of using them? I blinked. There was only one explanation. He'd figured out that shelters could be upgraded too. He'd been saving up to upgrade, or maybe to buy something pricier. Except he never saved up enough before I wiped him out. Everything he'd worked so hard to accumulate had just been handed to me on a silver platter. Just like that, I'm rich. The final points requirement for upgrading my shelter was now met, too. Lee's immortality talent was gone. Even if he was still alive, he wasn't a threat. And without Lin Yu around, I still had Li Ya at my side. 2 against 1. How could I lose? Besides, I had no intention of leaving the building at all. I'd have Li Ya max out the defenses while I holed up at home, growing stronger by the day. What could a Lee stripped of his shelter possibly do to me? Pick up the pace. I grabbed the walkie-talkie and gave a firm order to the soldiers hauling supplies. We've got less than half an hour. Move faster. Also, leave 2 men to set traps at the entrance. The more the better. Don't worry about waste. Put that military training of yours to good use and crank the security up to the max. Yes, Commander. The response over the walkie-talkie came through clearly. Strange, really. The entire communications system at the city police station was down. Yet these summoned soldiers had perfectly intact combat comms. It seemed the apocalypse game only jammed Earth's existing technology. The tech modules born from the shelters weren't affected. Commander, what should we do with these prisoners? The comms officer asked. I request permission to execute these dangerous individuals to ensure your safety to the fullest. He gripped the walkie-talkie, his expression cold, waiting for my command. The faces of the 3 prisoners, each burdened with supplies. Fear crept up. After a brief silence, I spoke slowly. Yeah, Kill them. Yes, Commander. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots. 3 lives gone. I felt no real turmoil inside. The bloodbath of last night and today had already changed me completely. Old Zheng, don't blame me, I murmured in my heart. I want to live too, and to do that, I have to be a little more ruthless. I took a deep breath and glanced at the group of women. Now this was a new problem. Kill them? They were victims too, tortured by Brother Lee. They'd never done anything to me. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I could be cold to my enemies, but toward the weak, a shred of conscience still lingered. Drive them out, I decided, pinching the bridge of my nose. I won't kill them, but they can't stay in this building. I'm cleaning out this whole place. I need it absolutely secure. In the apocalypse, I trusted no one. I could show mercy, but I'd never let anyone get close. Click. I swapped in a fresh magazine, about to order them to get dressed and get lost. And right then, a soft voice called out behind me. Commander, Lin Yu. I spun around on reflex and, to my joy, saw Lin Yu, covered in blood, leaning against the doorframe, smiling weakly at me. Commander, you're still alive? Thank God. Lin Yu was covered in wounds, scorched black all over from the explosion. Half her face was a bloody mess, her clothes in tatters, the skin on her arms seared away by the heat, exposing pink flesh and blood vessels. Lin Yu, I rushed over and caught her. She was alive, that was a good thing. But her condition was only marginally better than dead. She'd clearly lost all fighting ability. I could even feel the bullet holes on her, soaked through with blood. Commander, I'm fine, still breathing. Her voice was faint, every word a struggle. Those bastards threw a grenade at me, but I lured their leader in. I found out he isn't afraid of bullets. He can regenerate. He's not human. She lifted her head and grinned, her mouth full of blood. So I tied him up. Whatever he grew back, I cut off. His head, his limbs. I figured if I could just hold out long enough, I could wear him down for good. Just now, his head stopped growing back. I think I did it. You should be safe now. She didn't finish the last sentence. Her whole body went limp and collapsed into my arms. Medic! Medic! I grabbed my radio and roared. Get up here now. We've got a casualty. Move. Commander, I'm coming. The medic downstairs dropped his supplies and came pounding up the stairs, taking Lin Yu from my arms and laying her flat on the ground, ripping open his first aid. I did a quick check of the pack. I looked at her with a complicated expression. I'd still underestimated the weight of loyalty. Lin Yu had discovered Lee's resurrection talent, yet she never thought about running. She'd fought to hold him down with her last breath. Even though she believed she'd been the one to wear Lee down to death, that hardly mattered now. Once the talent was gone, a beheaded Lee was as good as dead. Right now, all I wanted was to save her. Commander, I can't save her. The medic looked up, his face full of apology. 7 bullet wounds, plus she took a grenade blast. The skin on her body is basically scorched off. She's severely dehydrated. She's lost a critical amount of blood, and her internal organs are damaged. Surgery is the only way to save her. But I don't have the setup or the supplies. She's held on this long purely on willpower. My guess is she won't make it past nightfall. My expression darkened. It was already afternoon, only a few hours until dark. Even if I rushed her to the nearest hospital, the medic wouldn't last that long. They were on the verge of disappearing themselves. She has to be saved. The survival shop has healing items. Gritting my teeth, I signaled the medic to hoist Lin Yu up, and we sprinted all the way home. Back at the shelter, Leah noticed the gravely wounded, unconscious Lin Yu and rushed over with a cry to help support her. She wanted to ask what happened, but I'd already darted inside. Opened the survival point shop. A semi-transparent data panel unfolded before me. Just as I'd thought, these operations could only be performed back in my own shelter. Filter by category, Smart Match. Healing for critically injured combat personnel. I'd spent the last few days holed up at home, so I already knew the panel inside and out and had it down to a science. Product listings refreshed rapidly, revealing a dazzling array of healing supplies. Their effects seemed almost too miraculous for human technology, but they came at a steep price. Even the cheapest cost 500 points. I made a quick selection and bought it outright. For those who risked their lives for me, I was never stingy, even if the person was just a replicant created by the shelter. Congratulations. You've successfully purchased Class C medical consumable, Gene Enhancement Serum. Gene Enhancement Serum injects a new gene sequence, comprehensively treating most injuries, with a chance to optimize the target's genes and boost physical fitness. Price: 1,000 survival points. 1,000 points. Across the entire world right now, there were probably only a handful of people who could cough up that many points all at once. Without hesitation, I took it and injected Lin Yu right away. The emerald green liquid pushed into her veins. Moments later, color began returning to her pale face, and her wounds slowly closed at a pace visible to the naked eye. She was still unconscious, but after re-examining her, the medic confirmed it. Her body was recovering, and she'd wake on her own in a few hours. As long as she can be saved. I let out a sigh of relief. She'd fought this hard. There was no reason for me to. Whatever. Besides, for a long time to come, the shelter couldn't afford to lose this combat talent. After settling Lin Yu in, I looked up to give the soldiers their next orders. But there was no one there. The medics were gone. Leah, where'd those soldiers go? Vanished, boss. Leah crouched by the doorway, working on the iron gate without looking up. Didn't you say it yourself? They were a temporary rescue force. Right? Time's up. I looked down. The walkie-talkie was gone. All their gear had disappeared. Even the traps I'd had them set up were gone. The world had erased every trace of them ever being here. Shame. I felt a pang of reluctance. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers. What a powerful security force. If I could have kept them, the shelter's safety would have gone up dramatically. My shelter level's probably too low, so the perk only gave me temporary access. I muttered. Level up a bit more, and maybe I'll get to keep more combat talent. I was eager to level up, but to be safe, I first had Leah go upstairs and drive those women off. They could keep the clothes and some of the food, but there was no way they were staying on this floor. When it came to the building's internal security, I wouldn't tolerate a single stranger. Once the women were gone, Leah stayed downstairs and reworked the entrance the way I'd instructed, lining the stairwell with fresh traps. Outside, the sky had darkened without my noticing. The crimson glow had receded, replaced by a pitch-black night sky. Only the moonlight cast a faint glimmer down on the survivors. I opened the shelter's chat interface, wanting to check today's intel and see whether the bloodbath earlier had drawn attention from anyone nearby. Sure enough, the moment it loaded, I saw plenty of people talking about it. Seriously, the whole thing was like a cop movie. Gunfire went off from last night till this afternoon before it finally stopped. I live in the building across the way. I even saw some guy scaling the exterior wall like Spider-Man, hitting them from every angle. Too bad phones won't turn on, or I'd have recorded it. Watched the whole day. It was a total thrill. A thrill? Think how many people had to die. I could smell the stench of corpses from way over here. That building must reek to high heaven by now. This is the apocalypse for you. Humans are already turning on each other. Nobody gets the idea of sticking together. No. Wait, you guys really just watched it like some action flick? No other ideas? I heard a whole bunch of women just walked out of that building. Looked like they got kicked out. Yeah, I think that did happen. Damn. Get out there, quick. Grab whichever one you can. Wait up, man. Save the one with the biggest ass for me. The slaughter in my building had clearly caught the attention of some survivors. But the channel was mostly full of other kinds of chaos. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse broke out, and across the whole city. The user's place is a slaughterhouse. Mine is just a ripple in a vast ocean, barely enough to get the neighbors whispering. No new threats that I can see, but one thing's for sure. Someone's got eyes on this building. I closed the chat window and analyzed the situation under my breath. Still, after that little display I put on earlier today, nobody should be dumb enough to come looking for trouble. If I can just buy a few more days of bonus time, I'll be able to survive the toughest stretch of the early apocalypse. I took a deep breath, checked the curtains, and made sure no one was around before summoning the shelter panel. Check upgrade requirements. Congratulations. All 5 prerequisites have been met. You may upgrade your shelter to a level -1 laboratory house, or continue waiting for additional upgrade options. Begin the upgrade. I didn't hesitate. No time to be picky. There were only 3 options anyway, and they were all about the same. What I cared about wasn't the type. It was whether the talent rewards after upgrading would be any better. Congratulations. Requirements met. Shelter upgrade beginning. Golden light poured out of the void, flooding the entire room. The glow was brilliant but didn't hurt to look at. I opened my eyes wide, yet I couldn't make out anything about the upgrade process. A few breaths later, the golden light faded, and everything went still. I looked around and felt a little let down. The shelter looked exactly the same. Same square footage, same stuff, same rooms. Nothing had changed. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to a level 1 laboratory house. You have gained new floor space in the 4 adjacent areas: left, right, front, and back. Your new shelter will be 4 to 5 times its original size. You may spend resources and survival points to freely renovate the adjacent spaces. The experimental tech tree is now unlocked. Assign the right personnel to raise your shelter's tech level. It suddenly clicked. So the upgrade just handed me the framework. The actual renovations, I've got to do myself. A new option had appeared in the shelter module, Shelter Renovation. I reached out and tapped it, and my vision suddenly lurched. It felt like my soul was being pulled out of my body. My viewpoint shot upward, and I found myself looking down on the entire shelter from high above. Every wall had turned into a translucent, ghostly outline, and green markers spread out across the floor. That was my apartment, along with the spaces belonging to my neighbors on all 4 sides. The green stretched across the entire floor. All of this belonged to me. A row of construction options popped up in front of me. Add new rooms, break through walls, adjust load-bearing walls, apply colors, buy furnishings. This really has turned into a building game. I stared, wide-eyed, feeling like the whole world had gone insane. I was a living, breathing person, living on Earth. So why was my survival becoming more and more like a game? Stunned, I didn't rush to do anything. Instead, I quietly exited the building interface. I needed to calm down and think carefully about how to redesign this upgraded shelter. The moment I exited the interface, new messages came flooding in. Congratulations. Shelter upgrade complete. Talent enhanced. Talent Homebody's Haven effect improved. Homebody's Haven. For every 24 hours spent in the shelter, receive a random survival reward tailored to your most urgent current need. Rewards are grade C minimum, special rewards excluded. Settlement time reset to 12 p.m. sharp. Enjoy 1 hour of outing exemption daily without affecting reward settlement. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in this city to upgrade a shelter. Special commendation earned. Pioneer's Horn. Pioneer's Horn, grade C special item. Can be used on any talent to add the Pioneer trait. Pioneer trait. In these dangerous times, the most important quality of the brave is luck. Those with this trait tend to have exceptional fortune. Special reward? I rubbed my chin, pleasantly surprised. First in the whole city to upgrade a shelter, and I even get an achievement reward for it? Just as I was figuring out how to use this thing, another notification popped up. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in this country to upgrade a shelter. Special commendation earned. Awakening of the Bloodline. Awakening of the Bloodline. Grade a special item. Summons a special talent with distinctly national characteristics. This talent has growth potential and extremely high upside. There's more. My eyes went wide. Not just first in the city, first in the entire country. A grade A talent. I'm rich. My grin stretched from ear to ear. A free grade A talent. That's practically the top-tier combat power across every shelter at this stage. But amid my excitement, a thought surfaced. So many days into the apocalypse, and I was the only person in the whole country to upgrade a shelter. Just how brutal were things for everyone else? I let out a sigh. Most of humanity's technology had been suppressed, leaving only low-end tools and simple weapons. This wasn't an apocalypse crawling with zombies. It was global extreme heat. The very air itself had become the enemy. Even holding a gun, you couldn't stop the spreading waves of heat. Having lost modern living technology, humanity had lost nearly every means of defending against the heat. But my sentimentality didn't last long. I knew full well that I was just an ordinary person. I didn't have the grand vision to shoulder the fate of all humankind. I just wanted to survive, to live well. The 2 rewards were stored in the shelter as data, ready to use at any time. Activate Bloodline Awakening. Golden light burst open beside me, rapidly condensing into a human form. As the light faded, A woman in a white qipao stood before me. Her features were exquisite, like a painting, her skin fair as jade. Beneath delicate, slender brows, her eyes were as clear as autumn water. "Sir." The woman bowed gracefully, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, as gentle as a spring breeze. "What's your name?" I studied her, my heart skipping a beat. I never expected to summon such a stunning beauty. "Sir, my name is Jiang Xiaozi." She lowered her head and spoke softly. "I'm from Jiangnan. Meeting you today is truly a blessing." "A beautiful name." I nodded. She was tall and elegant, the white qipao tracing a waist so slender you could wrap your hands around it. Her presence exuded a refined nobility, carrying that unique gentleness of an Eastern woman. But what truly drew me in wasn't the curves beneath the qipao. It was the ancient jade at her waist. The jade was round, a deep emerald green throughout, carved with intricate patterns and giving off a faint, visible glow. "Congratulations. You have obtained an A-rank special talent, Jiang Xiaozi." I casually pulled up her data panel. One glance, and my expression changed instantly. Name, Jiang Xiaozi. Age, 28. Type, National Fortune Prodigy. Rank, A. Physical strength, 60. Neural reaction, 68. Endurance, 50. Mental willpower, 368. Self-healing immunity, 211. Talent traits. National Fortune blessing. Protected by National Fortune, the shelter she resides in will not suffer from apocalyptic derivative disasters. Filial piety first. For every resident over the age of 40 in the shelter, exploration rewards, high-tier talent acquisition rate, and technology R&D speed increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Far-sighted strategy. Any matter within the shelter requiring strategy, planning, research, traps, or defense will never fail. Talent gifts. Wide social network. She has many friends and has a chance each month to recommend new talents to the shelter. If no recommendation is made that month, the chance of recommending a high-tier talent next time increases. Superior intellect. She can pass her knowledge and experience on to others, significantly boosting residents' skills and thinking. Winning hearts and minds. Her presence unites the residents, greatly enhancing morale and efficiency. Value score, 3,568 points. Hiss. I sucked in a sharp breath and read it 3 times over, making sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. This is insane. Jiang Xiaozi's stats left Lin Yu and Li Ya in the dust by a mile. 368 mental willpower and 211 self-healing immunity. These alone weren't the most shocking part. They only proved she wasn't built for combat. What really got me? The skin-tingling part was those 3 traits and 3 talents. They meshed together, interlocking perfectly. She was quite literally the ultimate administrative talent. All these effects combined make her a walking group buff dispenser. And the best part is wide social circle. I'll never have to worry about being shorthanded again. A free person every month, with a chance at scoring high-tier talent for nothing. Does this count as buy one get in free? I couldn't stop grinning. The only thing that gave me slight pause was filial piety first. It required residents over the age of 40 in the territory to take effect. But in the apocalypse, the elderly and the very young could hardly survive on their own. The first wave of disasters had already been brutally unkind to the elderly, and it would only get worse from here. If a shelter had too many such people, they'd actually drag down disaster resistance and development. But this effect is seriously sweet. 3 types of gains, doubled at max. I murmured, bloodline awakening summons talents unique to your homeland. Of all virtues, filial piety comes first. That's certainly distinctive enough. Looks like once I have the resources to spare, I should take in a few old folks. As long as I kept the numbers in check, this trait was pure profit. Just as I was calculating how to squeeze every ounce of value out of her, a faint groan came from the bed behind me. In, water, water. It was Linyu. She opened her eyes, waking from the coma of her severe injuries. She'd mostly recovered, but she was still weak. Here's some water, drink slowly. Before I could even react, Jiang Xiaozi was already crouched at the bedside with a cup, gently feeding it to her. Who are you? Linyu was a little wary, her voice hoarse. Commander, is she a new member? Yeah. I nodded, then made a point of adding, she's important. From now on, whatever happens at home, you all listen to her. Myself included. She was a strategist type, smart. When it came to decisions, following her lead was always the right call. And even if she got something wrong, no harm done. If even her wisdom failed, I sure as hell wouldn't know where the problem was either. A leader has to know their own limits to know how to use people well. Important. Lin Yu chewed on the word, propping up her weak body to try to sit. Comrade, let me do it myself. She didn't dare trouble Jiang Xiaozi, but she was gently pressed back down. You're injured. Rest well. Listen to her, I said with a smile, then paused. You're important too. Don't take your own health so lightly. I'm important too. Lin Yu froze for a moment, lifting her head to look at me in the darkness. I was smiling gently. Our household is a lot stronger now than it was a few days ago. I sat down at the edge of the bed and said to Jiang Xiaozi, counting you and me, the shelter now has 4 people. Me, you, Leah, and Lin Yu. Lin Yu was my first subordinate. Military background, very loyal. Leah is our engineer. She's good at modifications and research. Also, I've already granted you some of the shelter's access privileges. My expression turned serious. Xiaozi, may I call you that? Going forward, I'll be relying on you a lot. I'm not exactly a genius, so I'm hoping you'll use your intelligence to keep everyone safe. Jiang Xiaozi answered softly. I will, sir. Lin Yu looked back and forth between the two of them, waiting until they finished before cutting in. Captain, have all the enemies been cleared out? All cleared. I remember, you had some other soldiers. Where are they? Gone. I gave a bitter smile. Right now our shelter is still just the 4 of us. But down the road, maybe there'll be more. Oh, and Xiaozi, I brought back all the supplies from upstairs. Haven't taken inventory yet, so I'll leave that to you. Of course, sir. Jiang Xiaozi rose and walked toward the pile of supplies, her steps light and graceful, swaying elegantly. Only then did Lin Yu notice. The room, which hadn't been all that cramped before, was now packed with supplies. Toilet paper, toothbrushes, food, drinks, everything you could think of. Even the doorway was stacked full. Whoa! Her eyes went wide. Captain, who'd you rob? Yep, robbed the enemies who came after us. I burst out laughing. The outside threat was gone, our talent pool was growing, and everything was moving in the right direction. Even though it was still an apocalyptic hellscape baking under the heat out there, my shelter was starting to take shape, with enough backbone to weather a disaster or two. You're amazing, Captain, Lin Yu said sincerely. I shook my head. Not amazing. If you hadn't held off the enemy at the risk of your life, we'd have been finished long ago. We made it through this time because of you. You deserve the most credit. Captain, it's just what I was supposed to do. Even a bright, cheerful girl gets shy sometimes. She lowered her head. Protecting you is my duty. I smiled and asked, by the way, the healing item I used on you seems to have a chance of enhancing your abilities. How are you feeling now? Feeling? She shook her head. Hard to say. I'm still really weak, can't really tell. I nodded and casually pulled up her stats panel. All of Lin Yu's base attributes had broken past 100 points, and there was even a new trait. Seek the hidden. When on exploration missions, a small chance to obtain additional supplies. Her talent rank had jumped from D to C, and her combat score had climbed right along with it. The only catch was that her physical condition was flagged as weakened, requiring 10 hours to recover. That 1,000-point gene serum had worked even better than I'd expected. Worth every point. I understood in my heart that this was probably because her potential had gone untapped all along, and ran right into the improved probability. Luck, sometimes it's worth more than skill. Speaking of luck, I still had a special reward I hadn't used yet. The Pioneer's Horn. It could grant a person a new trait that brought good fortune. The description said the effect wasn't exactly precise, but hey, a special reward is a special reward. I only had 3 people. Who should I give it to? By rights, Jiang Xiaozi, with the highest tier, would be the obvious choice. But all her talents were fixed administrative buffs, internal management stuff. She ran the shelter's day-to-day affairs. Nothing to do with luck. Leah? A research engineer, what would she need luck for? Science is about hard, grounded work. Relying on luck would only crash and burn. The one who really needed a stroke of good fortune was Lin Yu, who fought out there every day and hauled supplies back home. The luckier she got, the more she'd bring in. Then. I didn't hesitate. While Lin Yu rested with her eyes closed, I opened the panel and used the reward on her. A flash of golden light swept over her. A notification popped up. Lin Yu has obtained the Pioneer's Horn. Commander, there's something new in my head. Her eyes snapped open, her face full of confusion. Don't overthink it. Just lie down and rest. I reassured her with a smile. You're the only guardian angel we've got right now. MM. She nodded obediently and closed her eyes again. I never saw it as a waste. Hoarding is fine in moderation, but mindlessly stockpiling only drags you down. Use it when you should. The sooner you use it, the sooner you benefit. The night was vast and still. In the entire building, all that remained was the clanging of Liya building defenses downstairs and the low murmur of Jiang Xiaozi counting supplies. I pulled up the shelter panel, finally free to tally up today's spoils. Thanks to the talent reward, I'd wiped out that gang of thugs down to the last man and claimed the whole building in one sweep. All the supplies Li and his crew had scavenged from outside over the past days were now mine for the taking. Rough estimate. These alone could keep 4 people going comfortably for months, and living pretty well at that. While the survivors out there were still fretting over a sip of water or a single grain of food, I was back to using toilet paper and toothbrushes, little things that raised your quality of life. I could even light up a cigarette, and I dug up some magazines and comics from the pile too. Looks like Li and those guys had shoved anything they could grab into the building. No questions asked. Having a lot of supplies was a good thing, but it came with its own headaches. The freezers got limited space. With this much food, a batch is bound to spoil in the heat. I frowned. I need to trade out the perishables fast and swap them for something fresh. I checked my points, 1,806 left. First I'll build out the empty zones, then see what good stuff I can trade for with the rest. As I opened the construction module, that out-of-body sensation washed over me again. My viewpoint got yanked up into a bird's-eye view. This time I wasn't as blown away. I immediately started studying the overall layout. It was an 8-story old residential building, for units per floor. My shelter currently covered the entire 6th floor, connected to the stairwells above and below. Based on how upgrades spread outward, sooner or later the whole building would be mine. So I need to think long-term, plan the future with the entire building as my blueprint. Right now I can't build anything on the other floors, and I can't set up the first-floor defenses yet. So defense shouldn't be my focus. Besides, it's way too expensive. I scanned the list of buildable options: iron doors, electric doors, barbed wire, and other basic infrastructure. There were even wall-mounted guns, laser traps, and trapdoors. All kinds of stuff, too much to take in at a glance. But without exception, they were absurdly overpriced. Even the simplest iron door cost 100 points. The upside of shelter construction was that placement equaled completion. No need to gather materials or build by hand. But I still didn't plan to buy defenses here. The only suitable option I could afford was the iron door. And Leah could make an iron door herself. It wasn't as thick as the module version, but it'd do in a pinch. As for the other defenses, they were either level-locked or had prerequisites. I quickly noticed something crucial. It wasn't just defenses. Almost everything I could build, circuits, floor heating, central air, chemistry labs, all required a prerequisite room. Research lab costs 1,000 points. Builds a level 1 research lab, unlocking the tech tree system for the current shelter. Enables research of more prerequisite tech modules. Got it. First you build the tech tree, then you climb it, then you unlock more buildings. I nodded. Makes sense. I'm feeling more and more like I'm playing a video game. The whole system was authentic through and through, practically a doomsday survival game tailor-made for Earthlings. I had no choice. Fighting back tears, I dropped a massive 1,000 points and bought the research lab. Please select a placement location. Available areas are marked in purple. The prompt lit up, and when I looked, the research lab took up a shocking amount of space. A single room devoured the entire footprint of a neighboring 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit. A full third of the whole floor. The most important prerequisite building really does hog the space. I sighed and placed it in the innermost spot, as far from the stairwell as possible. Something this important had to be heavily protected. If enemies ever breached the building down the line, I couldn't let it be the first thing exposed and attacked. Congratulations. Research lab successfully placed. Tech tree system unlocked. Upgrade doomsday technology and transform your life for the better. Life for the better? I rubbed my hands together. Let's see just how good it can get. I tapped the newly unlocked tech tree on the panel. A dense grid of tech projects filled my screen. At the top of the list was Lab House Sequence, with all sorts of branches spread out beneath it. Basic power system, autonomous water system, basic defense reinforcement, living facility upgrades, research exploration enhancement, agricultural automation, medical aid station, air purification, smart surveillance network, waste processing center, central air conditioning. It made my head spin. Even without checking the detailed effects, the names alone said it all. Light every one of these up, and the shelter would be completely transformed. Let's check the prices. I muttered. Power system 1,000. Water system 1,000. Waste processing 300. Central AC 800. Damn, everything's crazy expensive. I sucked in a sharp breath, staring at my measly 800 points with a bitter smile. Building a shelter really is a long, hard road. And this is just a level 1 lab house. The later stuff's gonna burn through cash even faster. I started calculating how to squeeze the most value out of these 800 points. AC is important, but I can still tough out the heat with ice water for now. The medical station's nice, but it's not urgent. Let's go with research exploration enhancement first. 500 points, most immediate payoff right now. Research exploration enhancement costs 500 points. Deploy research personnel to conduct studies, taking 10 hours. Upon success, boosts exploration yield by 10% and tech research speed by 10%. Two 10% boosts didn't sound like much, but they'd add up over time. The long-term returns would be pretty substantial. That's the one. 300 left. Save it or keep browsing. My gaze landed on Waste Processing Center. Waste Processing Center costs 300 points. Deploy research personnel to conduct studies, taking 12 hours. Constructs a fully automated waste processing system capable of rendering all types of waste harmless. Exactly 300. After a moment's hesitation, I bought it anyway. I just couldn't stand the stench in the place anymore. With the city water cut off, I couldn't even flush the toilet. Every day I'd pile up a mound of waste, then deal with it all using water that was already going foul, and I still felt bad about wasting even that little bit of water. For someone used to civilization, filth is the hardest thing to bear. Not to mention that human waste breeds bacteria, a genuine threat to survival in its own right. Project selected. Please deploy personnel to the research room. Leah. I called Leah up from downstairs. She poked her head in. Boss, you rang. How's the defense coming along down there? Just about done. Another half hour and the entrance traps and door reinforcements will be finished. She grinned. This building's old, but it's built solid, so originally. It's a steel door, saves me a major overhaul. Get some good rest after today. Tomorrow's a big project. I told her about the 2 research tasks. Her eyes lit up. Boss, no need to wait for tomorrow. I can do it right now. Now. I glanced out at the pitch-black window. It's already past 11. Too late. Get some rest. I didn't want to overwork my people, but she was adamant. No way. I can pull an all-nighter. I'll have it done by tomorrow night. That's a promise. Her eyes burned with a passion for research. Only then did I realize that beneath Li Ya's frail appearance was the soul of a mad scientist. Sir, I agree with Miss Li starting now, Zhang Xiaozi said softly from beside me. These are extraordinary times, and our lives depend on this place. The sooner she gets to work, the safer we all are. Most of the time we can't stick to a normal schedule. We have to adapt to the situation. It was diplomatically put. I nodded. All right, let's do it. Thanks for the hard work, Leah. No problem, boss. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, wrench still in hand, and gave me a sweet smile. This is exactly what I love doing. After getting directions to the lab, she dove right in. The lab was set up in what used to be the neighbor's room. I'd never seen it before, so I followed out of curiosity. From the outside, it looked like any ordinary house, just a wooden door. But push it open and step inside, and there were all kinds of strange research instruments, high-powered microscopes, a chemistry workstation, precision cutting machines. Many of these things I'd never even heard of, let alone knew how to use. Leah, though, moved through it all like she'd done it 1,000 times, handling everything with a light, practiced touch, pure enjoyment written all over her face. I watched for a moment, then quietly slipped out without disturbing her. Back in the main house, I realized I was the only idle person in the whole shelter. Leah was busy with modifications and development. Jiang Xiaozi was busy taking inventory, sorting, and planning for the future. Even Lin Yu, who was sleeping, was a wounded hero who'd more than earned her rest. Maybe I should sleep too. I scratched my head. There really was nothing for me to do. I didn't have the points to modify anything either, so I just lay down next to Lin Yu, closed my eyes, and drifted off. When I opened my eyes again, everything was bathed in crimson. Outside, the sky was already bright, and the scorching sun continued to mercilessly bake every living thing on the planet. Maybe it was because the threat of the rioters had been eliminated, but I'd slept exceptionally well. I rolled out of bed. Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Just then, Jiang Xiaozi walked in carrying 2 steaming, mouth-watering plates of food. "Sir, you're awake," she greeted me with a smile. "Lunch is ready. Come eat." "What time is it?" "It's 10 past noon, sir." I slept that long. I sat down at the table, then suddenly froze. "Wait, where did you cook this? Didn't the gas get shut off?" Question mark. "The neighbor downstairs has a gas tank and a stove. Some of the food in our supplies wouldn't keep, so I took the initiative to cook it," she explained gently. "You told me yesterday to use my own judgment on matters big and small, that I didn't need to check with you first." "That's right. You did great." I looked around the apartment, overwhelmed with emotion. Before I went to sleep, the place had been a total mess, the air thick with a lingering, suffocating stench. In the first few days of the apocalypse, I hadn't been in the mood to clean, and neither Lin Yu nor Leah was the type to tidy up. But when I woke up, the whole place was spotless and bright, the smell gone, replaced by a faint, pleasant fragrance. What surprised me most was that the apartment was noticeably cool. The temperature was only around 30 degrees. Keep in mind, global temperatures had already broken 70 degrees. 30 degrees practically counted as winter now. "How is it so cool in here?" I murmured, glancing around, until I noticed the freezer had been moved next to the door. Its door was wide open, and a crude device resembling an exhaust fan was attached to the outside, steadily pumping cold air into the room. An air conditioner. I stared, incredulous. "Xiaozi, did you make this?" This wasn't a freezer anymore. It was practically an AC unit. I'd thought of something similar before, but never got around to it. I hadn't expected someone else to beat me to it. "It wasn't me. It was Miss Lee," she said, shaking her head, refusing to take credit. "She built the device so you could sleep more comfortably. She wouldn't have done it on her own without your orders." I smiled. I knew Leah. She was a passive kind of research talent, used to following orders, rarely taking initiative. Jiang Xiaozi was different. She had a mind of her own, figured out what needed to be done, and gave it her all. This transformed apartment was the best proof of that. What really holds a team together is never just the fighters. It's the people who know how to think one step ahead for you. In just one night, sitting in this bright, clean home, I felt a hazy sense of being back in the days before the apocalypse. But that haze didn't last long before it was interrupted by a new notification popping up in front of me. "Congratulations. You've stayed in the shelter for 24 hours and triggered a talent reward. UVE received the talent reward. C-rank tech weapon, infinite rain rifle, high sniper type." As the notification chimed, a rifle materialized out of thin air on the dining table. The chopsticks in Jiang Xiaozi's hand paused ever so slightly. She lowered her eyes, as if she hadn't seen a thing, and continued eating elegantly. I didn't bother explaining. I just picked up the rifle and examined it. The lightweight alloy body gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, its lines clean and sharp. It came fully equipped with a smart scope and a suppressor. Embedded where the magazine would go was an energy conversion system, giving it a distinctly futuristic feel. Information surfaced before my eyes. Weapon name, Endless Barrage Rifle. Weapon grade, C grade. Weapon traits, infinite ammo, unlimited firing, but mind the barrel's cooldown. High precision mid-range sniping, switches to single-shot sniper mode within 800 meters for maximum damage. Suppressed, extremely quiet shots, virtually undetectable in open terrain. Range, Effective 800 m, maximum 1500 m. Rate of fire, 800 rounds per minute in full auto mode. A rifle with infinite ammo, and it's a sniper too? The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. This world was starting to feel more and more like some kind of doomsday video game. The grade went up a tier. Must be tied to my talent leveling up. I propped my chin in my hand. But the talent system thinks what I'm lacking most is a weapon. Made sense, actually. Even counting the handguns we'd seized, the whole shelter only had 5. After yesterday's brutal fight, we were down to under 100 rounds. One gun per person wasn't the issue, but in a high-intensity firefight, our ammo reserves wouldn't hold up at all. So it just handed me a gun that doesn't need bullets. A real lifesaver. I looked up. Where's Linyu? This gun should go to her. She was the shelter's main scout. With this in hand, her safety margin out there would double. She went to check the bodies, Jiang Xiaozi said softly. She wanted to confirm herself whether yesterday's enemies were really dead. By my count, she should be back soon. That guy, brotherly? I murmured. Right. I still haven't asked her how she managed to hold off that many people all by herself yesterday. I'd been curious about that the whole time. Yesterday morning had been the most dangerous moment for the entire shelter. It was only because Lin Yu drew every last thug's attention onto herself that Li Ya and I made it through unscathed. I asked her, Jiang Xiaozi said, setting down her bowl and chopsticks and explaining patiently. Miss Lin used the building's exterior walls and the individual apartments as cover. Those thugs had been kicking down doors house by house, which actually cleared a path for her. She moved along the outer walls, picking off stragglers, forcing everything into one-on-one fights, and whittling them down one by one. Brotherly threw a grenade, but she dodged in time, no serious harm done. As for capturing him, it was actually a lucky break. One of the new fighters you brought back is a sniper. The moment he showed up, he had Brotherly spooked and drew all his attention. Miss Lin seized the chance to ambush him and managed to drag him back. She'd already realized Brotherly had a resurrection ability, so she deliberately tied him up tight to keep him from coming back to life over and over. The rest, you already know. Lin Yu told you all this. Yes, I felt it was important to understand every single person in the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, eyes filled with admiration. Miss Lin is an exceptional fighter, and her fighting spirit is even rarer. She's a soldier one in a million. I agree. I'd lived through that firefight yesterday. I knew her worth better than anyone. But to keep yesterday from happening again, Jiang Xiaozi turned to me. I'd suggest you adjust the shelter's development strategy, sir. Focus on building up our internal defenses. My thoughts exactly. I smiled. Looks like we're on the same page. I was just about to hand that over to Leah. No, that's not enough. She shook her head. Beyond physical defenses, we need more options. Such as people. Jiang Xiaozi said softly. We need more hands. I know you don't trust outsiders, sir. People are hard to read. I understand that. But setting that aside, population is the key to making a shelter stronger. If we'd had enough people, yesterday's fight never would have gotten that dangerous. What made Brother Lee's crew strong? Nothing but numbers. She paused. Actually, I looked into it afterward. Brother Lee had no real management skills at all. He only knew how to keep his people down through brute force. They weren't loyal to him, just resentful and afraid. And yet, even so, he still held them in an iron grip. Her expression grew serious. If you'll trust me with it, sir, I can take charge of this. I can ensure the new residents' loyalty to you to the greatest extent possible. Gather the strength of the masses and forge them into your shield and sword, sir. She said it with utter sincerity. Clearly this was the direction she'd charted for the shelter. I'm molded over, brow furrowed. I'm cautious by nature, but I'm no fool. I understood exactly what Jiang Xiaozi had left unsaid. In this rotating apocalypse we were living through, hunkering down at home was fine in the short term. But the moment we hit a crisis that required numbers to survive, a shelter fighting alone was doomed to lose out. And based on the mechanics the apocalypse game had revealed so far, shelters would inevitably start swallowing each other up sooner or later. Absorbing others was the only way to gain population and resources, and population itself was one of the trump cards for staying alive. Even setting the rotating apocalypse aside, I had to guard against other shelters growing strong and turning to bite me. The strong prey on the weak. It never leaves the weak a way out. I've hesitated over this too. I drew a deep breath. Compared to ordinary survivors, I'd rather gather talent like you, Linyu and Leah. People like you are the cornerstone of this shelter. Sir, we have no reliable way to recruit talent, Jiang Xiaozi said, her tone still gentle. So you need to learn the art of leading people, and I'll help you. I looked straight into her eyes, and a sudden realization welled up in me. So this was what it felt like to have a strategist at your side. You couldn't help, but I was persuaded by her. Her analysis was flawless. I had nothing to counter with. I nodded. All right, I'll leave this to you. But since you can read my temperament, you should understand that Yes, sir, I know exactly what to do. Zhang Xiaozi smiled. I'll set up a solid recruitment system and management plan, and do everything I can to build you the safest possible role. I was a little curious. What role is the safest? She said softly, the mastermind behind the scenes. Director, are you two discussing something classified? The door was carefully pushed open by Linyu. She poked her head in, hesitant to step inside. The expressions on both of us were far too serious, especially mine, which carried a trace of surprise and anticipation beneath the gravity. It's fine, come in. I waved her over. Linyu, what about the corpse? Didn't come back to life. Dead as a doornail. She grinned happily. It was starting to reek, so I tossed it out of the building. I nodded, handed her the rifle, and gave her a quick rundown of its specs. This for me. Linyu was both stunned and thrilled, her fingertips caressing the barrel, unable to let go, her eyes full of fascination. A soldier's love for their weapon is instinct. And this was a fully featured rifle with unlimited ammo, more than enough to handle any complicated battlefield. Give your submachine pistol to Xiaozi for self-defense. Director, that gun only has 20 rounds left. That's enough. I smiled. If things ever get so bad that Xiaozi has to fight, then we're not far from wiped out anyway. You're right, Director. I'll never let anyone hurt any of us. Linyu gripped the rifle tightly, determination written all over her pretty face. She really had grown stronger. After recovering, her combat rating was 256 points. With this rifle equipped, it shot straight up to 456. The gun alone added 200 points. By my estimate, her current combat level was at least the peak of what an ordinary human could reach. Anyone stronger than her, you'd probably only find in a superhero movie. Then let's get moving. I opened the dispatch missions and found that all 3 of the daily refresh tasks had been upgraded from rank D to rank C. The higher the rank, the richer the rewards should be. I picked a medicine gathering mission and assigned it to her. Right now, medicine was what the shelter needed most. Linyu threw back her shoulders and saluted. Don't worry, Director. Mission will be accomplished. With that, she grabbed her gun and supplies, turned, and headed out of the shelter. This mission had a 12-hour time limit. By my calculations, she wouldn't be back until nightfall. We're still too short on combat-type personnel. Just Linyu, that's it. I sighed. The moment she leaves, our security level drops several notches. Sir, everything's going to be okay, Zhang Xiaozi reassured me. Take it slow, everything will. Here's the English translation. Yeah. I glanced at her retreating figure, then turned back to Zhang Xiaozi with genuine interest. Go on, tell me more about this mastermind plan of yours. After Linyu left, Zhang Xiaozi and I talked for a long time. The mastermind plan she'd tailored for me was actually pretty simple at its core. Recruit survivors in large numbers to work for the shelter, then use the talent units as a skeleton to build a management system. Having the talents keep the survivors in check, suppress any troublemakers among them, and motivate them to work hard. Meanwhile, I'd stay hidden in the background, strictly limiting the survivors' chances to interact with me, keeping only the most loyal talents at my side. Once we establish a solid management structure, a pyramid with you at the top, the talents as your support, and the survivors as the base, we can guarantee your safety while still allowing the shelter to grow rapidly, Jiang Xiaozi said softly. As the mastermind, you won't have to handle everything yourself. You just give the orders, and others carry them out. No one can get to you, so your safety is secured, and you won't have to worry about people's true intentions anymore. I mulled it over. This setup sounds familiar. Isn't this basically how ancient emperors ruled? You could think of it that way, sir. Her smile made my heart skip. This woman was practically draping the imperial robe over my shoulders. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized she was right. To satisfy my caution while also accounting for the shelter's growth, this really seemed like the only viable path. Let's give it a try? No one can predict the future anyway. I didn't commit fully, just told her to start setting things up along these lines. I'll handle everything, she said with a nod, then added, Sir, the food's getting cold. Let me go warm it up. No need, I'll eat it as is. I waved her off, suddenly struck by how indulgent I was being. The apocalypse had been underway for several days now. Most of the food in the city had already rotted, and even the water had turned foul. For the vast majority of survivors, rations and clean water were running dangerously low. How many of them could still eat pre-apocalypse meals like I was? It was just simple home cooking, but my situation was already far better than most people's in the entire city. After the meal, Jiang Xiaozi cleared away the dishes and excused herself to continue organizing and planning out the whole building. Since I was going to use this place as my base, she naturally took charge of all those details. By afternoon, Jiang Xiaozi was busy organizing the building. Linyu was out exploring, and Liu was holed up in the research room tinkering with the tech tree. In the entire apartment building, I was the only one with nothing to do. This really does feel like being an emperor, I mused, lying on the bed, savoring the cool air drifting from the freezer. I give the orders, and the talents make them happen. Yeah, this feels pretty damn good. Full in content, I drifted off into a hazy sleep. I slept until 3 in the afternoon. With no computer and no phone, the emptiness was unbearable, so I had to find something to kill the time. Let me check the trading platform and see if I can buy more bullets. I pulled up the info screen and was about to tap the trading platform when I noticed the leaderboard section had a whole bunch of new rankings today. Besides the original level board, talent board, and exploration mission board, there were now a supply reserve board, a shelter destruction kill board, an equipment board, a survival points board. The list was packed, at least a dozen at a glance. I skimmed through them and froze. I was ranked number 1 on 5 of them. First on the talent board, first on the level board, first on the exploration mission board, first on the supply board, first on the equipment board. Am I really this strong? I blinked. It hadn't even been a week since the first apocalypse wave began, and I'd already swept 5 boards. The more rankings you topped, the better. When this apocalypse cycle ended, the mysterious entity would hand out rewards based on rankings. The higher you placed, the richer the rewards, and the easier it was to snowball your advantage. Let me check the other boards. The next second, my pupils shrank. The number 1 spot on the kill board read, Shelters Destroyed, 161. This board was essentially the game's PK ranking, and everyone who made it here was a combat fanatic. But this was the real world. The people being killed were living, breathing human beings. Destroying 161 shelters meant this guy had killed at least 161 people, probably more. It's only been a few days into the apocalypse, and he's already taken out this many. I don't buy that everyone he ran into was an enemy. I stared at the name, a chill running down my spine. This is a straight-up murderer. Whether he does it for the thrill of bloodshed or just to farm points, one thing's clear. This person is extremely dangerous. I burned that name into my memory. Little White Bear Shelter. A cute, harmless-sounding name, but nothing about what they did was cute. What I'm seeing now is just the city leaderboard. I still have no idea what the national or global picture looks like, but you can tell a lot from a little. If Jinling City alone has scum like this, other places probably aren't any better. I shook my head. Natural disasters run rampant, but man-made ones are far worse. The real apocalypse was never just the catastrophe itself. It was what the catastrophe exposed once it stripped away the veneer of civilization, human nature. I flipped to my own kill board ranking, 53,688th, with 1 shelter destroyed. In other words, in this city alone, at least 50,000 people had already turned on their own kind. And this was only the beginning. Now the points board. I'm ranked, damn, past the 100,000 mark, not even given a specific number. I rolled my eyes. After all that spending, my several thousand survival points had dwindled to a pitiful 6. Sure, it was low, but not low enough to get kicked past 100,000. This is the kind of terrifying interval that followed. Could it really be that at least 100,000 survivors across the city have figured out how to farm points? Either they've got talented people on hand, or they found some other channel. I looked at the top of the points leaderboard. Little White Bear Shelter. Current points, 12,620. Over 12,000 points. If you factored in what he'd already spent, his total earnings had likely broken 20,000. Based on the number of shelters he's destroyed, killing alone should have netted him at least 16,000 points. But his current total is less than that, which means he's spent a chunk of it. This guy's foundation is anything but simple. My brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Having a killer like this lurking in the city, without being able to catch even a trace of him, was a real headache. Especially for someone as cautious as me. That familiar sense of pressure had come creeping back. I'd barely enjoyed less than a day of ease before it all vanished in an instant, replaced by the heavy crisis pressing down on my heart once again. The most alarming part, he's sitting on this many points, yet his shelter is still level 0. I stared at that line of data, my heartbeat quickening. Holding over 10,000 points and still can't meet the upgrade requirements? Impossible. He's deliberately keeping his level from going up. He's got another card up his sleeve that no one knows about. I slowly let out a breath. Where the hell is this guy hiding? Could he be close to me? The more I thought about it, the more it chilled me. I closed out of the leaderboard data and immediately logged into the trading platform to search for weapon and ammunition orders. After filtering, I froze. Prices had skyrocketed several times over today. The day before yesterday, I traded just a few bottles of iced water plus some medicine for 100 rounds of ammo. Today, the seller's reply was just 2 words. Not enough. The current lowest asking price was 10 bottles of iced water, plus 20 pounds of shelf-stable food, or 20 boxes of common medicine. That whole pile of supplies, just to trade for 100 rounds of the most basic pistol ammo. Other types of ammo, not for sale. Grenades, not for sale. Only pistol rounds, pistols, and body armor were on the market. I messaged several sellers in a row, and the prices were all pretty much the same. It was as if overnight, this whole crowd had gotten together and agreed to jack up their prices in unison. Strange, why did it suddenly get so expensive? I opened the city chat channel, searched weapons and ammo, and scrolled through the logs. Sure enough, I found some clues. Ammo's absurdly expensive today, totally unaffordable. I finally scraped together some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, and now it's not enough again. I heard there have been way too many shootouts in the city these past couple days. All over looting supplies, some people even deliberately slaughtering weaker shelters. The sellers who control the firearms want to limit their output to keep humans from turning on each other. Bullshit, they just want to build up a private army. It's not that bad. There are still good people out there. Just yesterday, my neighbor next door got rescued by a relief team. Too bad they're short on supplies and can't save many people. You really can't read people in the apocalypse. The more I think about it, the more I feel there's no difference between life before and after doomsday. How do you figure that, man? Think about it. Before the apocalypse, I busted my ass for decades trying to buy a house. Prices went up every year, and I was always just a little short, couldn't get in the game. After the apocalypse, I'm killing myself to stockpile resources so I can buy a gun, and I still come up just a little short. Hand on your heart. Tell me, has my situation actually changed from before to after? I'm still stuck at the bottom of the goddamn food chain. Damn. So this whole apocalypse was for nothing. Turns out the survivors had already been griping since yesterday. I'd just been too busy recovering after the big fight to notice right away. In those first few days after the world ended, survivors across the city had just gotten used to using online platforms to trade, swap desperately needed supplies, and band together to survive. There were even a few soft-hearted good people who gave things away for free or sold them cheap to help others out. But it didn't take long for the market to sour. The good people vanished. The cheap supplies dried up. Water, food, weapons, gear, everything shot up several times in price. The harder the currency, the more expensive it got. Meanwhile, non-essentials like toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes stayed dirt cheap, and nobody wanted them. When it's life or death, who cares about quality of life? This whole thing gave me a headache. I'd been using ice water as my trading capital, but now, in the eyes of the city's survivors, ice water didn't count as a necessity either. There was just too little of it. Right now, I'm the only one who can produce it steadily, and only about 10 bottles a day. Even if I sold every last bottle and threw it into the demand of the entire city, It'd be nothing more than a drop of water under the blazing sun, not enough to make a ripple. People had already written off ice water as a luxury, and demand was dropping fast. So what? I'm supposed to trade food that's about to expire for bullets. I tried talking to some sellers, only to find these people were pretty damn picky. Perishable food went for a pitiful price, half of what non-perishable food commanded. It's only been a few days, and everyone's already gotten sharp. You all just want to rip me off, huh? Fine, then I'm not buying. I gave up. I already had a rifle with unlimited ammo anyway, so my need for weapons wasn't exactly urgent. No reason to play the sucker here. But I've got to buy something, right? On the table sat the list Jiang Xiaozi had made last night, a batch of food that was about to expire and rot. If I didn't deal with it, it'd be a massive waste. Eat it. There was no way to finish it all. There were only 4 people in the shelter, but we'd stockpiled enough supplies to keep dozens alive for a week. Even if we ate our fill, we couldn't get through it. Besides, everyone except me was a woman, and even the biggest eater among them only. That girl, Linyu. If it comes down to it, I could just buy some cigarettes. They're cheap, and I haven't smoked in days. The thought had barely formed before I felt guilty for wasting resources. Other people were worried about going hungry, and here I was, thinking about stockpiling cigarettes to satisfy a craving. While I was still weighing it, a commotion suddenly broke out downstairs. From the sound of it, a decent crowd had gathered. What's going on? Startled, I rushed to the window and pulled back the curtain to peek down through the gap. A group of women stood below, the very same ones I'd chased off yesterday, the original residents of this building. They came back. I frowned, and as my gaze swept over them, I spotted Linyu among the crowd. She stood facing them with her gun drawn, seemingly trying to calm them down. Then she turned and walked toward the building entrance, opening the door using the special method Leah had taught her. Moments later, I heard her footsteps coming up the stairwell. At the same time, a new notification popped up before my eyes. Alert! Your dispatch personnel unit, Linyu, has triggered a special event and is returning to the shelter early. Triggered a special event, returning early? I raised an eyebrow. Another new mechanic? If she came back early, would it affect the resources she'd scavenged? I still didn't have a firm grasp on the dispatch system. Judging by the group of women Linyu had brought back, dispatch missions probably worked like sending survivors out to scavenge for supplies. The personnel unit would handle it within a certain range, so no living person had to risk their neck. The door swung open, and Linyu appeared before me. Commander. Her voice rang out crisp and clear as she snapped a salute. It's not even dark yet. Why are you back so soon? I looked at her calmly. Something happened? Yes, Commander. She took a deep breath, forcing down her nervousness, and began her report tentatively. While carrying out my mission, I found a group of thugs not far from the shelter. They were assaulting a group of innocent women. As a soldier, it's my duty to protect the people, so you drove off the thugs and brought them back. I pulled the curtain aside and glanced down again, my tone flat. You do know these are the ones I kicked out. I know, Commander. Linyu lowered her head, her voice hesitant as she struggled to explain. I wasn't trying to disobey orders. It's just, they really were pitiful. I understand. There's no room for soft-heartedness on a mission. But Miss Jiang told me last night that if I came across the right people along the way, I could bring them back to the shelter. She said we need fresh blood. She didn't specify who, so when I saw how pitiful they were, Commander, I'm sorry. The more she spoke, the less sure of herself she became. Her shoulders slumped. I'll send them away right now. That won't be necessary. I waved my hand and let out a faint sigh. It seemed Jiang Xiaozi was clever. Smart. Since last night, she'd been scheming about developing the shelter, convinced she could talk me into it today. She'd also read Lin Yu's character perfectly. Though Lin Yu was a talent unit, to me she was no different from a living person. Her background was that of a Chinese soldier, willing to sacrifice herself to protect the people. How could someone like that stand by while the weak were being bullied? Since she'd already acted, there was nothing I could say. Every talent had their own nature. If it hadn't been for what Jiang Xiaozi said at noon, I would have just had Lin Yu drive them away again. But now, things were different. Go find Jiang Xiaozi, I said, turning to draw the curtains. She'll handle these women. Commander, are we going to kill them? Lin Yu looked tense, gripping her rifle tightly. I noticed the small gesture and couldn't help but smile. Lin Yu, If I ordered you to kill them, would you do it? Commander, I don't know. She panicked, eyes wide, staring at me almost in disbelief, unable to accept that the person she'd sworn loyalty to might be a tyrant. Would you pull the trigger? Orders. Orders are absolute. Her whole body went rigid as she murmured, I'd answer for it with my life. She couldn't bring herself to fire on the innocent. It went against her principles as a soldier. You look conflicted, I said with a smile. Relax. I won't give that kind of order. Go find Jiang Xiaozi. She'll take them in, and she'll know how to handle it. Commander, you agreed. Lin Yu lit up with joy, her eyes shining as she looked at me. Do I look like a bloodthirsty maniac to you? She opened her mouth, then shook her head fiercely. No, you're not. You're the greatest leader in my heart, willing to extend a hand to the innocent even in the toughest of circumstances. That's the kind of person who can truly win over a soldier. Enough. I'm not that great. I've got my own calculations too. I waved a hand. The shelter had too many supplies. Rather than let them go to waste, I might as well keep more people around to work. And keeping a group of women beat keeping a group of men. Less threat, fewer variables. Go on. Find Jiang Xiaozi. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu turned and left excitedly, off to bring the good news to the women downstairs. Does this count as using them? I gazed down through the curtains, muttering to myself. Still, at least I can give them safety. It's just a fair trade. So I guess I'm not all that bad. The apocalypse hasn't completely changed me yet. Before the words had even faded, a new notification popped up before my eyes. Congratulations. Special event triggered by outstanding completion of a dispatch mission. Your talent unit, Lin Yu, has been greatly inspired and has gained a brand new talent trait. My faith. My faith. Talent characteristic. She has received sufficient motivation. The one she serves has solidified her faith and her purpose. She now has the opportunity to break through to a higher tier. Huh. I froze, pleasantly surprised. There's a bonus surprise too? A special event that could actually be completed, like a quest, with rewards to boot? So if I satisfy a talent's psychological needs, they'll get stronger? This is a total win for me. I grinned. Not only did I score a group of free laborers, but I could help Lin Yu grow, too. She was the shelter's only military force right now, so naturally, I wanted her as strong as possible. Lin Yu's currently C rank. If she really breaks through, she'd hit B rank, right? Can't wait. Just wish I knew when this trait would actually kick in. Outside the building, a dozen women huddled together in a tight cluster. Cicely, do you think he'll let us come home? A girl barely into her 20s spoke up timidly. Her delicate, pretty face was pale as a sheet, and the deep crimson choke marks on her neck were shocking to see. Her tattered clothes hung in rags. The blazing sun beat down overhead, hot enough that everyone else was practically stripping down to avoid heat stroke. Yet she clung desperately to her torn garments, trying to cover as much skin as she could. She was scared, so scared that she felt cold even in the sweltering heat. Probably. I don't know. A woman in her 40s, her face etched with exhaustion, pulled the girl into her arms with a tender, aching gentleness. Don't be afraid. That young man doesn't seem like a bad person. He drove off Li and his gang of thugs. That makes him our savior, in a way. Whether or not he lets us back in, at least he didn't hurt us. It's just a shame about Xiao Wang. If only she were still alive. Cicely drew a deep breath, her expression darkening. The girl in her arms couldn't hold back her sobs any longer, tears streaming down her face. On the surrounding women's faces, a deep, bitter resentment surfaced. If he won't let us in, where else can we even go? Someone murmured, their eyes filled with despair and a longing for death. I don't know. Maybe we really will die out here. They'd already tried. After being driven out yesterday, they'd gotten a taste of the outside world. Nothing but the scorching sun and roving predators, countless eyes watching them from the darkness. Just one night huddled together sleeping in a subway station, and 3 of them were gone. 3 women had vanished into thin air in the dead of night. No one knew what had happened to them. The rest didn't dare stay in the subway station any longer. But venturing out meant facing the daytime sun, hot enough to make you pass out. They didn't know where to go, so they just wandered aimlessly, hearts full of fear. Before they realized it, they drifted back near the residential building. only to run straight into a group of men out scavenging for supplies. She was surrounded on the spot. These men wanted to drag them away by force, and once taken, they'd most likely end up as slaves. At that most desperate moment, Lin Yu appeared, drove off the thugs, and brought them downstairs. The girl with the gun said her commander might be willing to take them in. Commander. Somehow, the title was reassuring. This girl had to be a soldier, and her commander probably carried the same kind of weight a military man would. There, she's coming out. Someone cried out. The girls all looked up. The building door had opened. Lin Yu walked out with a rifle slung over her back, her face serious. In front of her stood a beautiful woman in a qipao, and Lin Yu seemed to be following her lead. So you're the new friends Lin Yu brought back? Zhang Xiaozi's voice was gentle. She stepped forward and naturally took Sister Li's hand. Are you Sister Li? Lin Yu told me about you, how you've been looking after all these girls. You're a truly remarkable woman. I. Sister Li froze, at a complete loss. I'm glad you all made it back safe and sound. Zhang Xiaozi pulled her along and called out to the others. What are you all standing around for? Come home with me. Home. A girl in the crowd spoke up timidly. That man won't kick us out? He did yesterday. It seemed like we weren't welcome. You mean Mr. Su? Zhang Xiaozi explained gently. He asked you to leave yesterday because he was worried there might still be thugs hiding in the building. To clear out the threat, Mr. Su had no choice but to let you rough it outside for one night. Now that we've confirmed it's safe, he sent Lin Yu out to find you the moment the sun came up. That said, Mr. Su really did handle it poorly. Let me apologize to all of you on his behalf. She spoke with the utmost sincerity, an apologetic look on her stunning face. Beside her, Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. She wasn't used to playing a part in someone's lie. The reason was flimsy, but in this dark, chaotic world, even the flimsiest excuse would find someone willing to believe it, as long as they could survive. Really, Sister Li lit up, overwhelmed with gratitude. You're such good people. The moment those soldiers showed up yesterday and killed off that Li bastard's gang, I knew you were good people. And you're all girls in there, except Su. Right, Mr. Su. He's the only man. Any man you'd let follow you can't be bad. Her words came out a little jumbled, but inside she could barely contain her excitement. To return to their old home, to no longer live in fear out in the open, it was the pure instinct to survive. Come back with me and get some good rest. I've prepared food and water. Zhang Xiaozi paused, then smiled softly. You can even take a bath. In this weather, a hot bath, ready and waiting. A bath. The women's eyes lit up. How many days had it been since they'd last washed? Ever since that man named Li had seized control of the entire building, they'd endured daily humiliation, forced to survive on the scraps those men left behind. Delicious food, a hot bath. Things that had been ordinary just a week ago now felt like relics from centuries past. Yes, let's go home. Sister Li nodded again and again, leading the women as they followed behind Zhang Xiaozi into the building. Lin Yu watched from the side, her gaze mostly fixed on Zhang Xiaozi. She muttered, no wonder the commander values her. What a cunning woman. Zhang Xiaozi turned around. Miss Lin, what was that? Oh, nothing. Lin Yu quickly waved her hands. You're hearing things. I didn't say anything. Is that so? Maybe I'm just a little tired. Zhang Xiaozi smiled and turned back around. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue in fright. Good grief, this woman has ears like a hawk. Zhang Xiaozi was remarkably efficient. Within half an hour of bringing the women inside, she had everyone's living arrangements settled. They had lived in this building all along, just on different floors, in different rooms. Rather than housing them all together, Zhang Xiaozi sent each woman back to her own home, where they cleaned up the mess left behind by the battle. Then she went door to door, delivering water and food. The women enjoyed a hearty meal, then took turns bathing in the second-floor tub, scrubbing away the grime before changing into their own clothes. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if they'd returned to the world before the apocalypse. Aside from the dizzying heat, it was almost as though none of the horror had ever happened. But Zhang Xiaozi quickly shattered the illusion, gathering everyone in the first-floor lobby. Sisters, we all understand the situation out there, she said, her eyes sweeping over the 12 women, her tone calm. The end of the world has come. That's our reality. The only way humanity survives is by sticking together. As a woman myself, I understand better than anyone. In this disaster, a woman's standing will plummet, and our survival is far from guaranteed. Mr. Su may be a man, but he's a merciful leader. He cleared out our home, and he's provided food, water, and safety. In the apocalypse, these things are incredibly rare. Her voice grew more serious. To protect this peace we've found, I ask all of you to stand united and defend our home. Unity is the only thing that will keep us alive in this new world. I don't want anyone tearing this family apart, and I certainly don't want anyone clinging to the old ways of thinking from peaceful times. Drop the pride, put away the princess attitude, and get serious about staying alive. The words were simple, yet they brought tears to the eyes of every woman there. They had suffered. They understood better than anyone how to survive in this sudden apocalypse. Miss Jiang, defending our home, does that mean we have to fight? A young girl in the crowd spoke up timidly. I've never been in a fight in my life. No, we won't ask you to put yourselves in danger. Jiang Xiaozi smiled gently, smoothing over her fear. Mr. Su has people to handle the fighting. Everyone in the shelter has their own role. Take Miss Lin Yu, for instance, she's our soldier. The dangerous work goes to her. She turned to Lin Yu, who stood at attention with her rifle, and asked with a smile, "Isn't that right, Miss Lin Yu? You'll keep everyone safe, won't you?" "Mission guaranteed." Lin Yu snapped to attention, chin up and chest out, her pretty face dead serious. "Protecting the lives of the people is my duty and my responsibility." That familiar, unwavering declaration, almost a shout, filled every woman there with a deep sense of security. A soldier's vow is never just a slogan. It's an instinct forged in the fires of war. So, you don't need to take part in the fighting. Jiang Xiaozi turned back to the group, smiling. That said, we don't feed freeloaders here. Everyone has to pitch in. That's how we keep our homes safe. For example, cleaning, doing laundry, cooking, hauling supplies, helping Leah reinforce the building's defenses and set up traps. If we prepare now, we can hold the line when danger comes. I'll assign everyone tasks based on their strengths. Don't be nervous. Just think of it as a job with room and board included. When you put it that way, doesn't it sound a lot easier? She had a real gift for working a room. In just a few sentences, the women began to calm down, and something like hope for a stable life crept into their faces. Right then, Lin Yu suddenly smacked her forehead and lowered her voice. "Oh no, Miss Jiang, I think I forgot something. I need to go report to the commander, quick." I stood at the upstairs window, looking down. Jiang Xiaozi was addressing the crowd of women below. I couldn't make out her words, but I could tell from their expressions they'd been won over. There was trust in their eyes. What a skilled manager. A true A-class talent. I lifted my gaze to the horizon. The setting sun was blood red, staining the entire sky a dark crimson. Oppressive. Suffocating. It had been almost a week. Why was there still no rescue? Foreign militaries might collapse in the face of disaster, but this was China. 1 million regular troops. City garrisons. Armed police, SWAT, militia, plus the veterans discharged year after year, that added up to tens of millions of combat-ready soldiers. And not one of them had made a move? That was the biggest question weighing on my mind. In the first few days after the apocalypse hit, I was like everyone else, always waiting, deep down, for rescue. I'd even agonized over it. If the government came for us, would I go with them, or stay holed up in the shelter? Well, that was settled now. Stop agonizing over it. There's no rescue coming. None at all. Forget the military. There's barely a word from the police, and any official presence is nowhere to be found. Across the entire city channel, only a handful of so-called police shelters pop up now and then, gathering up homeless survivors. Other than that, dead silence. It doesn't add up. There's a military district right next to Jinling City. Their forces are anything but weak. The first wave of disaster was just extreme heat, not some alien monster invasion. So how could an entire army just vanish into thin air? I'd run the scenarios in my head. Even if this doomsday game knocked out all the world's high-tech, comms, planes, tanks, satellites, drones, all of it dead, the people would still be here. Soldiers are people too. Even barehanded, even with nothing but cold steel, they'd still be a force to be reckoned with. Knowing the grit of Chinese soldiers, there's no way they'd be silent in the face of a catastrophe this big. There's something going on here that I don't know about. Is it the game mechanics? Did some secondary disaster wipe out the entire country's military? Impossible. With soldiers scattered all over, how could they all be taken out at once? And even if they really were wiped out, there'd at least be some kind of announcement. From what I can tell, that mysterious entity isn't killing people at random. It has no reason to just make these people disappear. And as terrifying as 70-degree heat is, it wouldn't drop someone dead in a single second. So where the hell did all these people go? Then it hit me. Last time, that mysterious entity announced the global death toll, 1.3 billion. Could it be that the dead included government officials and soldiers from every nation? I have no way of knowing. My only link to the outside world is that city channel, the one that looks like a game chat interface. But all it shows, day after day, is the same cycle of cries for help, trade offers, and endless sighs of despair. Useful information is pitifully scarce. I can't shake the feeling that some invisible force is deliberately suppressing humanity's ability to save itself. Does that thing want to watch humans struggle to survive in total chaos? Like watching a cornered beast fight to the last, savoring a performance of pure desperation. I sat on the bed, my mind anything but calm. The safer I felt, the deeper I thought. And the deeper I thought, the more I realized this apocalypse was riddled with riddles I couldn't solve. Commander? Commander, are you there? Lin Yu's voice cut through my thoughts. Come in. Yes, sir. She pushed the door open and gave a salute. Commander, I have an important report. Go ahead. She took a moment to gather her words, then said in a steady voice. During the mission, I found a large, unguarded supermarket. I checked it thoroughly. No guards, and part of the supplies had already been cleared out. But there's still a lot left inside, more than I can carry alone. So I'm requesting orders. Should we make this our next collection priority? An abandoned supermarket? A big one. I rubbed my chin. Sounds like a trap. The streets are crawling with starving people willing to risk heat stroke just to scavenge. And there's a supermarket nobody's touched? If anyone had found it, they'd have cleaned it out already. It's not a trap. I checked. She shook her head, her tone dead serious. But there are signs of a fight inside. Bodies, blood. The kills are recent, within the last day or two. From the scene, it looks like someone ambushed the store's owners, grabbed a load of supplies, and took off. My guess is the killers plan to come back over the next few days for more. So you want to snatch food right out of the tiger's mouth? I frowned. That's a little risky. Chief, they don't have guns. Her voice dropped. Every kill was made with a blade or something sharp. 90% of it looks like ordinary commercial tools. No military-grade gear. 8 dead, and the fight was fierce. I'd estimate 10 to 15 attackers. Counting any backup they might have, no more than 30. And me. She patted the rifle slung across her back, her eyes shining with terrifying confidence. I've got this. 1 against 30. 1 gun was enough. I blinked, marveling to myself. She really was the perfect model of a Chinese soldier. The whole, with me, were invincible attitude. 30 enemies meant nothing to her. She was already eyeing the supermarket they'd claimed. Lin Yu, I don't want anything happening to you. Are you sure you can pull this off? I was tempted too. We'd just taken in a new group, which meant we needed to stockpile even more supplies. Jiang Xiaozi could turn these women into functioning members of the community, but only if I could keep them fed. 100%. I'll take it, no question. What I mean is, I don't want to see you get hurt. I won't get hurt. She lifted her chin, calm and resolute. A pack of unarmed thugs isn't even worthy of laying eyes on me. Wow, that kind of talk, a real soldier queen. I smiled. She really did have the skills to back it up. I'd seen it with my own eyes. All right, I'm in. You draw up the battle plan yourself. This isn't my area of expertise. I paused, but I'd suggest you run it by Jiang Xiaozi for some strategy. She's sharp. And Lupin Liya too. Have her whip up some useful gadgets. No rush. Prepare well. I can't afford to lose you. I meant every word. It had nothing to do with romance. She was simply too important. I promise I'll come back victorious. She snapped a salute, turned, and walked out. With my approval secured, she went straight to Liya, who was holed up in the research room, then pulled in Jiang Xiaozi. The 3 women huddled together to work out a plan of attack. About an hour later, they split up to get things ready. At 8 that night, I stood by the window and watched Lin Yu lead Jiang Xiaozi and 12 other women out of the building in a grand procession. Damn, the whole crew was rolling out. Everyone was gone except Li Ya and me. Each of them carried. Here's the English translation. Each of them gripped a steel spear and wooden shield that Leah had rush-produced using the RD room. Fully equipped, they had at least some fighting capability. I remember warning her not to rush into this, didn't I? A chill crept over me. It's this late already. Are they planning a night raid? What a reckless bunch of women. 8 in the evening. Jiang Xiaozi led the girls through the streets in the dead of night. With several flashlights and torches scattered throughout the group, visibility wasn't an issue. The heat was what made it unbearable. The girls were bundled up head to toe, even their faces covered with masks. At first glance, you'd think it was the middle of winter. Some had even put on down jackets. This was a trick Leah had taught them. Multiple layers of clothing trapped air and blocked out the heat. The inner layer wicked sweat, the outer layer kept the heat out. Everyone was drenched in sweat, but it beat having their skin exposed directly to the 158-degree heat. Even so, every one of them felt dizzy and lightheaded. After so many days of being tortured by the heat, no one could get used to it. Just hang in there a little longer. Jiang Xiaozi passed out a small sip of ice water to each of them, cooling their body temperature and boosting morale at the same time. Ladies, this isn't peacetime anymore. We can't rely on men. We have to band together ourselves. Once we finish this run, I'll suggest to Mr. Su that we get a bigger share of daily supplies. And this trip isn't just about food, pads, heat insulation materials. They're all essentials too. The girls' eyes lit up. As women, their lives came with a few more complications than men's. If they could still live the way they used to even in the apocalypse, that would be the greatest happiness of all. We're just here to grab supplies, right? One girl asked, looking hesitantly at the steel spear and shield in her hands. Why does it feel like we're heading off to war? It's just for self-defense. If it ever comes to a real fight, it won't be up to us. Jiang Xiaozi reassured her, walking at the front. Before long, the group reached a large superstore 6 blocks away. A 7-story shopping complex, its doors shattered, garbage piled up out front, the walls smeared with dried bloodstains. Inside, it was completely empty. Jiang Xiaozi led the frightened women in, following the directional signs straight to the underground supermarket. At first, everyone was on edge, terrified that a gang of thugs might come bursting out from some corner. But as they took in the shelves stocked full of supplies, their nerves gradually eased, and they threw themselves into gathering and hauling. Everyone understood the logic. The more they brought back, the better their odds of survival. Jiang Xiaozi directed the operation, stacking the supplies in batches near the complex's entrance, waiting until they had enough to transport everything back at once. Heavy stuff, big stuff. Put it at the bottom of the shopping carts. Chain several carts together, one person pulling a whole line. Is there a delivery pickup point nearby? Send 2 people to grab the hand trucks. Those things work best for moving cargo. She gave her orders, then swept her eyes over the chaotic streets and let out a soft sigh. The apocalypse had erupted so suddenly, everyone thrown back into hiding all at once. The refuge, the streets were littered with cars smashed together, scattered every which way. Even if she had Leah pick a lock and grab a truck, there'd be no driving it out. Looks like everyone's just going to have to tough it out and make a few extra trips. A superstore this big has plenty of useful stuff. One night won't be enough to clear it all out. She lifted her head, gazing into the darkness all around them. Her sixth sense told her someone had her in their sights. The women held up torches and flashlights, glowing bright in the dark night like a swarm of fireflies. And deep in the shadows, it seemed there were pairs of greedy eyes, locked hungrily onto them. The bait's been set, Jiang Xiaozi said, arching a slender brow. So, pray, aren't you going to show yourself? She'd made herself the bait to set up the perfect kill zone for Lin Yu. To give the sniper a clear line of sight, she'd deliberately chosen the wide-open entrance of the building as their gathering point, ringing it with torches. It was the only light in the darkness. And light draws hunters. Boss, look over there, firelight. At the end of the street, behind a few abandoned cars, came a hushed murmur. Keep your flashlight low. Don't let them see you. Little Lin back yet? What's the situation over there? He's back, Brother Lu, a bunch of women. I saw him clear as day. No men, all broads. Oh, women still got the nerve to come out these days. Brother Lou rubbed his shaved head, crouching behind the car, a knowing grin spreading across his face. Women who band together are still just lambs. Looks like we're eating good tonight. Brother, don't get careless. Beside him, a young man pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. These days you can drown in a ditch. Let's watch a little longer. Little Lou's right. Let's keep watching. The men chimed in one after another. Clearly, the young man in glasses carried real weight among them. Fine. We watch a little more. Brother Lou nodded. The group waited with remarkable patience. Another full hour, watching as the women hauled more and more supplies out of the store, piling cart after cart high. Brother Lou, that's about it. These broads look like they're about to head back. We don't move now, the duck's gonna fly right off the plate. Brother Lou, I want a woman tonight. I'm begging you. My kid's about to starve to death. The men couldn't wait any longer, their voices hoarse. What do you think, little brother? Brother Lou turned to his younger sibling. Little Lou stroked his chin. Brother, I've been wondering, where did this group of women come from? I dug through the recent intel. A residential block nearby had a shootout a few days ago. I heard there were even grenades involved. Someone saw a bunch of women driven out of there. My hunch is, it's them. He delivered his verdict. They've probably lost their companions. It's just a group of women. Sure, they've got weapons in hand. But a woman's still a woman. Once the fighting starts, they won't hold up. We can take them, but we've got to move fast. The guys a few blocks over have got their eyes on this mall too. Drag our feet, and somebody else swoops in to reap what we sowed. The men nodded in agreement. Leave it to Lou to think it through. In and out, quick. Don't go easy just cause they're women. If somebody snatches them out from under us, I won't sleep a wink tonight. Worse than dying. Let's get this straight up front. The prettiest one goes to Big Lou. The rest we split, and if there's not enough, we take turns. Any objections? Someone proposed a plan for divvying them up. Big Lou's face hardened. We haven't got him yet. What's the rush? But if we're splitting, the one in the cheapao goes to my little brother. The prettiest goes to the smartest guy here. Bro, little Lou was moved. Big Lou clapped him on the shoulder. All I've got is brute strength. You've got the brains. Of course you get the best. I'm counting on you to find a wife for the Lou family. That girl in the cheapao looks like a good one. She's a fit for you. Little Lou was too touched to speak. The men beside them couldn't hold back any longer and urged, Big Lou, let's move already. All right, we split it like my brother said. Big Lou's voice dropped low. Tend to a group, flank him from both sides. Little bro, take 2 men around the back door and cut off anyone trying to run. We hit in 10 minutes. Got it, bro. The young man crouched low and, with 2 others, crept through the dark toward the back door. Big Lou still had about 20 men with him. He waited another 10-odd minutes in the darkness before silently waving his hand. Boys, move out. Time to feast. Haha, let's go. Grab the women. Grab the supplies. The men couldn't stifle their excited laughter. Bent low, using the cover of night and the parked cars, they closed in fast on the entrance of the building. But they never noticed. On the rooftop platform of a high-rise behind them, a woman in camouflage was propped up with a rifle, watching their every move crystal clear through a high-powered scope fitted with night vision. Miss Jiang guessed right. Lin Yu tilted her head slightly, her fingers slowly curling around the trigger. The prey really did take the bait. Hey there, ladies. A man's leering laugh suddenly cracked through the darkness. The girl nearest to it flinched all over. Who's there? She whipped around. On both sides, more than 20 men were closing in on them. Fire axes, rebar, cleavers, cold steel glinted in the night. Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang. The girl went pale with terror, screaming as she ran. The women hauling supplies all looked up at once, faces changing in an instant. They were surrounded. Don't scatter, don't panic. Jiang Xiaozi's voice was crisp and steady, like an anchor holding everything in place. Take a deep breath. Remember what I taught you. The women followed the sound of her voice. One after another, they gathered around her. Someone remembered the warnings from before they'd set out and scrambled to snatch up the steel spears and shields scattered across the ground, raising them with trembling hands toward the group of men. Ooh, you want to get rough? Look at that. An army of women. Ha ha. I love it when they're feisty. The men roared with laughter, paying no mind to these women who couldn't even hold their weapons steady. Their greedy eyes swept over the group before locking, all at once, onto Jiang Xiaozi. For one simple reason, among all these women, she alone was breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Xiaozi brushed aside the strands of hair the night wind had blown loose and spoke coolly. "Gentlemen, out this late. Are you here to gather supplies? The mall's huge. We only took a little. We're not trying to fight you for it." Her tone was calm, without a trace of fear. "Gather supplies?" Delu eyed her with interest, then let out a snickering laugh. "Yeah, well, this mall is White Bear Gang territory. You took our stuff? Hand it over, and pay up on top of it." "Delu, how do we make him pay? How do you think?" "They pay with their bodies." "Huh. The one with the biggest ass is mine." The men made no attempt to hide it, laughing without restraint. Fear and despair welled up in the eyes of the women around Jiang Xiaozi. The memory of those dark, hopeless days came flooding back. "The mall is your territory?" Jiang Xiaozi glanced up at the darkened sign above and gave a helpless little smile. "Fine. Looks like there's no room for negotiation." "Negotiation?" Delu stepped closer, 2 paces, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You want to negotiate how much dowry you're going to give?" Jiang Xiaozi said nothing. She simply raised her right hand, calm, and clenched it into a fist. "Copy that." Hidden in the darkness on the rooftop, Lin Yu drew a deep breath and settled into her aim. "What's that supposed to mean?" Delu blinked, then laughed. "Surrendering? Because if you—" Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaozi's right hand had already dropped. Her index finger curled gently, forming the shape of a gun, and pointed straight at him. She tilted her head slightly, and from her rosy lips came a single sound. Bang! Splat! In almost the same instant, Delu's head burst apart. Red, yellow, and white gore sprayed everywhere. The women let out ear-splitting screams, jolting awake countless poor souls who'd collapsed from heatstroke in the night. Thud! Delu's headless body crumpled limply into a pool of blood. The men all froze, staring in disbelief at the corpse. Their boss, laughing and joking 1 second, and the next, his head blown clean off? What the hell had blown his head off? This woman, could she do magic? But Jiang Xiaozi didn't stop. Playfully, she shifted her target, pointed a finger, and narrowed her eyes just so. Bang! Splat! Another man took a clean headshot, his neck nearly blown clean off. Ugh! A woman couldn't hold it in any longer, screaming and vomiting at once. The sight was too gruesome. Reality had no blur filter, only the coldest, most brutal killing. Life and death often hinged on a single ordinary moment. Fuck. This bitch knows witchcraft. The men finally snapped out of it, terror written all over their faces. Avenge Big Lou. She can't get away. Rush her together. She can't handle this many at once. Grab her, break her fingers. More than 20 men charged in with a roar. Jiang Xiaozi didn't retreat. She simply raised her hand and took aim. Bang! Splat! Bang! Splat! She switched targets without pause, as if those long, pale fingers could really fire bullets. The men leading the charge dropped one after another. Within a few breaths, 7 or 8 headless corpses sprawled across the ground, a natural barrier of flesh and blood that forcefully stopped the men behind them. It was over. This woman really did no sorcery. Whoever she pointed at died. Could this be her sanctuary talent? One man stood frozen in place, muttering as a chill ran through him. Void aim? Point and kill. Help Miss Jiang quick. Among the women, it was Sister Li, the eldest, who came to her senses first. She wiped the vomit from the corner of her mouth and screamed hoarsely. If Miss Jiang dies, none of us are getting out of here. Pick up your weapons. Protect Miss Jiang. The girls jolted awake one by one, gripped their steel spears, spread out, and barely managed to form a battle line. Their hands still trembled around their weapons, but their eyes had turned resolute. Every conflicting emotion had, in this moment, boiled down into pure rage. Rage at the men, rage at this goddamn apocalypse. Anger became the fuel for battle. They had only one thought. Remember the formation Miss Jiang taught them, and then fight for their lives. They're growing faster than I expected. Jiang Xiaozi arched a delicate brow, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her mind. Bringing them along served 2 purposes, as bait, and to make them witness the cruelty firsthand. Only under the death threat of blood, severed limbs, and spilled organs could people grow at such a breakneck pace. Those who couldn't adapt would be culled by the times. Only those who adapted deserved to survive. As for the men, they no longer dared to charge. Every one of them stood frozen, too scared to run, too scared to fight. The impossibly beautiful woman in the cheap house still held her hand in a shooting gesture, though she wasn't aiming at anyone in particular. Is it over? Lin Yu exhaled slowly, giving the scorching hot barrel a moment to cool. You mentioned the White Bear Gang just now. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her head slightly and narrowed her eyes. Where's your sanctuary? How many of you are there? The survivors in this mall, did you kill them? The questions came one after another. They flung them aside. The men exchanged glances, each reading the fear in the other's eyes. This woman was not someone to mess with. She was beautiful and deadly. Miss, we're good people. We just wanted to say hello. Someone worked up the courage to speak, his eyes locked on her finger, terrified of being pointed at. Say hello. Jiang Xiaozi sneered. Answer my question. The sharp command sent the men trembling as one. Someone couldn't help but shout. Don't do anything crazy. We're backed by the Little Polar Bear Shelter. The #1 ranked player is protecting us. Be smart about this. Your talent's impressive, sure, but Little Polar Bear's stronger. He's the #1 apocalypse player in the whole city. Let us go, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. We won't say a word. Besides, we don't even know who you are or where you are. The words were both a threat and a plea of harmlessness, the kind most likely to shake someone's resolve. In the apocalypse, who wanted more enemies? Especially not the #1 ranked player. The name Little Polar Bear had echoed across the entire city these past few days. Every survivor with a status panel knew it. The men were betting that Jiang Xiaozi, a lone woman, wouldn't dare cross the #1 player. Little Polar Bear, huh? Jiang Xiaozi showed no surprise. She simply fell silent for a calm moment, as if considering. The men waited tensely for their sentence. Then, slowly, she raised her left hand. Oh, kill them all. Lin Yu blinked, held her breath, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. Muzzle flashes flickered in the darkness. The bullets left the barrel silently, blowing apart skull after skull. Every shot a headshot. Not a single miss. This woman's insane. She's going to kill us all. Run, run. You filthy bitch, you fucking splat. The men fled in desperation, but no legs could outrun a bullet. Out in the open, they made perfect moving targets. In less than a minute, every remaining man had fallen. Moments later, headless corpses sprawled across the ground in pools of blood, like a human slaughterhouse, radiating a chilling, deathly stillness into the depths of the night. At the building's entrance, bodies lay everywhere, the stench of blood thick and sharp. The women stood in dead silence. Some stole terrified glances at Jiang Xiaozi, then hurriedly looked away. Her ruthlessness had stunned them all. After a long while, Sister Li was the first to break the silence. Forcing down her nausea, she called out to the others, "Quick! Everybody, get moving, clean up these bodies." Her thinking was simple. Miss Jiang kills, we bury. Clear division of labor, and a chance to prove ourselves in front of her. Better than having her think we're useless. Getting kicked out would be the good outcome. If she decided to turn on us too. A chill ran through the women. Reluctant as they were, they pinched their noses and prepared to get to work. That won't be necessary. Jiang Xiaozi waved her hand, her voice turning gentle again, completely different from. She was a completely different person now. There are too many bodies to deal with. Keep searching for supplies, don't waste time. Yes, right away. Sister Li nodded quickly, her tone turning noticeably respectful. Only one girl, 17 or 18, couldn't hold it in as she passed by Jiang Xiaozi. Miss Jiang, why did you have to kill them all? They'd already begged for mercy. The girl looked at her timidly, still stuck in the mindset of a peaceful era. Hey, you foolish girl. Get back to work. Sister Li stamped her foot anxiously. Don't bother Miss Jiang. She was afraid Jiang Xiaozi might fly into a rage and kill her. Jiang Xiaozi glanced at Sister Li, then smiled and asked the girl, I remember you. Your name's Xiaoyan, right? 18, a freshman at Jinling University. Yeah. Jiang Xiaozi's smile faded. Your little sister, she said flatly, 15 years old, died in that building. I saw her body, She died horribly. She's the only person I ever buried with my own hands. Xiaoyan trembled all over, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Don't cry. Look at me. Jiang Xiaozi suddenly raised her voice. The girl looked up, stunned, her face full of hurt. The women around them watched tensely, terrified she might attack. If you'd had a little more courage back then, if you dared to fight back, dared to risk your life, your sister wouldn't have died like that. Miss Jiang, I couldn't beat them. I tried to fight back. Then fight to the death. Even if you'd been killed, it'd have been better than letting your sister end up like that. Jiang Xiaozi's tone was ice cold. Xiaoyan mumbled, unable to get out a word, and could only lower her head. Even your sister's death didn't open your eyes to what kind of world this is. What right do you have to stand here and question me? Either strip naked and kneel to beg some man to keep you alive, or pick up a weapon and fight to the death against anyone who lays a hand on you. She leaned in close to the girl, almost face to face, narrowing her eyes. So, Xiaoyan, which will it be? Fight alongside me, or go find yourself a good man. I don't know. The tears dripped down one after another. She'd asked the question innocently, meaning nothing by it. Miss Jiang. Oh, please, she's still just a kid. Sister Li rushed forward and pulled Xiaoyan into her arms, bending low with an apologetic smile. You're bigger than this. Don't hold it against her. I'll set her straight later. As she spoke, she smacked Xiaoyan's arm hard, making the girl cry even louder. It's fine. I'm not holding anything against her, Jiang Xiaozi said flatly. Let her cry. This might be the last time she ever gets to. Miss Jiang, what do you mean by that? Sister Li's eyes went wide, panic rising in her chest. Surely she wouldn't kill Xiaoyan over a single sentence. Jiang Xiaozi didn't answer. She turned and took a few steps, then looked back at Xiaoyan. You asked me why I killed them all. They mentioned. To the little white bear shelter. That guy's a murderer, the one who's killed more people than anyone else in the whole city. Just think about it. Would a cold-blooded devil like that spare a group of helpless women? We've already been spotted. If we don't silence them, they'll come knocking on our door. Xiaoyan, it's fine to have a kind heart. But next time, before you go being kind, think about this first. Could your kindness get us all killed? She raised an eyebrow and swept her gaze across the group. Get to work. Why, yes, ma'am. The women nodded quickly, suddenly understanding. So Miss Jiang wasn't killing for the thrill of it. She was protecting them. It was just that phrase, helpless women. Honestly, nobody thought she was helpless in the slightest. If anything, she seemed more like a murderer than the legendary killer himself. Sister Li was still trying to comfort her, but Xiaoyan simply murmured a quiet thanks, gently pushed her away, silently wiped her tears, hoisted the steel spear onto her back, and lowered her head to keep hauling goods in and out of the mall. This time, she carried even more. Her little face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and pushed on. It was as if she wanted to carry her sister's share too, all the way back. The scorching night wind swept past. The next few hours passed without a hitch. At 2 in the morning, the fully loaded convoy set off on the journey home. 4 a.m. I was jolted awake from my sleep by the sound of women chattering and laughing downstairs, punctuated by bright bursts of laughter. Curious, I pushed open the door and headed down to the ground floor lobby. After my talent upgraded, I got a 1-hour exemption from going outside each day, so I didn't have to worry about it affecting my rewards. At the bend in the stairwell, the lobby was piled high with all kinds of supplies, all crammed into shopping carts, filled to the brim. The women held up torches and flashlights, smiling as they carefully sorted everything. That laughter was full of the joy of a good harvest, a happiness even the heat couldn't drive away, the hope of survival. Lin Yu stood against the wall, gun in her arms, her wary eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, she sensed something and looked up toward the stairwell. She saw me. Snap! Lin Yu instantly stood at attention and shouted, almost by reflex. Good evening, Commander. The commotion cut off at once, and the air froze solid. Countless eyes turned to Lin Yu, then followed the direction of her salute toward me. In the silence, there was only the crisp, firm sound of my boots on the steps. I descended slowly from the dark staircase and came to a stop before them, my face expressionless. It wasn't that I was putting on airs, I just had no experience, so all I could do was keep a straight face and not let my nervousness show. Q quick, get up. The women scrambled to their feet and lined up behind Lin Yu. Sister Li suddenly bowed her head and called out, "Good evening, Commander." The others caught on, and one after another they echoed, "Good evening, Commander. Good evening, Commander." The voices weren't in unison, but they carried awe and a trace of curiosity. One of the bolder girls worked up her courage, and the bold ones looked up, studying me carefully in the firelight. They probably thought I was young and decent-looking, sharp brows, bright eyes, the clean face of a scholar. Nothing like the pot-bellied chief from the rumors. That friendly face quickly won them over. I looked harmless enough. Even with a stern expression, I carried little authority. If anything, something about me made people want to draw closer. Jiang Shaozi stood off to the side, wearing a faint half-smile, saying nothing, leaving the floor to me. Lin Yu was even less talkative, standing behind me straight as a pine, my most loyal guard. Jiang Shaozi winked at me, signaling that I should say something. This was my first time meeting my own residents. I ought to say a few words, or at least offer a greeting. I took a deep breath and suddenly felt a weight settle on my shoulders. My shelter had its first residents. These women who had suffered so much, now placing their very lives in my hands. Yes, I should say something to put these poor souls at ease. Before I could get the words out, a clear murmur drifted up from the crowd. "Chief, you're really handsome." Huh. I froze, swallowing back the words on the tip of my tongue, barely managing to keep a straight face. Jiang Shaozi, ever perceptive, stepped forward on her own to break the silence, reporting to me with the utmost respect. "Sir, we gathered quite a lot of supplies tonight. Here's the inventory. I've recorded everything in detail." Like a magician, she produced a sheet of paper densely covered with a list of supplies. None of the women knew when she'd taken these notes. They just found the whole thing incredible. I nodded gravely, studying it for a moment, then lowered my voice and asked, "How long will this last us?" "Given that food spoils, and with this many people, about 2 weeks." She kept her voice low too. "But factoring in the efficiency of our future scavenging, you needn't worry, sir. I can handle it." "Good." I nodded, satisfied. Ever since Jiang Shaozi joined the shelter, I'd been completely freed up. In a word, she was capable. You did well. Everyone did well. I looked toward the crowd, and somehow, the words just spilled out. "Comrades, you've all worked hard." Oh no. Being called chief over and over, I'd let that phrase slip out of pure habit. The women all blinked in surprise. Only Lin Yu, behind me, snapped to attention with a sharp clap, saluting on pure reflex. "Serve the people." The women caught on too, shouting in unison, "Serve the people." Their voices rang out sweet and clear, perfectly in sync, carrying the air of a squad of female soldiers. I looked at them and saw a flicker of excitement in their eyes, a stark contrast to the uncertainty of the day. This group of the poor women who lost their shelter at the very start of the apocalypse should have died in agony, trapped with no way out. But now, they'd found the courage to live again. Good. Very good. Now that's spirit. I praised them loudly. Jiang Shaozi watched the scene with a smile until it settled down, then said quietly, "Sir, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private." "Come on up, then." I gestured for her to follow me upstairs. The moment the two of us left, the hall erupted. "Hey, don't you think the commander is seriously handsome? Right? And so young too. Wait, why did Miss Jiang go upstairs with him? Do you even need to ask? Those two are definitely, shoo, you know what I mean. A perfect match. I don't even know which one to be jealous of. So who do you think wears the pants? The commander? No way. I bet it's Miss Jiang. She gives him face in public, but behind closed doors? She's got to be fierce." "Sir." The moment Jiang Shaozi stepped into the room, she knelt gracefully before me. "What are you doing?" I looked at her, taken aback. She gently removed my shoes and said softly, "You are the master, and I am the servant. In public, you honor me. In private, I must keep to my place. I don't have that many rules here. Get up." I waved my hand and asked, curious, "Come to think of it, I've never really asked about your background. Lin Yu was a modern soldier, Leah a modern engineer, and you're from further back, aren't you?" Judging by how she spoke and carried herself, she really didn't seem like a modern person. She held too tightly to propriety, harboring some kind of traditional conviction deep inside. Sir, in terms of time, I'm from the recent past. She lowered her head, tenderly slipping off my socks. To be precise, the Republican era. The Republic of China? I mused for a moment. So, do you know why you ended up here? I'd always had my doubts about the personnel the shelter recruited. Were they clones or actual people from Earth summoned across some special dimension of time and space? More or less. She pressed her lips into a smile. My world isn't quite like yours, sir, but there are many things we share. Since I'm here now, I'll serve you well. After all, I can't go back. The way she kept her eyes downcast made me a little uneasy. So what did you want to tell me just now? Tonight at the shopping center, we ran into some thugs, she said in a low voice. According to them, they were from the Little Polar Bear Shelter. The Little Polar Bear Shelter. My heart lurched. That was the turf of a bloodthirsty maniac. Number 1 on the PK kill ranking. How did you handle it? I stared hard at her. She lifted her head and gave me a gentle smile. I had Lin Yu kill them. Killed them all. Everyone I laid eyes on. All dead. Her voice was calm. I used the girls as bait to lure them out, and only gave Lin Yu the signal once most of them had shown themselves. At first I didn't want to wipe them all out, but the moment I heard it was the Little Polar Bear Shelter, I knew there was no middle ground. I had to be ruthless. Xiaozi, you did the right thing. I drew a deep breath and praised her, though my feelings were complicated. I agreed with her call. For the sake of my own safety and the shelters, I wanted nothing to do with that lunatic shelter, at least not now. By silencing them, she'd cut off the trail and spared us endless trouble. The only problem is, we can't go back to that shopping center anymore. She sighed softly. It wasn't easy finding a place we could keep drawing supplies from long term. Looks like Lin, you will have to go through the trouble of scouting out another one. Don't worry about it. We'll come across more sooner or later. Survival was never something I fretted over. My shelter talent was bound to break any deadlock. What was on my mind right now was what she'd done tonight. She spoke as if it were nothing, but I could catch the faint scent of blood beneath her words. I'd assumed she was a clever, gentle administrator, good with strategy, sharp at management, never one to raise a blade. Looks like I was wrong. A clever woman who'd survived the chaos of the Republican era. Of course her methods would be cutthroat. Sir, will you come to hate me? Why would you say that? I looked at her. Her head was bowed as she gently massaged my calf, her voice barely above a whisper. I had Lin Yu kill so many people. Most men probably wouldn't want a woman like that. You did it to protect yourself and to protect me. How could I think badly of you? I took a deep breath and, testing the waters, rested my hand on her lovely hair, stroking it softly. Don't worry, I'm not going to be put off by you. You're my most important partner. I felt her body give a small shiver. Then she nodded and answered quietly. Sir, it's already very late. Are you still going to rest? Yeah, I really didn't sleep well last night. I need to catch up. I smiled. I'd spent the whole night worrying about her and Lin Yu's safety, never settling into a real sleep. It was already getting light out, but that wouldn't stop me from lying back down. What could I do? The 3 women in the shelter were so capable that I didn't have to concern myself with the little things anymore. My only job was to stay home, eat, drink, have fun, and wait for the rewards to roll in. Xiaozi, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Wake me at noon. I've got something important to do every day at midday. I will, sir. Right, so you can go, huh? Xiaozi, why are you taking off your clothes? Hey, hey, why are you getting into bed? I froze and quickly scooted toward the edge of the bed. Are you tired too? Give you the bed? Sir. Underneath, she wore a small red garment, something like a bodice. She kept her head down, doing everything she could to keep me from seeing her flushed cheeks. Her voice was soft but firm. Sir, I think we could sleep together. Maybe that would be better. Xiaozi, you've misunderstood. I'm not that kind of man. I waved my hand and put on a serious face. You're beautiful, but we've only just met. I understand your loyalty and your need to rely on someone, but I won't take advantage of that to force you into anything. You don't have to do this at all. Sir, you have it wrong. She raised her head, a pair of lovely, bewildered eyes set in her rosy cheeks. I meant you sleep with me. Huh? I sleep with you. I blanked, blinking, not quite catching up. Me with you. You with me. Isn't it all just sleeping? What's the difference? After a moment of silence, I saw her lower her head again. Her voice came very quietly. Sir, I'm sorry. I've offended you. She bent down to pick up her cheongsam, not the least bit concerned about the graceful curves she was exposing right in front of me. There was a hint of dejection in her mood, but not because I'd turned her down. She looked more like a homeless child, wandering lost through the dark of night. I watched her in silence, then called out to stop her. Wait, come up and sleep. Sir, you agree? She smiled happily, her back smooth as jade, turned toward me as she folded the cheongsam and set it on the nightstand. That unguarded trust, that complete and reserveless candor. It actually made me grow careful in spite of myself. Yeah, I agree. I scratched my head. But let's just keep it clean, all right? Sir, you don't intend to take me? I don't think you actually want it. I can want it. Come back to me the day you can drop the word can. I shrugged. Maybe what you need right now is just a bed where you can rest peacefully. Not me, not a man. Maybe what you want is just a sense of belonging, something like a home. You came from another world, drifting from one age of chaos into another. A wanderer with no roots and nowhere to belong longs most for a warm harbor, and often pays for it with the very things she never wanted to give up. Sir, smiling, she lay down beside me and gently tucked the blanket over me. Has anyone ever told you? You really are a good man. Shoutzy, in my time, good man isn't exactly a compliment. Sir, I mean a good man in the truest sense. I slept well that night. No storms, no turmoil, just a man and a woman lost in their own quiet, wandering thoughts, and the sound of my snoring gradually rising up. Honestly, it was a great night's sleep. A beautiful woman lying beside me, wearing almost nothing, her smooth skin cool to the touch. I couldn't tell if it was the chill from the freezer or the illusion of skin brushing against mine. I'm no rookie, yet tonight I felt a flicker of nervousness I hadn't known in ages. Sir? Sir? When her gentle voice called out again, I opened my eyes to find the sun already high in the sky. What time is it? I got out of bed and turned to see she'd changed into a red cheapao, arranging a lavish spread of dishes on the table. 11:30. You still have time for lunch, sir. She walked over slowly and helped me dress. It felt strange. I was just a shut-in from the modern age. When had I ever lived like some pampered lord? Sir, she said softly, seeming to sense my discomfort. You have to let me do something for you. Otherwise, how will I ever feel like I truly matter to you? All right. I gave in and let myself relax, letting her do as she pleased. After washing up, I sat down at the table and asked between bites, what's the plan for the settlement today? Rest, renovation, and cleaning. She placed food on my plate and reported quietly. We just took this building, so every floor needs sorting out, and the supplies have to be distributed. We've got a dozen or so people now, not many, but we still need a system to manage them. That's why I didn't schedule any trips outside today. I even kept Lin Yu in. After all those people we killed last night, someone's bound to be out there searching for us. She paused, then smiled. So we might as well use the chance to get our home in order. Good thinking. I nodded in admiration. She continued, to make things easier to manage, I've designated the 6th floor and above as off-limits. No ordinary people allowed up here. That way those women can't get near you, sir. Even if we take in more residents down the line, they won't see you. It keeps you as safe as possible. Then she ventured, testing the waters. Of course, if you ever want, just say the word. I could handpick some reliable, pretty women and bring them up. Bring them up for what? I froze, then quickly waved my hands. No. I'm not some sex-crazed lecher. We're all here to survive. There's no need to actually treat me like some feudal king. Yes, sir. She pressed her lips into a satisfied smile. I'm a traditional Chinese man, and my creed is simple. When poor, look after yourself. When able, help the world. Without the means, take care of your own first. With the means, don't hesitate to lend a hand to those in need. This nation has made it this far precisely because of that plain, down-to-earth way of surviving. Nothing's going on today, so let everyone get some real rest, I said, setting down my chopsticks. I'd had my fill. Tell them not to fret too much about the future. Just live steadily, day by day. Whatever we're able to provide, we'll do our best to give everyone that kind of life. But make sure they understand, we don't feed ingrates here. They need to recognize what kind of world we're living in now and not stay. The text cuts off here. Let me know if you'd like me to continue once you provide the rest. Muddle through carelessly, and by the time you regret it, it'll be too late. Yes, sir. She lowered her head submissively. I'll keep everything in order and won't trouble you with anything. Shoutsy, you're really something. I patted her shoulder, satisfied. Keep it up. The boss has his eye on you. Yes, sir. She smiled gently, utterly compliant. After giving her a few instructions, she cleared away the dishes and left. Even without an exploration mission today, there was still plenty to keep her busy. Ever since I recruited her, she'd become the busiest person in the entire shelter. I'd handed over almost every matter, big and small, entirely to her. I trusted her management skills far more than my own. Given the absolute loyalty of my recruits, she now held a position second only to me. As for me, life just kept getting easier. At night, I fell asleep holding soft, warm comfort in my arms. I opened my eyes to steaming hot meals. Someone waited on me for everything, and whatever I wanted was just a word away. This must be what they mean by having everything handed to you on a silver platter. I sighed contentedly and settled into the reclining chair by the window, eyes half closed, soaking in the warmth of the red sun outside. The cold air from the freezer had spread throughout the whole place. She kept the room temperature at 28 degrees, which left me feeling constantly chilly, so much so that I actually felt the urge to go bask in the sun, which sounded absurd. Outside the shelter, people were struggling to survive in the scorching heat. Every day someone died of dehydration or heat stroke. Everyone was obsessively studying the game mechanics, desperately fighting for whatever meager, cooling resources they could get. And here I was, the one freak who actually wanted to sunbathe in the apocalyptic heat. Drifting in a haze, I suddenly noticed something flickering before my eyes. I sat up from the recliner and opened my eyes. It was time. A new talent reward had been issued. Congratulations. Talent reward triggered. You have obtained the C-Class shelter room, crop farm. Can be placed directly. As the notification appeared, a yellow blueprint materialized in my hand. Crop farm. A C-Class shelter room that can be placed in a vacant room slot in your shelter requires 2 room spaces. Once placed, it automatically generates a complete cultivation environment with 3 types of crops available for growing. A farming room? My heart skipped a beat. This meant I'd never have to worry about food again. A freezer that produced unlimited ice water, and now an entire farm. Who needed to go out exploring anymore? I could just hole up here forever, with food and drink guaranteed. Let me set it up and see. I immediately pulled up the info panel and entered building mode. The floor currently available for placement was the 6th floor. It actually held 4 residential units, displayed in the building interface as 4 room-sized spaces. Aside from the main room where I lived and the research room next to it, 2 blank slots remained. The reason they'd stayed empty was simple. I didn't have the money to fill them. I had no points to purchase rooms. But today's reward blueprint required no points or resources at all. It could be installed as a complete set right away. Select Install. Installation successful. The moment I confirmed, the new construction was done. Through the gap in the iron door, I saw a flash of golden light outside. I hurried out and went next door. I pushed the door open, and my eyes filled with the sight of farmland. The entire room had completely transformed. Gone were the divisions of bathroom, living room, and bedroom. There was only a flat, level greenhouse setup, fully equipped with temperature control, ventilation, lighting, sunlight simulation, and every other cultivation apparatus you could think of. Only the greenhouse hadn't been planted with crops yet. The moment I stepped inside, a new prompt appeared. The current cultivation room has no crops planted. Please select. Listed below were all kinds of crops, vegetables, and fruits. About 20 varieties, all common types. Figuring I'd give it a shot, I picked 3: rice, sweet potato, and orange. The instant I confirmed, a beam of white light flooded the entire greenhouse. Within a few breaths, a mass of crops grew out of thin air, filling the whole room. Crops confirmed. Entering cultivation phase. Fertilizer may be applied once per day. Daily fertilizer options: 100 survival points or ordinary fertilizer. Fertilizing cuts maturation time in half. Current base maturation time: 3 days/10 pounds yield each. Hiss. My eyes went wide. I muttered, "This is a goddamn miracle tool." Fertilizing speeds it up, and even without it, I get a harvest every 3 days? Holy shit, this is basically free food. 30 pounds every 3 days. The yield wasn't huge, but I did the math on the shelter's situation, 16 people, tops. Figuring 1 pound of grain a day to fill each person's stomach, the whole building would burn through 20 pounds at most. And this single greenhouse room covered half of our rations outright. The key thing was, this was a zero-cost baseline gain. I didn't have to spend anything. Food just kept coming on its own. And if I fertilized, the maturation would speed up even more. I stared at the info panel, and my pupils suddenly contracted. This room could actually be upgraded. Right now it was level 1. Once the shelter hit level 2, I could use survival points to upgrade the greenhouse and sink, doubling the yield another tier. I did a quick calculation in my head and sucked in a cold breath. I'd struck gold. The longer this dragged on, the more valuable this thing would become. A C-grade item, is this insane? Or is it because it's a room-type reward? I still hadn't figured out the mechanics, but one thing was crystal clear: my talent was overpowered as hell. Zhang Xiaozi had decided not to send anyone out to scavenge for supplies today, which meant zero external income for the shelter. And yet my talent turned around and handed me a greenhouse room. Don't feel like going out? Then just lie down. Give up. Let it all go. Just enjoy it. Why go outside? Isn't it nice to just crash at home with the AC blasting? All right. This apocalypse is getting more and more comfortable for me. The words had barely left my mouth when a new prompt popped up before my eyes. Consume survival points to fertilize. Points? Where the hell was I supposed to get points? Lin Yu hadn't brought back any dispatch points in 2 days, and I wasn't some bloodthirsty maniac. Wait, looks like I can fertilize with regular resources too. I pulled up the description. Standard fertilizing resources, human and animal waste. My eyes lit up. Back in the days before chemical fertilizer, this was exactly how clever farmers grew their crops. Of course, it wasn't as simple as just dumping it on. As a kid in the countryside, I'd watch my grandpa pile up manure and let it sit, fermenting, I think. I didn't know the exact process, but I wasn't worried. I had Leah. I had Zhang Xiaozi. Leah was an engineer. Even if she couldn't farm, she'd at least understand the basic chemical reactions. Zhang Xiaozi was smart, and she came from the old world. How hard could growing crops be for her? And even if neither of them knew how, worst case, I'd just experiment a few times and figure it out myself. I got up and headed out, found Zhang Xiaozi, and told her about the fertilizing. What an amazing room. Zhang Xiaozi smiled, lowered her head to think for a moment. Sir, I've farmed before. The manure fertilizer you're talking about will work. But we have to be careful about isolation and fermentation. It can't be contaminated by sewage, and we'll need to mix in organic waste like straw and plant ash to compost it together. We'll also need good ventilation to speed up the fermentation. Only once it's naturally matured can we use it for irrigation. The moment she finished, Leah closed her notebook beside us and looked up to chime in. Boss, this is essentially microbial decomposition. Fermentation activates the microbes, converting organic matter into stable humus, exactly the nutrients the crops need. She paused. But we'll also need pest control. The odds are low, but better safe than sorry. Give me 3 days, and I can whip up a pesticide sample. Huh? You can even make pesticide? I looked her up and down, stunned. Is that hard? Leah tilted her head, looking kind of adorable. The research room is fully equipped, and there are all kinds of science books. I'm not an expert, but I can follow the instructions. Have Lin Yu bring back some ready-made pesticide from outside. I'll analyze the ingredients, and replicating something close won't be difficult. Once this is done, the shelter will have a basic self-sustaining cycle: food, water, waste processing. A closed internal loop, all set up. Of course, I'll need raw materials. I can't just conjure pesticide out of thin air. She spread her hands, the picture of innocence. The more I looked at that little expression, the more I liked her. Talent, they're all talent. I laughed. Great, I'll go tell Lin Yu right now. Xiaozi, can you handle the manure situation? Of course, Zhang Xiaozi nodded. We've got enough hands. Actually, I was just worried about it. If the city's underground sewage system goes down, how would everyone deal with waste? But now it looks like we don't have to worry. Perfect. It's settled then. With that decision made, the two of them went off to their tasks. Liu was about to leave when something suddenly occurred to me. Oh, by the way, I haven't assigned you any new projects lately, so why are you holed up in the research room every single day? I'd originally given her two projects: enhance research and exploration capabilities and waste treatment center, and she'd finished developing them ages ago. Yet she still spent day and night in there. Nothing else to do anyway, she shrugged. When I'm free, I just read. There's so much useful knowledge in the research room. The more I learn, the more I might be able to help you out, boss. My grin stretched from ear to ear. Not bad at all. Love the ambition. Go on. Keep studying. See ya, boss. She waved, skipping out the door. See, what a great girl. Even without an assignment, she was recharging on her own initiative, stockpiling knowledge for the next round of research ahead of time. That kind of awareness? Incredible. After they both left, I sank back into that familiar idleness. Honestly, the wild excitement I'd felt from that talent's benefits just moments ago had already faded into just another small blip in my long, boring existence. So what if we've got more and more supplies? So what if the talent keeps getting better and better? Me? I'm still doing absolutely nothing. I lay back down on the couch, squinting and swaying, humming some tune I couldn't even name. So comfortable. If wasting time is a crime, then I'm probably guilty as hell by now. Murmuring to myself, I drifted back into a hazy sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dark. The chattering and laughter of women drifted up from downstairs. I went down to take a look. It was Jiang Xiaozi, who'd led everyone in completing the first phase of the building-wide cleanup. Now they were all sitting around chatting, enjoying a moment of warmth. According to her arrangements, the living quarters were still assigned based on the original tenant layout, but improvements and cleaning were done on a rotating basis by teams. Starting tonight, at least 3 people would keep watch each night, guarding the building entrance and standing on the top floor to survey the surroundings. If anything unusual came up, they'd notify Lin Yu directly. As long as Lin Yu could detect intruders the moment they appeared, nothing major would go wrong. She'd gotten the entire building running like clockwork. I didn't disturb them. I quietly went back upstairs, took out the Chinese chess set Jiang Xiaozi had prepared for me, and started playing against myself. A commander should act like one. Reading comics all day isn't good. Playing a few rounds of chess cultivates the mind. I rubbed my chin and let out a sigh. Mostly, though, I'd already worn out all my comics and had nothing else to pass the time with. The days without electricity made nearly all our usual entertainment useless. This can't go on. It's getting kind of boring. I need to rack up more survival points and get Liya to build the power system fast. I muttered. Then I'll get a top-of-the-line computer, install 700 single-player games, and pull all-nighters. Play till I'm exhausted, cuddle up with Xiaozi to sleep, wake up and eat, then get right back to playing. Ah, this life. Perfect. I've got no grand ambitions, no noble sense of saving all humanity. I just want to live well and make the shelter safer and safer. So safe that even if the world outside falls apart, I'll come through unscathed. Right in the middle of daydreaming, a long-absent voice suddenly boomed in my ears. Warning. Attention all Doomsday Game players. The following is an important announcement of Doomsday Game rules. Huh. I bolted upright, my expression freezing instantly. This voice hadn't made a sound since it first appeared on day 1 of the apocalypse. Now that it was speaking again, something big was surely about to happen. At that very moment, in every corner of the globe, everyone stopped what they were doing and waited tensely in the dead silence. After a brief pause, that voice poured clearly into everyone's ears. Global announcement, beginning now. The arrival of the Doomsday Game is about to reach 1 full week. Now activating the War Apocalypse module. Trial of the Peoples. At the dawn of the apocalypse, all military personnel and politically affiliated groups worldwide were temporarily frozen in stasis, no longer existing within the world of Earth. The Earth War Apocalypse instance has been fully constructed, and military personnel from every nation are about to be deployed into their respective instances. I held my breath, my brow furrowing tighter and tighter. A war apocalypse instance. So that's why I haven't seen any soldiers, police, or officials these past few days. They'd all been put in stasis. And now, it's their turn to take the stage? But from the sound of it, they still can't return to Earth. Before I could make sense of it, the voice sounded again. now issuing a nationwide announcement for the China region. In 1 hour, the nationwide online doomsday vote will begin. Vote subject: determining the difficulty of the war instance faced by this nation's military population. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards voters receive after the war is won, and random resource rewards will be granted based on difficulty immediately after voting ends. Only one doomsday war may be in progress each month. For each war this nation loses, 1/10 of the national population is randomly wiped out, while a massive reinforcement reward is granted for the next ward. If the wipeout is refused after a loss, a massive weakening penalty will be applied to the next ward. Before the war, humans within the instance world may send messages of 10 characters or fewer to their home nation to guide the nationwide vote. Both. Notice to all participants. 1. You only have one life. Choose your instance difficulty carefully. 2. The tide of war affects the survival of humanity on a massive scale. Even a localized defeat can trigger apocalyptic secondary disasters within your home region. 3. The two worlds do not intersect. If the military class humans are wiped out within an instance, they merely forfeit their eligibility for the next battle. Earth's survivors will not be affected, and vice versa. 4. During wartime, a nation's survivors may observe the flow of battle and may also spend points to watch the entire process. 5. During wartime, the military class humans within an instance may observe the number of survivors and the survival status of their home nation on Earth. For each small-scale battle won, they may choose to take or to give. Take. By right of victory, forcibly seize supplies and items from designated or random survivors of your home nation. One additional action permitted before the first battle. Give. By right of victory, forcibly grant supplies and items to designated or random survivors of your home nation. One additional action permitted before the first battle. A 1-hour buffer is now granted. Both sides of each nation, please prepared. Will you keep yourself alive, or will you let them live? I look forward to your choice. The voice faded away, and I froze in place, unable to speak for a long time. I understood. This apocalyptic game was, at its core, nothing but a cruel game played on the human heart. Those who had survived until now might have thought the first round, the scorching apocalypse, was nothing much. Cool down and you wouldn't die. With a decent talent, you might even live in comfort. But tonight's announcement forced the entire world to see its cruelty all over again. Soldiers enter another instance world to fight the apocalyptic war. Civilians stay on Earth, weathering wave after wave of apocalyptic disasters. Deaths on both sides, all of them real. If that were all, it would just be two ways of surviving the same apocalypse. But here was the vicious part. It was designed to toy with the human heart. The two worlds never touch, yet their fates are bound together, inseparable. Want the survivors on Earth to live comfortably? Then vote. Push the soldiers toward the highest difficulty of war and instantly earn supply rewards in exchange. Want the soldiers in the instance to win the next battle and stay alive? Then plunder your own people, wring them dry of supplies, and fatten your odds of victory. Of course, you could also choose not to oppress the other side, provided you can withstand the increasingly brutal life or death crises. So this is the truth of the apocalyptic game. I murmured and realized my hands were shaking. No one holds their own fate in their hands. Don't get cocky just because your talent is good, because all of us are balanced on each other's scales. The human heart is unfathomable. This isn't just testing the external environment. It's interrogating the depths of every single person's soul. At this point, it was at that moment that I finally understood. This week had been nothing but the apocalypse's lukewarm prologue. The heat, the chaos, the mobs, the food shortages, all just appetizers. None of it was the real apocalypse. It wouldn't be long before humanity solved it or adapted. Was this the apocalypse? No. The real apocalypse was only beginning now. Its course would be decided by people themselves, struggling between life and death, betrayal or sacrifice. The choice was humanity's alone to make. I stayed silent for a long time. One thought grew clearer and clearer in my mind. The apocalypse was only truly beginning now. No one could escape it. No one could control their own fate. This wasn't a natural disaster. It was a threat forged by human hands, more terrifying than any act of nature. There's nothing I can do. At least not right now. All I can do is wait. I took a deep breath and opened the city chat channel I hadn't touched in ages. The channel exploded instantly. Every survivor in the city had heard that announcement, had learned about this apocalypse war instance. FCK? I knew something was up with all the soldiers disappearing. Turns out that bastard scooped them all up in one go. I held out for a whole week. Drank my own piss for a week, gnawed on moldy garbage for a week. I kept waiting for the government to come save us. And now you're telling me there's no rescue coming? They're off fighting some apocalypse war. I hoarded a whole house full of gold, jewelry, and cash during the chaos, just waiting to buy the dip and make a killing when the apocalypse ended. And now you pull this on me. The ones who cracked fastest were those who'd assumed the apocalypse would blow over soon. Not that you could blame their naivete. With an army marching into the city, what catastrophe couldn't be handled? Would a civilization that had survived 5,000 years be brought down by a little hardship like this? But things were different now. That mysterious entity seemed able to read minds. It knew exactly what our biggest trump card was, and then snatched it away in one clean move. It took all our heroes and left behind nothing but a crowd of ordinary people. Worse still, it seemed to have anticipated all along that new heroes could rise from among the ordinary, so it countered with an entire system. Soldiers fight the apocalypse war in another world. Ordinary people rotate through disasters back on Earth. Someone in the channel cursed until their voice cracked. This is so damn devious. Cutting the ground out from under us. Let them fight if they have to. But why the hell drag us into it too? This whole setup looks complicated, but strip it down and it's just 2 words. Infighting. It wants us to throw them into the highest difficulty, forcing the soldiers to keep draining resources from us just to win the next round. As long as one side doesn't trust the other, it becomes a death spiral. Soldiers fighting hell-level wars every single day, while we starve to death with nothing to eat or drink. Even the people who hadn't understood the mechanics at first got it after reading the explanation. This wasn't just about turning 1 or 2 people against each other. People. It's toying with the entire human race, splitting us in 2, forcing us to send each other to hell with our own hands. So what do? What are we voting for? Vote for the lowest. Don't forget the elimination mechanism. If we lose, any of us could die. Vote for the highest. I trust the PLA. I need supplies. I'm dying of thirst here. If they don't send water soon, I won't even live to see the day I get eliminated. All the officials got pulled away. There's not a single leader left. Who the hell are we supposed to listen to? How about a compromise? Pick something in the middle? Honestly, I'm running low on water too. What's there to discuss? We don't even know how many difficulty levels there are. And it's not like just our city gets to decide. There are so many places across the whole country. The channel descended into total chaos. Some people were screaming their throats raw trying to keep order. It didn't work. At times like this, only those in power, only the military, can hold things together. Otherwise, nobody backs down to anyone. Why the hell should I listen to you? I understood that. I just watched silently as the chaos spread wider and wider. Maybe this is exactly what it wants to see. A few words are all it takes to throw the living into chaos and breed even deeper despair. It just wants to play with us. I sighed. There had to be a lot of people like me, watching in silence. No one knows what anyone else is really thinking. No one even dares to be sure whether those soldiers who got pulled away still hold to the principles they once had. After all, this isn't peacetime. This isn't a war between nations. This is the apocalypse. A cruel game, completely controlled by it. The voting phase begins. Before voting, we now release the guidance message transmitted from our nation's apocalyptic war front. A red dialog box slowly surfaced at the very bottom line. Just 10 characters. Choose the highest difficulty. Trust the PLA. In that instant, the entire city fell silent. No noise. No complaints. Everyone stared blankly at that single line. 10 short words, yet they sent blood rushing to my head and made my nose sting. No dodging. No cowardice. Just firm, unwavering persuasion. They didn't even let us ask what our odds were. Those 10 words burned into every pair of eyes like a branding iron. Is it because the higher the difficulty, the more supplies we get? I muttered to myself. It was the only answer I could think of. There was no other reason. It was simply to save us. Even though they're no longer on Earth, they'll still give everything they have to save the people of this nation. Because sacrifice for the people is something carved into their very bones. You guys, you're way too blunt. I let out a bitter laugh, reached up to touch my face, and found my cheeks were wet. But it's true. I'm moved. I took a deep breath and forced myself to stay calm. A new prompt appeared. Guidance message released. Online voting will continue. Round 1. Select your nation's Doomsday War difficulty, single choice. Level F, Level E, Level D, Level C, Level B, Level A, Level S. Difficulty increases in order. Starting from Level D, your nation's survivors will receive basic survival supplies. Each level higher after that doubles the supplies. War theme, Bloodbath. Setting, a randomly selected city map within your nation. Duration, 21 days. Victory condition, annihilate all enemies. Failure condition, total loss of your forces, or time runs out. Maximum deployed soldiers, 100,000, carrying no war equipment. Objective, eliminate 10,000 frenzied demons. Frenzied demon, humanoid, 3 meters tall, twice the speed and strength of a human, with rapid healing disease, infection, low altitude, flight, advanced intelligence. Starting from level D, each level higher doubles the number of frenzied demons. Level S maxes out at 160,000. Voting time, 1 hour. Failure to vote in time counts as level D. Below the text was an image of a frenzied demon. A humanoid monster with crimson skin, massive in size, corded with muscle, clad in heavy armor, and wielding a sharp blade. I stared at the image and silently broke down a few key pieces of intel. 1. They wear armor and carry weapons, which means they can craft tools. Their intelligence may be no less than ours. 2. 3 meters tall, as high as a full story. They completely outclass us in both strength and speed. 3. We're going in barehanded. 10 of us would struggle to take down even one, and on top of that, they can fly. Even I can see it. The ones out there on the battlefield will understand just how dangerous these things are, far better than I do. Forget 160,000. Taking down even 1,000 would be a near certain death sentence. I took a deep breath and quietly made my choice. Level F, the lowest difficulty. It's not that I don't have faith in you. I just don't want to make it any harder on you than it has to be. I can do without these supplies. I looked at the description for level F. Choosing this difficulty reduces enemy numbers by 50% and allows humans to use weapons and equipment up to the number of deployed personnel. However, upon victory, your nation's survivor supply rewards are cut to 20% of the base amount. That was exactly why I picked F. From the information given, it seemed like most of Earth's military technology and equipment had been taken along with the soldiers. The past few days, all that was left on the market were things like handguns, submachine guns, and rifles were hard to come by, and there were barely any grenades to be found. If the tanks and planes went over there too, then bringing them along would give us a much better shot at winning. Only, hardly anyone's going to pick this difficulty. I gave a bitter smile, knowing I was fighting a losing battle. Rank F is completely unappealing. No supplies handed out, and winning gets you nothing. These days, hardly anyone in the country lives as comfortably as I do. Most people are still fighting for their most basic survival. No food, no water, no way to stay cool. When it's life or death, who's willing to give up the supplies that could save them to soldiers who might never even come back? At least I can live with a clear conscience. I closed the voting screen and sat quietly in the dark, waiting for the final results. During the long wait, my mind wandered. That one vote is all I can do for them. But whether they win or lose, I have to protect myself first. The apocalyptic cycles haven't stopped, and now there's an apocalyptic war on top of it. Not only do I have to survive one disaster after another, I also have to pray I don't end up on the elimination list. I frowned. The pressure was crushing. This is way too hard. I need to figure out a way to lock down my own survival first. Just as I was thinking that, a message suddenly popped up in front of me. The voting results were in. Let me see, probably rank D. Rank B is possible too. It's not actually going to be rank S, is it? I looked up and froze. First round National Apocalyptic War difficulty, rank F. Holy shit. I shot up off the ground. It's really fucking rank F. Are the Chinese people really this pure-hearted? What the hell was going on? The streets outside were crawling with rioters looting and smashing everything. And the vote came back rank F? Where'd all those rioters go? You don't want the supplies anymore? Was it that the moment the nation's survival was on the line, everyone suddenly got all righteous? Turned into noble heroes fighting for justice? I was a little dazed. Reality was absurdly surreal. Maybe I'd been judging my own countrymen too harshly all along. And I wasn't the only one stunned. The channel had blown up too. Rank F? Didn't everyone say to vote C to grab some supplies? I got played. I'm the only one who voted rank S. I'm the only obedient one here. You all wanted to rebel, huh? I'm dying, lol. Not a single one of you trusts the PLA? You throw them a rank F, and even the soldiers would be baffled. The strongest generation on Earth, and their own people give them the lowest difficulty. The same people crying about dying of thirst just now, and you'd rather die of thirst than vote anything but F. Hey, don't put it like that. I checked the data. Rank F only won by 83 votes, a razor-thin margin. Second place was rank B. I just lost out on the rank B rewards. So you voted B? Didn't you say you were about to die of thirst? I voted F. Thank you very much. My life's not gonna last long anyway, so let the soldiers live a few extra days. Bro, drop your location. I'll bring supplies to you. One by one, everyone in the channel was shouting in disbelief. In that moment, the APOC, the shadow over the sun, seemed to lift just a little. Survivors across the country were glued to the results. Someone had dug up all the voting data. First place, rank F. Second place, rank B. Third place, rank D. Fourth place, rank S. Only these four were way out in front. B and D made sense. People felt for the soldiers, but you had to save yourself first. S made sense too. The state put it on the ballot, so people just trusted it blindly. But rank F actually came in first. Nobody in the whole country saw that coming. Maybe a lot of people were thinking the same thing I was. I murmured to myself, unable to keep the corners of my mouth from lifting. I only picked it to give it a shot, to keep my conscience clear, and wouldn't you know it, everybody wanted to keep their conscience clear too. The people of China, truly incredible. I had to admit it. A lot of people, myself included, really don't understand our own nation. And maybe that's exactly why we keep pulling off miracles in real life that even we can't quite believe. I was thrilled. I wanted to tell someone about it. So I called Jiang Xiaozi over and laid the whole thing out for her, start to finish. Sharp as she was, she quickly worked out the reason. You needn't be surprised, sir. In China, the deepest wisdom has always lived among the common folk. And now that people are even more enlightened, they naturally grasp the principle. As long as there are people, there is land. Set aside whether the army can even return. Look at the mechanism itself. To treat the soldiers well is to treat ourselves well. Let the soldiers win at the lowest possible cost, and a victory triggers give, bringing us supplies. And the soldiers, not wanting to anger the people or lose the higher difficulty next round, will never come to take. As long as there's some basic trust between the two sides, they'll naturally support each other. Even worlds apart, they can still look out for one another from afar. Her analysis made a lot of sense. But I figured ordinary folks weren't thinking anything that complicated. Xiaozi, do you know the guiding purpose of China's People's Liberation Army? Sir, I haven't been here long, so I'm not sure. She was being modest. Did I miss some detail? Was my analysis off? No, it's right on the money. People just didn't think that deep. I rubbed my chin, then suddenly grinned. In front of Liberation Army, there are two more words, the people. This is the People's Army, and its faith is to protect the people. Tell me, an army like that, would ordinary people ever have the heart to send them off to fight some brutal, bloody war? So that's it. Jiang Xiaozi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed softly. I suppose they must all be soldiers like Lin Yu. No. I shook my head. It's that Lin Yu became a soldier like them. I was about to say something more when a new prompt suddenly popped up before my eyes. Our nation's army has decided to invoke its extra pre-war authority, initializing the bestowal module. All surviving citizens of this nation are about to receive a random gift from the military. Congratulations. You have received Grade D water purifier. Grade D water purifier converts non-potable liquid into drinking water. Purifies up to 200 liters per day. A flash of golden light burst in front of me. As the light faded, A water purification unit, over a meter tall, appeared before my eyes. This wasn't technology humanity currently possessed. The description made it clear it could purify non-potable water with no restrictions on the source. In other words, if it was liquid, it could purify it. So amazing. Jiang Xiaozi blinked, murmuring in awe. What amazed her was the thing that had materialized out of thin air. What amazed me was how fast the government had handed out rewards. Before the war broke out, every nation's military had one chance to use either take or bestow. They could either draft citizens to boost their odds of victory or distribute supplies to the people. The Chinese military hadn't hesitated for a second. They chose bestow. So fast the gifts dropped almost the instant the decision was made, as if a single second's delay meant someone would die in the disaster. A water purifier. Guess I got lucky. I ran my hand over the unit. A manual was stuck to the side, listing operating instructions and precautions. Nice. I had a greenhouse. Now I had a water purifier too. I could seriously hole up here until the end of time. The freezer could double as an AC and give me ice water. The shelter's firepower was no joke, and I had Leah, that research fanatic, constantly reinforcing the defenses. What am I still missing? Maybe just a little entertainment. I mused. Tomorrow's reward. It wouldn't actually send me a whole entertainment setup, would it? I opened the city channel. Everyone was excitedly showing off the rewards the government had handed out. Look, a magical bread tree. Cranks out 6 loaves a day guaranteed. 3 loaves covers a whole day of nutrition and hydration. I'm literally spiraling into the sky, praising the PLA. Think that's sweet? I got a power-free AC. No plug needed. Works the second you turn it on, auto-adjusts hot and cold. It's even got a hibernation mode that cuts energy use without actually knocking you out. Am I the only one who got screwed? I pulled a laser dagger that never needs charging. What am I supposed to do with that? Give me more food, damn it. I scrolled through everything, and it looks like everyone pulled exactly what they needed most. That's a pretty fair system. Whatever's behind this really thought it through. You're all acting shocked like you've never seen anything before. Isn't this just how it should be? Who are they? They're the people's own soldiers. Of course they'd pick bestow without a second thought. Same goes for the future. It's a no-brainer. Huh? There's more coming? It's the apocalypse and I still get watched over by the PLA every single day? I feel like a happy little freeloader. Honestly, I still wish they'd come back. It's chaos out there. I don't even dare step outside. Every single day I see corpses, sigh. The channel was buzzing with people showing off their rewards. Kind of like that vibe after a 10-pull gacha. Everyone comparing who got the luckiest draw. Of course, everyone knew deep down who they had to thank for it. With this wave of support, tomorrow's death toll across the country is going to drop off a cliff. I murmured, looking at the big picture. Give is incredibly useful. It plugs the deadliest gaps for everyone right away. This reward kind of sounds like my talent. Except I get to use mine every day. Everyone else has to wait for our soldiers to win a battle. I kept analyzing while staring at the dialogue box in front of me. Operation complete. The Doomsday War has begun. Survivors can check the general direction of their nation's war in real time through the shelter data panel at any time. You may also spend additional survival points to view more detailed battle information. The war had already started. I had no idea how things were going over there, or whether our soldiers stood a chance against those twisted maniacs. I wasn't confident. I trusted our people's soldiers, but humanity didn't understand the maniacs. In the first battle, anything could happen. But more than the outcome, I cared about these 2 lines in front of me. I couldn't shake the feeling there was something deeper here. If you can see the general direction without spending points, why go out of the way to emphasize that spending points lets you see more detailed battle info? There's no difference. No matter how closely we watch, we can't affect the course of the war. I muttered to myself, and then a flash of inspiration hit me. So far, every hint that being has given us has been meaningful, basically not a single wasted word. There's no way it would tack on a useless mechanic out of nowhere. Think about it carefully. Is this piece of information really that simple? Could it be hinting that Earth survivors can actually use points to influence that doomsday war? Sir, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaozi looked up, watching my faraway expression with curiosity. Is there something wrong with this machine? She'd long since figured out how to use the water purifier and couldn't understand why I kept holding off on setting it up. This big thing could provide the shelter with the most stable water supply we had. I'm thinking about a possibility, one that hasn't shown up yet. I took a deep breath and laid out all the info from the prompt and my own guesses. Do you think my theory holds up? Your guess is exactly right, sir. This is bound to happen. Jiang Xiaozi barely paused, hitting the nail on the head. Every single move that mysterious being makes may seem unreasonable, but there's always a reason behind it. I've been thinking for a while now. If it really wanted to test humanity, it shouldn't only show us the cruel side. Pure provocation and exploitation don't count as a test. A true master of power gives you more choices, more opportunities. That's what real control looks like. She paused, then smiled. Let me put it this way. If I wanted to test a colony of ants, I'd leave them an escape route. But if I just wanted them dead, a kettle of boiling water would do the trick. Why go to all that trouble? My heart skipped a beat. So your guess was exactly right, sir. We don't know when the new mechanism will appear, but we can be almost certain of one thing. We're bound to have an impact on the Doomsday War. Of course, that influence could support our armies just as easily as it could be turned against them to weaken them. And that's what real fairness looks like. A head-on collision between the good and evil in human nature. Her agreement put me at ease. So I wasn't overthinking it after all. If a smart person saw it the same way, then it was probably true. So other smart people could figure this out too, I murmured. Once more and more people catch on, the value of survival points is going to double. Whether they want to help the soldiers or hurt them, everyone's going to fight tooth and nail to rack up points. More points didn't just mean upgrading the shelter. They could tip the scales between life and death for the soldiers on the front lines. And it was that latter part one cared about more. At this point, I didn't have any pressing survival concerns. The only thing that could directly threaten my life was the random elimination that might follow a defeat in the Doomsday War. The soldiers would never willingly give up, but with a punishment system in place, who could guarantee a forced elimination wouldn't pop up out of nowhere. Better safe than sorry. What if the soldiers lost a few battles in a row, triggered a forced elimination, and I just happened to be the unlucky one caught in it? That'd be game over, right then and there. Xiaozi, we need to move fast and figure out how to get more points. You're absolutely right, sir. She nodded. Should I have Lin you keep going out to scavenge for supplies? Scavenging was secondary. The points for mission rewards were the real prize. No, hold off for now. A measly 10 or 20 points here and there. We're not in a rush for that. I waved my hand. Whether it's upgrading the shelter or backing the front lines, the point requirements won't be cheap. Ordinary methods will never be enough. We need to take extraordinary measures. A strange glint flashed in my eyes. In that moment, something quietly shifted inside me. Jiang Xiaozi seemed to sense it. She lowered her head and softly uttered 4 words. The little polar bear shelter. I fell silent. After a long moment, I raised an eyebrow. You want me to follow their example? No. She shook her head, smiling. You said it yourself, sir. The little polar bear shelter holds the most survival points in the entire city. And destroying a shelter lets you directly inherit whatever points they haven't spent. So, sir, why don't you rid the world of this menace? Late at night, I lay in bed, eyes open, staring into the darkness beyond the window. Beside me, Jiang Xiaozi had long since fallen asleep. After setting up the water purifier and arranging the night watch, she'd slipped into bed next to me as naturally as breathing, sharing the covers. It had become an unspoken part of our nights together. Her soft body was warm as always, bare against the sheets. But my mind was clear of any such thoughts, and I had no desire for sleep. I was mulling over her suggestion. Strike first, punish the wicked. I had no objection to that. The problem was, all I had in hand was a single Linyu. My opponent was the top-ranked player. His talent was surely no slouch. I even suspected his talent was stronger than mine. Otherwise, how could he have wiped out so many shelters in just a few days? One Lin you couldn't beat him. But I couldn't ignore her proposal either. Now that we'd made an enemy, just because he couldn't find me now didn't mean he never would. I need to strike while I'm still hidden in the shadows, get the jump on him. Waiting for him to show up at my door for revenge would be truly idiotic. But the best way to rapidly boost my shelter's combat strength was still to leverage my talent. How could I use it to get the reward I wanted every single time? I turned it over in my mind. Talent rewards were exactly what I lacked most. Yet my shelter's current combat power, for a Tier 1 shelter, actually wasn't bad at all. It was no longer among my critical shortages. But could I tweak things a little? If combat power wasn't lacking, then I'd pile up resources like food and water far beyond our combat level. That way, wouldn't the shelter appear to be lacking in combat strength? The most urgently needed right now, that the talent reward identified, did it follow the barrel principle, where the shortest stave determined everything? Before I knew it, I'd spent the entire night thinking. When I came back to myself, the sky was already growing pale. Drowsiness washed over me like a tide. Get some sleep. Figuring out how the talent works was never going to be a 1 or 2 day thing. I sank into sleep amid my exhaustion. It felt like I'd barely closed my eyes when Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice reached my ears. Sir, it's time to get up. It's already past 11 in the morning. I opened my eyes wearily, rubbing my aching head. She asked softly, "Didn't sleep well last night?" "Yeah, spent the whole night thinking." I sighed. "Xiaozi, tell me, how can we boost our shelter's combat strength? Establish a self-sustaining supply of resources, expand the population, train troops from within, and develop equipment," she answered almost without hesitation. "Build an army loyal only to you, sir, and you'll never have to fear any threat." Build an army? I froze, staring at her. Have you been planning this all along? Was urging me to take in those women part of it too? Sir, Sung. She didn't argue. She just lowered her head and explained softly. "I understand women better than men, and I'm far more confident training them. I'm getting more and more curious about what you used to do. You even know how to train female soldiers." I looked her up and down and cautiously asked, "Can you tell me about it? If that's not too intrusive." Director of a Special Forces garrison. She didn't hide anything, and even patiently explained, "That role is roughly equivalent to a trainer of special wartime soldiers. At the same time, I coordinated their covert missions. I was their superior." Covert missions. My eyes went wide. Underground networks, infiltrators, spies. You can train spies? Well, something like that. She smiled and nodded. No wonder she was A-level talent. No wonder she'd pushed so hard for me to take in that group of women. Turns out she had this card up her sleeve too. Skilled in management, brilliant in strategy, and capable of training spies. This woman was practically an all-rounder. I was thrilled, but I quickly realized this didn't solve the crisis right in front of me. "Xiaozi, you really are impressive. But what I need is to boost our combat strength fast. Your approach only works long-term. If we run into danger anytime soon, we're still stuck relying on Lin Yu alone. No matter how capable someone is, they can't turn a group of women into warriors overnight. That takes time." She understood too. She lowered her head and said quietly, "Until then, I'll do everything in my power to protect the shelter and keep us from being driven into a corner. Nobody can predict the future. Let's eat first." I sat down at the table and was just about to pick up my chopsticks when I suddenly remembered the Doomsday War. A whole night's gone by. I wonder how our soldiers did in that first battle. I found the battle status module in the shelter interface and tapped it open. A few lines of information appeared before my eyes. At midnight this morning, the first Doomsday War began. National forces entered the field. At 0:30, National forces gained intel on the battlefield city and deployed scouts to gather enemy information. At 1:30, the first large-scale engagement broke out. At the cost of 569 drones, National forces completed their strategic deployment and lured the enemy into an ambush. At 1:40, the first round of artillery bombardment began. H-6 bombers carried out the mission, collapsing the city's building complexes and burying 525 fiends. At 2:10, 18J-20 fighters launched a joint sortie, suppressing the fiends' low-altitude flight and cutting off any chance of them breaking out of the ruins. At 2:30, DF-15 cluster bombardment commenced, lasting 2 hours. At 4:30, drones entered the ruins and confirmed 506 enemy kills, with some survivors suspected to have escaped. At 5:26 a.m., Command confirmed the combat status of another heavy mechanized combined arms brigade, successfully pinned down over 200 frenzied scouts, simultaneously detected large-scale frenzied movement, suspected to be a field ambush and reinforcement force. 5:40 a.m., Command deployed the Guardian 2D long-range rocket artillery delivering full coverage saturation strikes on the frenzied activity zone. 6:20 a.m. Artillery ceased fire. Battle results could not be confirmed. Second round of drone bait operations failed. 7:50 a.m. The battlefield entered a period of silence. I read through them one by one, my mouth slowly falling open. You shelled them all night long? I was stunned. What happened to our unmatched light infantry tradition? What about the promised close-quarters combat? Since when did we start fighting like some Western superpower? The moment they entered the field, they bombed away for half the night. Air Force and artillery deployed together, and even recon was handled by drones. Not a single living soul sent out, just letting the frenzied play a one-sided game against the firepower. The battle reports were brief, but any Chinese person would have a basic instinct for warfare. One look and I understood. Command had no intention of hiding and no plans to trade blows with the frenzied up close. Long-range artillery, pounding them again and again. Once done, send in a drone to take a look. Can't confirm the results? Then don't. Bottom line, spot the enemy, and there's just one word: bomb. Humans? Don't even think about showing your face. With a strategy like this, if they didn't pull off a beautiful victory, it would be an insult to the expectations of the entire nation. Just yesterday, I thought the frenzied were tough, self-healing, disease infection, low-altitude flight. But now it seems they're not so terrifying after all. I scratched my head, suddenly grasping the weight of that line in the F-rank difficulty description. Humans are permitted to use weapons and equipment appropriate to a configuration not exceeding the number of participating personnel. 100,000 soldiers. That's the size of a field army. Under that structure, there's hardly a single piece of domestic equipment that couldn't be brought in, since the rules allow it. In theory, they could even bring in nukes. No, given how frequently our boys are blasting away, I seriously suspect the nukes were already brought in. They just haven't been willing to use them yet. Scrolling down further, there were no new battle reports. It's almost noon. This silent period is dragging on this long. I muttered, no way. They're not planning to hit them with one big blow all at once, are they? Hey, this is a 21-day war. There's plenty of time. No need to rush for a quick, decisive finish. F-rank difficulty. The enemy is 5,000 frenzied. But judging from just these few hours of losses before dawn, the frenzied have conservatively lost over 1,000 already. At this rate, they'll wrap it up in just a few days. I stroked my chin, thinking it over. Could it be finishing early? Will there be a bonus? And what about the leftover time? Could they let the soldiers go home and visit their families? Honestly, Earth needs them badly. China needs them. At least, the whole country's a mess with no one in charge. I opened the city chat channel while I ate. Today, nobody was posting those hopeless complaints. Almost everyone was buzzing with excitement, discussing how our country's battles were going. Maybe it was yesterday's wave of national supply support that took the edge off everyone's immediate crisis. Today, everyone was really active. No wonder I hit up a bunch of police station traders and couldn't find any decent firepower. Turns out it's all in the soldiers' hands. Police station traders? That name? Well, makes sense. The cops probably all got sucked into dungeons, so now it's just some petty thugs squatting in the stations. Who you calling a petty thug? The hell you calling a petty thug? Drop a location if you've got the guts. Gotta say, these battle reports are a real treat. I worried all night thinking it'd be a bloodbath, and this is it. Nice, we're starting to steamroll the aliens. By the way, does the frenzied demon count as an alien? I don't even have the appetite to go scavenge for food anymore. I'm just refreshing battle reports. It's been quiet all morning, and I'm getting a little antsy. You're not antsy about the soldiers. You're antsy for the country to win, so they hurry up and roll out that nationwide reward, aren't you? Everyone's confusion was my confusion too. China's officials always operated one way. Either they stay dead silent, or when they finally do speak up, it's a massive bombshell. Just as I was mulling over the country's next move, a new notification suddenly popped up before my eyes. Today's talent reward had been issued. Congratulations. Talent reward triggered. You have obtained a combat talent lottery ticket, up to 10. Combat talent lottery ticket. D-grade special entertainment item, consumable. Upon use, your shelter can obtain a random number of 1 to 10 D-grade combat talents. Holy crap! My eyes went wide, thrilled beyond words. Did I really get exactly what I'd been wishing for? Just last night, I was thinking about combat power, and today it hands me combat talents. The upgraded talent now paid out at C-grade standard. This D-grade one was a notch lower, sure, but it was a special reward. With a bit of luck, pulling several D-grade combat talents in one go would be a total steal. A flash of golden light, and a purple lottery ticket dropped into my palm. I studied it for a moment. Just as I was about to excitedly use it, a thought suddenly struck me. Wait, the Apocalypse game never actually said talents aren't allowed to use items from the shelter system, did it? These things all fall within the game's mechanics. If a talent can use this ticket too, then why not let Lin Yu be the one to use it? I checked the item description again and again, confirming there was no note saying talents prohibited from use. Just give it a shot. Who knows, it might actually work. If Lin Yu can use it, then I'll get to tap into her luck boost. I shot to my feet and rushed to the door, calling for Lin Yu. Commander. She came barreling up the stairs. I was in the middle of training those girls. You need something, sir? Military-style drills already? Zhang Xiaozi really doesn't waste any time. Something important. I handed her the raffle ticket and asked, dead serious. Take a look. Can you use this thing? Use it. She turned it over and over, then looked up, puzzled. Commander, how? What am I supposed to do? Damn. Talents can't see an item's data, and there's no use button for them either. Great. Looks like her luck boost is off the table. I sighed and reached to take the ticket back, but Lin Yu was still fiddling with it, and on a hunch, she gave it a little wave. Use. Boom. The raffle ticket burst open in a flash of golden light. Lin Yu jumped, instantly raising her rifle to shield me. I stared, wide-eyed, as the golden light swiftly gathered all around us, into 10 golden human figures. Holy crap. It worked. It actually works. This thing can even be triggered by voice command. Thrilled and stunned, I gripped Lin Yu's shoulder, signaling her to lower her weapon. The 10 orbs of golden light dissolved in the blink of an eye, revealing 10 tall, powerfully built men. They were all dressed in modern military gear, decked out in camo, equipped with standard weapons and combat equipment. Comrades. Lin Yu frowned. She could tell these men were Chinese soldiers, just like her, but she didn't recognize a single one of them. As the golden light faded completely, the 10 soldiers had already packed the tiny room to capacity. As if they'd anticipated it all along, they turned to me in unison and snapped to attention, saluting. Commander, sir. 10 thunderous shouts erupted at once, the sheer force of it staggering. Every one of them radiated a cold, deadly killing intent. One look was all it took. I knew the fight was burning at its absolute peak. Good. Very good. You'll all do just fine. I couldn't stop grinning. 10 D-rank soldiers. I'd made an absolute killing. Back when Lin Yu was still D-rank, her combat ability rivaled a mini Superman, and her skills were flawless across the board. There was no way these 10 men were any less capable than she'd been. Used right, these 10 plus Lin Yu would be enough to steamroll the vast majority of thug gangs in this apocalyptic world. Unless the enemy had some absolutely monstrous talent, I couldn't imagine any ordinary person standing up to this many Chinese soldiers. Lin Yu, nicely done. I patted her on the shoulder, my eyes full of approval. Serving you, Commander, is what I'm meant to do, Lin Yu replied respectfully, studying the group of male soldiers with curiosity. The men didn't so much as glance sideways. Their eyes were fixed on me alone. They stood like statues, waiting silently for my orders. I pulled up my panel to check their stats. Name: Lu Rue, age 25, soldier, sniper, rank D. Physique: 105 reflexes, 110 endurance, 108 willpower, 112 immunity, 107. Trait: covert operations, skilled at concealment in complex terrain, delivers precise strikes on distant enemies. Talent: precision shot, extremely high shooting accuracy, almost never misses. Name: Zhang E, age 24, soldier, scout, rank D. Physique: 102 reflexes, 115 endurance, 105 willpower, 110 immunity, 106. Trait: high-speed endurance, boundless stamina, excels at rapidly crossing all types of terrain. Talent: enemy detection, keen awareness of hostile units, can see through most disguises. Name: Liang, age 25, soldier, Signal operator, rank D. Physique 103, reflexes 109, endurance 106, willpower 113, immunity 109. Trait, technical support, master of communication equipment, can establish and maintain military comms even in harsh conditions. Talent, rapid encoding, completes complex decryption and encryption in seconds. As I scrolled through the list, I was stunned to realize each of them had a distinct combat specialty. When I first recruited Linyu, she'd only had the generic soldier class. But these 10 were different: sniper, scout, signal operator, assault trooper, armor crew, aviator, air defense. The full spread, covering nearly every common combat role. I sucked in a sharp breath. This isn't 10 soldiers. This is a complete combat squad, built entirely around working together. My luck was so ridiculous I half wondered if I'd just shaved a few years off my life to pay for it. Of course, there were downsides too. Their gear was pathetically bare bones. For firearms, they only had assorted pistols, plus the basic tools for their specialties. The sniper had camouflage paint, the scout had binoculars, the signal operator had a walkie-talkie. Not useless, exactly, but all their core equipment was missing. The sniper had no sniper rifle, just a little pistol. The signal operator had no radio. The scout had no drone. 10 men, all stripped-down versions. It's fine. Having the people is what matters. The gear I can sort out over time, I reassured myself. These were 10 rank D soldiers, after all. What more could I ask for? If they'd shown up fully armed, their rating probably would have been higher than D. You've just arrived, so you're not familiar with the situation yet. I took a deep breath. But I figured you should know who I am and where this place is. I raised my hand and pointed at Linyu. This is Linyu, the shelter's first soldier. From now on, she's your squad leader. Sir. Linyu startled and was about to speak, but I waved her off. The 10 of you cover every specialty, perfect for a combat squad. Linyu leads. First, you defend the shelter. Second, she helps you get familiar with the environment. Any objections? No, sir. No objections. They roared in unison, rattling the window panes. Absolute obedience. I was pleased and waved my hand. Linyu, take them to find Jiang Xiaozi. There's still time today. She'll assign you your tasks. Knowing Jiang Xiaozi, there was no way she'd let this many soldiers sit around idle. And with her mind, she'd have every assignment squared away. After all, this woman used to work underground, handing out jobs to field agents. Yes, sir. Linyu saluted, then turned and beckoned. Everyone, follow me. Squad leader, mind if I ask something? Zhang Yi, the lively scout, lowered his voice. What does Jiang Xiaozi do? Is she a woman? Easy to get along with. Pretty easy to get along with. As for what she does, Linyu frowned. The shelter didn't have official positions yet. Every decision came down to me, and I delegated a lot of that authority to Jiang Xiaozi. She thought for a moment. If you had to compare it to a military structure, she's basically our political commissar. A commissar. The men's expressions turned instantly serious, respect welling up inside them. That word carried a different kind of weight for soldiers. Today I got 10 combat specialists, but no gear. So tomorrow, shouldn't there be an equipment reward? I mulled it over happily, walking to the window to look down below. Before long, I saw Jiang Xiaozi leading the 9 soldiers and Linyu out of the building. She stood at the entrance giving a few last instructions, then watched them go. Nice. She kept one behind to hold the fort. Xiaozi really is careful. I nodded approvingly. Looks like the one who stayed is the calm soldier, Liang. Makes sense. All he's got is a walkie-talkie. Useless for now, so he can only serve as a regular soldier. Anyway, 10 of them heading out together. She must have taken on all 3 of today's dispatch missions. I suddenly froze. Wait, that's not right. It hit me like a jolt. There are only 3 dispatch missions a day. Sending 3 people is enough. Any more is pointless. So why did Xiaozi send out all 10 at once? I quickly pulled up the panel to check, and there they were, today's 3 dispatch missions, still marked standing by. Jiang Xiaozi hadn't sent anyone to explore at all. 10 soldiers who work together seamlessly. If they're heading out, it's not for supplies. It's for. My pupils contracted as a thought exploded in my mind. Killing. Destroying shelters earns survival points. Xiaozi doesn't care about the scraps you get from dispatch missions. She wants to grab me way more points. Damn, this woman really is a spy master through and through. She just got command of the troops, and she's already sending them out to kill. But this was just a guess. I hadn't confirmed it yet. Just as I was about to call her over to ask, footsteps sounded on the stairs. The door pushed open. "Sir." A gentle voice came from behind me. I turned, raised my hand, and pointed out the window, saying nothing. Sharp as she was, she immediately understood what I wanted to ask and spoke up on her own. "I've already assigned the new soldiers a mission. At first, Linyu came to me, and I did intend to send them out to collect supplies. But considering your concerns about points, sir," she lowered her eyes, "I gave them a new combat objective to collect more survival points." She put it delicately, never once mentioning killing or destroying shelters, because she knew I was still a man with good intentions at heart. "You didn't order them to slaughter innocent people, did you?" I raised an eyebrow. She shook her head. "I would never give such an order. I have to consider the soldiers' morale and beliefs, too. I sent them to hunt down troublemakers and keep an eye out for any intel on the little polar bear shelter. If they run into thugs, they're cleared to pursue. Whether to kill, whether to destroy a shelter, that's their call to make. Of course, the main objective is still to collect as many points for you as possible, sir." She'd given the soldiers a great deal of autonomy. I was pleased. Honestly, even if you'd ordered them to slaughter innocents, I'd understand. I turned my head back toward the window. "I wouldn't blame you. You're my person. Whatever you do, I take responsibility for it." "Sir." She looked up, startled, her brow furrowing slightly. "I know you're not that kind of man. That's why I'm learning to change." Watching the way she frowned, I couldn't help but smile. Leah told me that in an era this brutal, as a leader, I have to learn to adapt. She said a leader is born to learn cruelty, even giving orders that go against his own principles. I think she's right. I meant it. I had a kind heart, but I couldn't bring myself to do good for no reason. When kindness and safety clashed, I would choose, without hesitation, safety. "All right, sir." Jiang Xiaozi fell silent for a moment, then said softly, "Actually, you can trust me." "Trust you with what?" My back was still to her. "Trust me not to let these cruel choices ever fall on you, sir." Here's the English translation. Before her, she lowered her eyes deferentially, but her tone was firm as steel. "They will never make it to your desk. They will never become your burden." The air fell silent for a moment. After a beat, I broke it with a smile. "Well, that's good. Xiaozi, go take care of your work." "Yes, sir." She bowed and turned, but stopped at the doorway, glancing back at me. "Sir, I mean it. I will protect you, and not just your physical safety." "Is that so?" I was about to say something, but she'd already headed downstairs. I rubbed my chin and suddenly laughed out loud. Being solemnly promised protection by a woman. Does that make me a kept man? But honestly, the feeling was pretty nice. 10 warriors set out. Unfortunately, I had no means of long-range communication, so I had no idea how things were going. All I could do was wait for the results. To pass the tedious wait, I started planning out a personal workout routine in my room. At the same time, I swore for the 100th time in my head. The first thing I'm doing once I've got enough points is lighting up the tech tree and restoring power to the shelter. I swear, I absolutely must. I'm going to pull all-nighters gaming for days straight. Nobody can stop me. As it turns out, being an exceptional leader isn't easy. At the very least, you have to endure the loneliness and keep a clear head in the most mind-numbing conditions. And my way of keeping a clear head was simple: sleep. Ever since the apocalypse began, my sleep time had skyrocketed. Bizarre, really. No discomfort, no injuries, not even genuine fatigue. I'd just simply become capable of sleeping. If my physical stats hadn't stayed flat, I might have suspected I'd awakened some new talent. When I opened my eyes again, it was pitch black outside the window. Another day slept away into night. Jiang Xiaozi wasn't around, so it was probably just after dusk. I lazily dragged myself up and tried to look at the clock, but a string of notifications suddenly popped up before my eyes. "Congratulations. Your nation's first war has concluded. War status: overwhelming victory. War rating: total annihilation, 0 casualties. Perfect score. Distributing victory rewards. Obtained F rank consumable little yellow fruit. Little yellow fruit. A yellow, juicy fruit. Consuming it satisfies a full day's food and water needs. Your nation's military has accumulated 3 battle victories, activating the bestowal privilege. Obtained little yellow fruit, F-rank weapon, beauty blade, and F-rank item, 10 survival points. Oh, come on. They really wrapped it up in a single day. Fully awake now, I sat up to take a closer look. A win was a win, but the rewards were laughably pathetic. Victory rewards plus battle rewards, for in total, and combined they were still worth less than the 10 bottles of ice water I got every day. TSK. At least we won, and nobody died. I smacked my lips, not that I was disappointed. It was all free loot anyway. Soldiers were out there risking their lives, so who was I to complain about the rewards not being good enough? As long as we win, that's what matters. Even without rewards, the national army has to win. Nobody among the country's survivors could afford the cost of losing. I flipped open the battle log. That morning, the army had pinned down the distribution of the remaining frenzied. By evening, they'd sent soldiers, under drone cover, to personally bait the enemy and lure them into an encirclement of tank formations. And then, there was no then. Sure, the frenzied had twice the physical capabilities of humans, but that meant nothing in the face of a double onslaught of steel by land and air. 100,000 fully armed troops could crush them with just some basic equipment. The victory was never in doubt. Maybe it came too easily, because the chat channel had already erupted. Everyone agreed. It was time to crank up the difficulty for our boys. This is even more boring than a routine drill. Even red versus blue exercises are more intense than this. F rank is such a snooze. Next round, let's throw them something hard and show our boys the real horror of an apocalyptic war. Agreed. I'm short on supplies too. These F rank rewards are like tossing scraps to a beggar. Who wants that? I stared dumbfounded. Everyone was hollering so aggressively, but in the end, after a lively vote, they decided to bump up the next round's difficulty. From F rank to A rank. I burst out laughing. This is cranking up the difficulty? Big talk, but you're going up one measly level at a time. Huh? You don't even dare skip a tier. Real down to earth of you. Seemed like everyone wasn't just worried about the soldiers. They were genuinely afraid of the random elimination penalty for losing. That said, the first round was supposed to last 21 days, but it wrapped up in just one. What happens with the remaining time? Will they let the soldiers go home? I mulled it over. Probably not. So what would they do for those 20 days? And where would they even be? This was the shared question among survivors nationwide. Soon enough, a new notification cleared things up. Global announcement. A nation has completed the first round of the apocalyptic war. The related leaderboards are now open. Congratulations to this nation, the first military in the world to complete the apocalyptic war. You have earned the achievement reward, replication of designated domestic military-industrial complex. Participants are temporarily unable to return to Earth. They will remain within an Earth-like replicated world, no technology whatsoever, limited to basic city templates, awaiting the next battle. Well, great. They really can't come back. I sighed. At least there were still 20 days to regroup. The environment was similar to Earth, minus the technology. The conditions were actually even better. At the very least, there was no extreme heat. 20 days of rest isn't bad. Gives us time to think about how to fight the next battle. I opened the leaderboards. Victory rankings, completion time rankings, Chi. Summer capital is number 1. Bottom line, right now, the entire leaderboard has only one name on it, China. Most of the other countries are still stuck grinding through the war instance, unable to get out. As I was looking it over, a new notification suddenly popped up. Your nation's military has chosen to execute replay war, restarting the previous round of the apocalyptic war, difficulty unchanged. Replay war penalties do not affect your nation's survivors. Rewards are limited to your nation's military. Huh, I jolted. They're not going to rest. They're actually going to fight the replay. I stared at that line, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't tell me they're hooked on this. I looked at the battle rewards in front of me and couldn't help but sigh. The nation's intent was crystal clear. They'd figured out the rules of the replay war, and they knew exactly how strong that last round of demon hordes really was. An F-rank battle put zero pressure on the country. However small the rewards, it beat sitting idle for 20 days. And with enough accumulated wins, they might even trigger a jackpot like industrial system recovery. The industrial system tied directly into military logistics. Even restoring just a third of it would give the apocalyptic war effort a lot more backbone. The nation's attitude boiled down to one sentence: fighting an F-rank war is no different from resting. So keep fighting, snowball it, and squeeze out every bit of profit you can. If the whole country's grinding this hard, I can't afford to slack off either. I took a deep breath and clenched my fist. I'm going to be the best shut-in I can be and burn through every single minute like I mean it. It sounds ridiculous, but that's the truth. My way of getting stronger was to lie flat, wait, and kill time and boredom. The chat channel was still blowing up over the nation's move, but I'd stopped caring. Fun war with war. Solid. Just as I was about to lie back down for another nap, another notification popped up in front of me. Day in, day out. Does it ever end? Damn. Who did Lin Yu just wipe off the map? My eyes shot wide open. Your subordinate talents engaged another shelter in combat and won. As you were not present, decisions were made automatically by your lead talent. Lin Yu, chose to destroy the current shelter. You inherit the remaining survival points. 358. Item inheritance failed. Lin Yu had made her move. These soldiers really had found the perfect prey and handed me a nice little surprise. Lying at home, doing absolutely nothing. And just like that, over 300 free points. This is way better than sending out missions. 3 dispatch missions a day only net 30 points. Destroy one shelter, and it's over 300. I got a little curious. Where was the shelter they took out? Too bad there's no long-range comms. I just have to wait for them to get back to find out. Time to sleep. Tomorrow I'll ask Jiang Xiaozi how I should spend these 300 points. I fell back onto the bed. As I drifted off, a light flashed before my eyes again. I opened my eyes and froze. Warning. Your talent has engaged in combat with a shelter in the field. Talent, Lin Yu, has chosen to destroy the current shelter. You have inherited the remaining survival points. 563. Item inheritance successful. You have obtained D-grade magic bread tree and E-grade butterfly shirt. Huh. All my drowsiness vanished in an instant. How did I just get another 500 points? What are Lin Yu and the others up to? Did they wipe out a bandit den? The 2 notifications came just 30 minutes apart. That meant Lin Yu had barely paused before raising 2 shelters back to back, and they were probably close together, just like the units in this apartment building of mine. If that's really the case, will there be another notification in the next 30 minutes? I gave up on sleep and quietly counted down the time. 30 minutes later. Talent, Lin Yu, has chosen to destroy the current sheltered. You have inherited the remaining survival points. 100. Current shelter has no items. Just as I thought. Another one. I sucked in a sharp breath. That confirms it. She's clearing out the whole building, unit by unit. That entire night, I didn't sleep a wink. Every time drowsiness crept in, a new notification popped up before my eyes. Lin Yu had destroyed yet another shelter. The notifications kept coming, right up until dawn. They killed all night long. I opened my panel and glanced at my points. Before Lin Yu set out, I only had 86 left. Now 4,788. Over 4,000 in a single night. Damn, I really hit the jackpot. I couldn't stop grinning. I finally understood the rush Brotherly must have felt back then. This was definitely a whole building wiped clean. Even if most of the thugs had no points on them, destroying a level 0 shelter still guaranteed a minimum of 100. An old building with 20 or 30 units meant 2 or 3,000 from the baseline alone, and adding what the thugs had saved up, 4 or 5,000 was no problem. Sir, you're still awake? A soft, gentle murmur reached my ear. I turned to see Jiang Xiaozi just waking up, gazing at me with sleepy eyes. Her black hair was tousled, a lazy charm radiating a delicate sweetness that stirred something in me. Can't sleep. Lin Yu and the others pulled off something big. I couldn't contain my excitement. Over 4,000 points. They racked up more than 4,000 for me in one night. Quick, Xiaozi, how should I spend this many points? Give me some suggestions. I was wide awake, wanting nothing more than to blow it all in one satisfying spree. I absolutely refused to end up like Brother Li and those thugs, dead before ever spending their points. Now that would be the real tragedy. That's a lot. Lin Yu and the others really are capable. Jiang Xiaozi smiled tenderly, propping herself up. She sat up, her jade arms stretching, and rested her delicate head lazily against my shoulder. To be honest, I don't really understand that apocalypse game either. But from where I'm standing, your safety matters most, sir. We should focus on fortifying this building. Since you're the core of the shelter, sir, then turning this place into a fortress that could rival a bunker. That's what we actually need. She lowered her head, toying with my fingers, then suddenly asked, Sir, the room Li Yu's in. That's the research lab, right? Ah, yeah, that's right. My heartbeat stumbled a little. Was this woman flirting with me? But her movements were so natural. She was clearly just thinking things through, seriously. Then let's use the research lab. She tilted her head. Haven't you been complaining this whole time about no electricity, sir? We can meet our basic living needs first, and then build up our defenses as much as possible. Where I used to live, there were always defensive setups, machine guns, gun turrets, things like that. If the shelter had those, our safety margin would be a lot higher. Of course, threats don't only come from people. There are natural disasters too. Her analysis cut straight to the point. Strip away all the noise, and the most important thing in the shelter was me. Without me, everything else was meaningless. To protect me, defensive installations were essential. All right, let me check the tech tree. I opened the tech tree, and a dense list of projects unfolded before me. Jiang Xiaozi couldn't see the panel, so I read the contents aloud while she analyzed them and offered suggestions. Back and forth we went, and I finally locked in a few projects. Basic power system, 1,000 points. Once built, it can supply normal electricity to 10 rooms, special rooms excluded. Autonomous water resource system, 1,000 points. A small pump storage reservoir refills automatically each day, providing daily water for up to 50 residents, with water access points throughout the building. I'd had my eye on these two for a long time. Unlock them, and you'd get ready-made facilities, instant water freedom and power freedom. Combined with my existing water purifier, freezers, and greenhouse room, the shelter's quality of life could bounce right back to what it was before the apocalypse. They were just really expensive. An ordinary person would have to save up for ages. There goes 2,000 points. Now let's look at defense. I switched categories, and the information whipped past my eyes, filling the screen with defense and weapon projects. Shelter Core Basic Defense Module, 1,500 points. Installs multi-tier biometric sealed doors around the core perimeter, a 4-meter-high fully enclosing iron wall, an electrified fence wall, and at least 12 all-weather smart cameras. Also reinforces the overall core structure, granting resistance to cold, heat, explosions, and earthquakes. Requires no other shelters within 100 meters. Automated sentry system, 1,000 points. Installs at least 20 automatic machine guns inside and out, capable of distinguishing friend from foe, with alert and manual control modes. Each unit initially. 1,000 rounds of ammo. After dumping 2 sets of defense systems on it, those 4,000 plus points were down to just 374. I let out a deeply satisfied sigh. Damn, spending money feels so freaking good.